Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, our dear speakers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A warm welcome to all of you. Did you all have a good exercise before, prior to joining the session? Hopefully you did. Today is Monday, 4th of December. Just a reminder, in case you've forgotten which day we're on. So today we'll be talking about artificial intelligence utilization for climate-based health forecasting. We know climate and environmental change have many negative impacts in humans' life, and that include expands the geographic distribution of certain diseases and worsen the outbreaks. So adaptive and proactive measures are necessary to plan for effective responses to these impending epidemics. So on this session, we're going to learn the role of AI in developing an efficient and usable system and discover any intervening potential mechanism in disease control to stop the outbreaks before they all happen. So to start with, let me welcome the moderator for the session. He is Professor Hamam Riza from BRIN Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agency. Over to you, Pak Riza. Thank you, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here at the Indonesia Pavilion. In these sessions, a very exciting time for all of us. Yesterday, we announced the first health day in the climate change conference, UNFCCC conference. And today will be very delightful to welcome all the panelists. We'll be talking about climate resilience, health forecasting. So first I would like to invite Kelly Willis, Managing Director of Malaria No More, Forecasting Healthy Futures, to the stage. And I also invite Ibu Lasmi Dewanti, Director General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. And certainly, I would like to invite Dr. Arda Sena Sopahalukan, Deputy for Climatology from the BMKG, the National Agency for Meteorology and Geophysics, Climatology and Geophysics of Republic of Indonesia. I would like also to welcome my good friends from Muhammad bin Zayed University of AI, Dr. Hosni Gedira, the Director of Engagement Services of MBZ UAI, and one of our promising talents from Korika, Dr. Lia Huliatus Suada. Yeah, she's also coming from statistics schools. Yeah, and we are also welcoming two of our panelists, which coming online. Dr. Imran Pabudi, Director of the Prevention and Control of Communicable Disease, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, as well as Dr. Kausik Sarkar, the Institute for Health Modeling and Climate Solutions. Please have your seats. Thank you so much for being here. And I would like to start our discussions today. I would like, I would like to share all of you about these topics on artificial intelligence. This program, AI enable predictive modelings for infectious disease in the context of climate change. So, ladies and gentlemen, AI is rapidly transforming the field of public health, and AI-enabled predictive models have the potential to revolutionize the way we prevent and control climate-sensitive infectious disease such as malaria, dengue, and tuberculosis. Climate change is already having a significant impact on the transmissions of infectious disease, communicable disease, and these impacts are expected to worsen in the coming decades. For example, climate change is leading to an increase in the range of malaria transmitting mosquitoes and is creating new conditions that are favorable for the transmission of dengue. AI-enabled predictive modeling can be used to identify areas of high risk outbreaks of climate-sensitive infectious disease, predict the timing, and as well as the locations of the future outbreaks. And we are very fortunate to have these collaborations among all of us, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, together with Malaria No More, BMKG, and Muhammad bin Zayed University of AI. I did say all of our stakeholders, right? To works on these predictive models, utilizations of artificial intelligence and many other technologies that are equipped for all of us at this time. Especially, probably all of us are now embracing generative AI. Certainly, all of us are using machine learning and deep learning to gather all the data and then have this predictive modeling. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Kelly Willis, Managing Director on the Strategic Initiative and Lead Forecasting Healthy Futures of Malaria No More. Please provide an overview, Kelly, because we are very much interested to know about these global efforts at the climate health nexus. Please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hammam. I'm very grateful to have a microphone because I've lost my voice from talking so much this week already. So hopefully you can hear me with the help of the microphone. It's really a privilege to be here in this beautiful Indonesia Pavilion. And it has been a privilege and a pleasure to be working with these partners over the last year or so on this exciting initiative. This is really a historic moment where we sit today at this United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28. As Dr. Hammam just said, yesterday was the first ever health day at a COP. And that is something that Forecasting Healthy Futures, an initiative that I've been leading for the last few years, and many other partners have been working toward for a long time. This is a very long overdue recognition that the climate crisis is a health crisis. And in fact, I've stopped talking about the intersection of climate and health because increasingly we understand them to be one and the same. The way that most of us will experience climate change is through the threats and challenges, pressures to our health and to the health of our communities. So it was really remarkable to see that recognition, and it exceeded all of our expectations at this year's COP. For a long time, the climate change crisis has been almost artificially dehumanized. We don't, a general person out there is more likely to know that polar bears are on the verge of extinction than they are to know that people are dying today as a result of rising temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, extreme weather, all caused by the climate change and global warming phenomenon. So yesterday was a historic moment. In fact, on December 2nd, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, the president of COP28, presided over a 2-hour summit in which $1 billion of new funding was
Right.
announced.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Wow. Wow.
it was very encouraging. That's not it's sufficient. In terms of the overall climate financing available today, less than 1% of it is directed toward the health sector. But $1 billion was a really good start. And then yesterday as well at the Reaching the Last Mile Forum, Bill Gates and again the UAE announced another $800 million nearly, committed to eliminating neglected and tropical diseases, but in the context of climate change, which we know worsens all of these things.
Right.
So we need a lot more investment. This is a really encouraging start.
Yes.
And that investment is needed for two things. One, as I said, people are dying today, and we have interventions to help and to save lives today. But secondly, and more importantly, we need to prepare health systems for the challenges ahead. What are those challenges? That's why I'm so excited about what we're doing here right now. A Wellcome Trust, Rockefeller Center, a lot of people who are talking about this describe us as kind of walking into this with both eyes covered. Right. We don't know what to expect. We're in completely uncharted territory. And Indonesia is one of the most vulnerable countries to the effects of climate change, with the second largest coastline in the world, so very vulnerable to rising sea levels, with the presence of infectious diseases, which we know will be complicated and exacerbated in the context of climate change, as well as all of the other human health aspects that will be affected. So I'm so excited about this conversation, this project, because we're really going to answer one of those key questions, which is what to expect in the future as a result of changing climate conditions.
All right, thank you, Kelly. I will have our next round question to you. Just very interesting with all this investment. But now I would like to turn to Ibu Ami, Mrs. Lasmi, the Director General of Environment. Certainly, we are witnessing really a transformative of climate, global climate into global health. So that is really talking about adaptations. So I would like to have some overview of what is the climate change adaptation policy in Indonesia, and what are the priority areas of climate change in Indonesia, Bu Ami.
Thank you, Prof. Hamam. And I'm taking this opportunity also to appreciate and to thank the initiator of the sessions. Indeed, as mentioned by Professor, it is very timely to discuss the relations between climate change and health. After, well, we need 27 COP before we arrive to this point, meaning 27 years. And thankfully that the presidency of COP28 bring the issue of inclusivity and people-centered into the discussions of COP28. For Indonesia, combating the climate change, it's not only a matter of following the global agenda. Indeed, it is a constitutional mandate to provide and to ensure that every citizen of Indonesia able to have a good and healthy environment. So it's, well, whether there is a COP or not COP for Indonesia, doing the things that we are discussing today, it's mandated. So I'm happy to discuss the adaptation issues to this context. Since the beginning, since we ratified the Paris Agreement back in 2016, and we submitted our first ever nationally determined contribution at the time, you may see that our NDC, Indonesia NDC, it's quite different from others. While many other countries focuses their NDCs on the mitigations action, how to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, but Indonesia, since the beginning of its first NDC, we put adaptation as equal important as mitigations. And following our first NDC, we launched our roadmap, including the climate adaptation roadmap. In our updated NDC back in 2020, we even submit another document, which is long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050. And within those documents, the second, the updated NDC, as well as the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience, there are a adaptations climate way pathway at the regional level as well at the sectoral levels. Meaning that we are really mean that adaptation is very important. It should be a heart of climate change discussions. Because, well, that is useless to reduce the greenhouse gas emission if there's nobody in the world, right? So that's why it's important. And according to our third national communications back in 2017, Indonesia is expected to experience serious climate change impact, as mentioned by Professor Haman. So since then, we developed so-called data and information systems on vulnerability index of Indonesia. And we are mapping, we made a map of climate hotspot. We have quite numbers of climate hotspot, meaning that numbers, maybe if not all, numbers of points in Indonesia are very vulnerable to climate change. It's not only the waterfront, but many regions in Indonesia, not mentioning all, but it's quite numbers of area in Indonesia, it's very vulnerable. So that's why we invest on adaptations. But unfortunately, adaptations action compared to mitigation action, it's very challenging. It's intangible, and people tend to see the short term, because mitigation, while you install the technology, you can experience and you can measure the reduction. But for adaptation, it takes years, maybe a decade. So that's a challenge. So I believe that adaptations in our policy, it's very important. And you may see in our NDC, in our long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience, that Indonesia would like to achieve the adaptations-related target in 3 areas. First, we would like to enhance our resilience in economic and social aspect. Yeah. Second, we would like to build our resilience in life and livelihood. And the third, we would like to enhance our resilience on ecosystems and landscape. Talking about malaria, dengue, we are talking about those 3 resilience aspects: economic and social, life and livelihood, as well as management of landscape and ecosystems. So no doubt for Indonesia, adaptation is at the heart of its climate agenda. And today we are talking about artificial intelligence. I hope I'm enough intelligent to answer
You're very good.
The questions. But artificial intelligence will be very benefit to contribute to the context of Indonesia's climate adaptations target.
Thank you so much, Ibu Ami, Ibu Lasmi, the DG. I will have a question later on. What you have been saying, it's really a global strategy that everyone is now picking up for the nexus of climate and health. So I think it's a good time for all of us to turn to Dr. Imran Pambudi. He is online. Thank you, Pak Imran, for being here. Director of the Prevention of Communicable Disease from the Ministry of Health. So I have some key talking points that I would like you to address. Can you provide us with an overview of the vector-borne disease, especially mosquitoes in Indonesia, and how is the Ministry of Health applying this data-driven decision-making for the control of the climate-sensitive infectious disease, right, such as malaria and dengue. The time is yours,
Yeah.
Pak Imran.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Hamam. So good morning, everybody. So it's very glad for me to be attend to this occasion. I'm sorry I cannot be there, but yeah, Prof. Hamam, thanks again that you make this opportunity happen to Ministry of Health. So as we are also knew that Indonesia is one of the tropic country. So many communicable disease happen in Indonesia. And nowadays, like Prof. Hamo mentioned, malaria and dengue is still a problem in Indonesia. And both of the disease is a vector-borne disease. And the vector-borne disease is also related with the climate. So Ministry of Health utilize data-driven decision-making by collecting from malaria and dengue surveillance information system and analyzing routine health data that relevant to climate to identify patterns in spreading the disease. And this data is also involved monitoring climate coordinates, vector populations, and disease incidents. And nowadays, the advanced analytic help forecast for the outbreak, allocate resources efficiently, and implement targeted intervention, contributing to more effective control measures to mitigate and response. So that's my comment, Prof. Hamam.
Thank you, Pak Imran. I hope you will stay throughout this session. We will have some other questions for you to respond to. But let's now invite Dr. Ardasena, the Deputy of Climatology from the BMKG, which is the National Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics. Certainly, you are very busy here at COP28. I heard that you have so many actually activities around here, but certainly I would like to request your points, key talking points. What are the climate services available in BMKG to support the climate change adaptation, just like what the Buami was saying? And how is this relates to the specific focus on the health sector, especially because, climate crisis is now into health crisis, basically.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Hamam. And maybe picking up on the good foundation that was just explained by Ibu Ami, that we have a good foundational legislation. And also adding to that, we have a sort of conviction that the impact of climate change is already here.
Right.
And understanding that there is a clear nexus between climate and health. So BMKG has been working on this, exploring about the relation between climate and health since 2017.
Right.
We have a national framework for climate services supporting health activity, involving universities, involving also the last mile actors of the health sectors,
Right.
the regional health agencies in provinces. So we have a sort of very inclusive consortium that builds on application for climate and health.
Mm-hmm.
And from that, we pick up one of the urgent matters that which was just highlighted by Pa Imran, also we focus first on dengue, because that we thought is also not only important, but also low-hanging fruit.
Right.
Because there are a few good universities that has been working about on dengue.
Yeah.
And from that consortium, we have a good now explicit understanding how the climate is influencing dengue.
Yes.
On the long-term side, on the climate change side, we understand that the climate change impact the existence of dengue.
Yes.
So, for instance, this expanding tropical belt of the tropical sectors now influencing areas that in the past they don't have dengue cases or malaria cases like the U.S. for instance.
Right.
Now they have dengue cases. So in that time scale, we see that climate is influencing the existence of these diseases. But on the shorter time scale, on the seasonal time scale, we see
Right.
that the variability or the number of cases of dengue is very much influenced by season, for instance, and also by La Nina and El Nino. And due to that good understanding that we now have, we have, for instance, these services. We call it as impact-based services for climate.
Right.
Health services, we have dengue early warning in Jakarta, already operational since 2019.
Okay.
And also following that in Bali we have, and also in
Bali.
Bandung.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is not only exists as an information, but is actually being used by the actual stakeholders for real field actions. And this is very beneficial, and those kind of activity we would like to encourage further. And we are now also working with our key stakeholders also to expand on other diseases like ILI or influenza-like illness, and also respiratory diseases because of pollution, for instance.
Yeah.
And we try to build bit by bit, and we think that data science may also contribute quite significantly in extending and also enhancing this type of services. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Pak Ardasena. You pick on one of the most important keywords at this time is about AI and the data-driven decisions. I might want to come back to Kelly later on, since some of this activity is very much aligned to the campaign program that you have at the Face of Change, right? Just recently launched. But first, I would like to invite Leah from CORICA, the Collaborative Research and Industrial Innovations in Artificial Intelligence in Indonesia. So, Leah, as you are also one of the data scientists working on this particular collaborations among all of the stakeholders, why is really CORICA? Why are you here?
Yeah. What is CORICA?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, CORICA is Indonesian Artificial Intelligence Orchestration Organization based on values and pentahelix collaboration. Consists of government, industries, academic, communities, and media. And this CORICA was founded as a continuation of Indonesian National Strategy on AI. This strategy was written and formulated based on the discussion of a working group consists of many experts representing government, university, industry, and many more. So the key point here is collaboration. And what is the Indonesian National Strategy on AI? This strategy provides an orientation for national policies, includes area of focus and priority sector for AI to serve as reference for ministries, institutions, regional government, and other stakeholders in implementing AI in Indonesia. So like that. And this is the framework for in Indonesian strategy on AI. So to achieve the vision of Indonesian 2045, we have determined the four focus area, namely the ethic and policy, talent development, infrastructure and data, and also the research and innovation. And we have five priority sector, namely healthcare, bureaucratic reform, education and research, food resilience, and also mobility and smart city.
Thank you, Leah. There's really a great overview of Corica, and why is Corica working on with all these stakeholders is certainly reflected in the vision of Indonesia 2045 towards AI towards Indonesia 2045, the 100 years of Indonesia independence. We'll come back to you later on. I have some relations between the data provided by BMKG, for example, with what Corica is doing in developing the data-driven solutions for all the grand challenges, especially in the healthcare. But let's turn to our partners here. It's not partners in crime, okay? This is partners in development, which is Muhammad bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. And we have here Dr. Hosni Gedira. Some of the initials engagements between Corica with Malaria No More, Forecasting Healthy Futures, and also with other stakeholder was initiated by Muhammad bin Zayed University of AI. So I would like to ask my good friend here, please provide an overview of how big data and AI, certainly because you are coming from the academia side of AI, how you react or how you transform, yeah, all this development in data and in AI, in the prediction of planning and prevention of infectious disease, and what is your view of the climate adaptations toward health forecasting? Please,
thank you.
Dr. Rosni.
Thank you, Professor Hammam. It's a great pleasure to be here in the UAE and presenting this great collaboration after like 1 year of work together on this. So to answer your question about the contribution of AI, it's I think it's added value to the existing work. So it will not be replacing the impressive work is being done with the healthcare professionals and 24/7 in the field, but to see how AI community can contribute to help to mitigate this those diseases like malaria and dengue. So I want to add to what Dr. Adesina mentioned regarding climate and how climate is impacting infectious disease like malaria. So here we're talking about different time scale. If you mentioned El Nino, you mentioned some climate long-term climate impact, but also here as part of our joint collaboration, we are looking for a short-term, how we can see weather variation impacting the spread and the outbreaks of those diseases. So what we are doing we are bringing all the expertise from the AI community, from the computer vision, from the machine learning, from big data processing, and see how we can digest all this volume of data to make more informed decision to support people on the ground that working on this. So we are integrating data from different satellite systems, getting data in real time. We are integrating data from different climate model in daily basis. So we are getting like hundreds of gigabytes of data daily, and we try to see how AI can help to predict any trends that we can see, because in the physics, so we know that there's some linkage between weather condition, precipitation, water accumulation, topography, land use, water accumulation, wind speed that is affecting the activity of mosquitoes, how we can integrate all this data and see and see how it can contribute to improve the forecasting. And this is what we are doing for the last year, and we are applying those advanced AI model to understand the causality, to see how the number of outbreaks of malaria in specific location, how it's linked to previous weather condition, precipitation, water accumulation, the temperature in that area. And so far, we have been able to see some correlation that we'll continue working on improving it and to implement a smart system that can help health workers on the ground to tell them, given the observation that has been forecasted now, we expect that there are more cases that might happen and the likelihood of some outbreaks will happen in specific location. So for them, it will be a tool that helps them to prepare, to get ready, and part of the large-scale effort for adaptation or mitigations.
All right, thank you so much. So I think it's really a challenge for all of us, which trying to get the benefit of the latest machine learning and deep learning, deep tech, we can say this, yeah, into a lot of usability, the utilization of this technology towards many aspects of our life. So that one is something that we try to implement through a program called Climate Smart Indonesia. So now I would like to turn to Dr. Kausik, which would be able to actually elaborate on some of the aspect of Climate Smart Indonesia. And certainly Kelly later on will also jump in to introduce this to all of us at this panel. So Dr. Kausik, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hammam. Honorable Director General Ibu Lakshmi, Pak Ardhasena, Pak Imran, officials from the Government of Indonesia, colleagues and friends, very good morning. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. So as we heard, Indonesia is taking an exemplary stride in addressing the climate-driven health threats. And a combination of supportive and positive policies that we heard from Ibu Lakshmi and evidence-driven or science-driven practices that we heard from Pak Imran and Pak Ardhasena put a country on the right track of resilience against climate change. Now, circling back to your question, Dr. Hammam, about the initiative, and we can talk about that at stretch, all the partners. But, when we talk about climate change, three issues are really critical from the health perspective. Number one is health security. Number two is universal health coverage. And number three is efficient resource allocation. And climate change affects all the three things. So climate change aggravates more than 2/3 of the infectious diseases that humanity suffers from. And climatologists have been warning us for a long time, and now we have started seeing across the globe that extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. And when these events become more frequent, white-collar strategies essentially become futile, and local capital, local capacity, local preparation matters most at that point of time. And it is this time when all silos are naturally broken and local single human agencies, be it a community health worker or a village leader, are left as the only lifeline for hundreds and thousands for their health, for their survival. And the other part is the resource allocation. So because climate change is making everything so dynamic, especially in the context of resilient public health, we need to think about pivoting to agility and optimizing our response to the ebb and flow of the diseases or the disease patterns that we encounter. So to address these challenges, we started the Climate Smart Indonesia initiative to support the Indonesia government with innovative technologies and partnerships. as well as capacity building. And this innovative technology is not the end of the problem that we are going to face, but it will help us to become more vigilant, proactive, and efficient in our responses in every sphere. And at the same time, we believe in the collaborative efforts that Dr. Leah was highlighting. That was the basis of the foundation of CORICA as well. And in collaboration with the government, the academia, research institutions, and all the different sectors, it is possible to address the diverse facets of these challenges that we are facing today. And the third piece is that a two-way capacity building where the global community can learn from the contextualized local solutions, and the global best practices in innovations and technology can be transferred seamlessly to countries and integrated to their digital systems. So based on these three principles, we have worked on this particular three-pronged strategic initiative of Climate Smart Indonesia, and we aspire and we are confident to support the government as well as the Indonesian community in their stride to make Indonesia a resilient country in the years to come. So I'll pause here and turn to you, Dr. Hamad.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kausik. Stay tuned, okay? Because I have other question for you coming up later after I got some response here for my next questions to Kelly. Certainly, just like Kausik was mentioning about this climate smart Indonesia, and I think we are here to stay. Not only for we just started in COP28, just like Ibu Ami was saying that it takes 27 years, 27 COP to start being serious about whether the climate, global climate is really affecting, is a threat to the global health, and certainly I really welcome the collaborations from Forecasting Healthy Futures, because we are going to go into the future with some assurance. So the climate smart. So how do you want to go from here, Kelly? Certainly with so many investment that you have mentioned on climate health related project, and how you can see that the campaign program like Face of Change will support further the climate smart Indonesia. Yeah, I think that's really something that I would like to know very much. Yeah.
Yes, Forecasting Healthy Futures launched a campaign recently, a communications campaign called The Face of Change, which is really meant to, really spread the message that, make health the human face of climate change, and to really make this connection between climate change and health visceral and integrated in people's understanding, and get that word out beyond the experts in the health and climate communities who've been discussing this for a long time, out into the general population and civil society and grassroots organizations, because that's all going to be really critical. And I think the way that bubbles up to help Climate Smart Indonesia is that you are going to need that broad collaboration between multiple sectors, and communities play a very large role in this. So understanding that connection and having that buy-in from communities is going to be really critical. So we've been talking about, in Indonesia in particular, the effects of climate change on health are broad. Every aspect of health is affected by rising temperatures. I always say it's everything from asthma to Zika.
Yes,
and everything
A to
in
Z,
between, right? A to Z, right. But right now we're talking mostly about climate-sensitive infectious disease, and we've heard how climate conditions affect the range, the seasonality, the extent of the transmission of diseases like malaria and dengue in particular. And then we've heard how data, beyond just the climate data, but coming from lots of different sources.
Sure.
As Dr. Hosni said, soil and land use factors, things we can see from satellite about
Right.
Earth observation data, and then a whole bunch of private sector data too, combining to be this wealth of data that, combined with the capacity of machine learning, artificial intelligence, can be highly useful in predicting when and where those diseases will be transmitted.
Right.
And that knowledge, that foundation of knowledge and predictive capacity, yes, we need to know long-term where things are headed, but that short-term prediction, 2 to 4 to 6 weeks, gives the system time to respond and prevent those outbreaks in a lot of instances.
Yeah.
And what I always say is that if there is a silver lining to these new challenges that we're facing, the pressures that rising temperature, changing seasonality, and rainfall patterns is putting on infectious disease transmission, it's that in building these systems to understand that better, we are going to become more efficient at using scarce resources to combat these diseases. And I'm actually optimistic that with this anticipatory knowledge, we can have what I call precision programming. And every dollar will go a lot further in preventing these diseases so that we can really still aspire to eliminate malaria and dengue in Indonesia in the not too distant future with this, climate smart Indonesia. And combined with, the broad community buy-in and the multiple sector partnerships, which are so critical. I mean, multi-sector initiatives have always been critical for our global health, but never more than now in the context of climate change. And so I'm so encouraged by the leadership that Indonesia is demonstrating with these really encouraging and productive, constructive, cross-sectoral collaboration. It's something that is rare. I was just having a conversation last night with the head of climate and health at the World Health Organization, who's saying how few countries she's actually seen that kind of collaboration across sectors work. It's hard because there are not aligned incentives necessarily. There are data sharing barriers. There are, siloed programs. And so showing that leadership from the top and that willingness to collaborate and share data across sectors is a success factor and makes me think that Indonesia is going to be on the very leading edge of demonstrating how climate and health can be addressed by multi-sectoral, data-informed, AI-enabled systems.
Right.
Super, super encouraging. I'm really privileged to be part of it.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. It was really, a big motivation to move on for us for the issues on climate and health. And you mentioned about the leadership, so I have here Ibu Ami, which I am very fortunate to know her, and was trying to explain to her in the first place about why Korika is coming to Indonesia Pavilion to have these talk shows on AI utilization, so for the climate health, climate resilience health applications and tools. So, Buami, hopefully we will continue, and you will also continue to support the discussions and the collaboration, just like Kelly was mentioning, on all the stakeholders to bring in some of the most promising developments of using AI, data-driven tools into the perspective of climate adaptations. And how do you see this going forward for the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, especially in your Director General?
Yeah, it is. As I mentioned before, that it is very timely to have these discussions.
Yes.
Because for Indonesia itself, it is a time to accelerate our nationally determined contribution. We are now preparing our second NDC and hope to submit our second NDC by next year. And within the second NDC, we are
What
not.
is the first one, Abu?
Well, we already have 3 NDCs, by the way.
Okay, 3 NDCs
The first
already.
NDC was nationally determined contribution.
Determined
At the moment, we are at the enhanced NDC, which is we already enhanced our target
Right.
for both mitigation and adaptations. And now we are preparing for the second NDC. The second NDC meaning that the second NDC will be the NDC that very much align with 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. You know that globally, we would like to prevent or to ensure that the rise of the global temperature no more or no higher than 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Yes, that's right.
Even 1 degree Celsius for malaria and dengue, it's already break up. So we have to work on it. And I also mentioned that we have the data and information system on the climate vulnerability. Dr. Adersena mentioned that BMKJ have also another system. I'm sure that another parties, another stakeholders have their own data and information and some of intelligent and innovative action. So it is a really matter connecting the dots. So I believe that AI in this context will able to assist us or to accelerate us in finding those dots and connecting those dots. Because actually we cannot work alone. So we need kind of innovative technology, including the AI, to expedite our innovation, to expedite our transformative solution to climate action.
Very good.
So there is no doubt that Indonesia will consider this initiative as one of the important. It's very much along with the UNFCCC, you know, under the mechanism, technology mechanism, AI, it's already regarded as one of the most promising,
right,
innovative technology that will contribute us in our journey toward just transition of the climate change.
Wow, wonderful, awesome. Thank you, Bu Ami. So we are going to, accelerate the use of this technology. The technology, certainly, Kelly was mentioning about A to Z, about this climate health, and we also from the technology sector is going to implement A to Z. A for AI, B for blockchain, C for cloud, all the way to Z, which is the zero knowledge proof, okay, which is the digital identity. So, and we want to actually address most of the CSID, the climate sensitive infectious disease, as well as the neglected tropical disease, NTDs, right? I think Dr. Tedros, head of WHO, mentioned during the Reaching the Last Mile event yesterday that, a lot of NTDs needs to be addressed, and how we can develop tools to address the issues on these NTDs. And I think it's really timely for Dr. Imran from Ministry of Health. I'm seeing that you need to be at the COP next year, Imran, because the urgency of the climate and health issues and the adaptation that Ibu Ami was mentioning, as well as other speakers here. So I have a question for you in this next round. So how do you see that all this available technology will impact the health security, especially when climate change is expected to increase the risk of the vector-borne disease and other, related disease? Pak Imran?
Yeah. So the performance, so the artificial intelligence can also enhance health security in the face of climate change and increase the risk of vector-borne disease by the early detection, predictive analytics, vector control, diagnostic support, epidemiological surveillance. So artificial intelligence tools can process vast amount of health data to track and analyze disease spread, supporting public health agencies in monitoring and responding to emergency threats. So I think, in summary, artificial intelligence offers a data-driven approach to enhance preparedness, response, and overall health security in the context of climate change and the increased risk of vector-borne disease. So that's my comment.
Okay, so that means that we are going to accelerate our cooperation. Recently, just to announce that this very wonderful opportunity to announce that we have signed the MOU with the Ministry of Health recently, and you are going to work, all the possibility of having the climate-sensitive infectious disease to be part of and expanding the collaboration that we have. And certainly, we want to also collaborate with BMKG to actually expand what they have achieved so far, and make all this disease being driven by the data insight, yeah, the data science, and we all can have very integrated climate health forecasting tools in the futures, in the near futures. So how do you respond to that, Pak Arda, Sena?
Can I have my slide, please? Yeah, I think the promise of using data is very good, but if I am allowed to perhaps to encourage a few approaches to enrich this
yeah, go ahead.
data approaches.
Yes, please.
Can I have my slide, please? Is first of all to encourage the establishment of health data framework.
Right.
That is perhaps complementary or fit with the framework of the meteorological data and as well as the climate data. That data framework, meaning that the data is quality assured, it is collected in a consistent way and also in standardized way, and that will enable this very nice application maybe to be better accelerated. So we have to ensure the consistency, the standardized way that this health data is being recorded cases, because in our experience from 2017 on working in this climate and health application, the practice, I would say, from the cases that we are working on is not yet consistent. But there is an opportunity there, I think, to learn from best practices worldwide, but also in Indonesia. For instance, the case in Jakarta is very good. That can be extended and also can be replicated to other areas. And also, I would say that not only data approach, but also still mixed with the phenomenological approach from the health side. I think this mixed combination is very good, and also I think it's a key factor that will extend and enhance further this application. In
tools in order for us to adapt to the climate health,
yes.
Services. So, picking at that point, of having this data driven for the climate health services, how do you see that we can with our imagination and innovations to be creative in this climate health? Certainly, Dr. Imran from the Ministry of Health probably have some of the things that they want to integrate into the Satu Sehat, which is One Health, the new architecture. And I think I need to jump to Dr. Kausik stuff because I had discussed this about how we can, really be successful in adopting this technology, and how you can embark in a journey where our new health architecture, because of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, right? Yeah. Uh, we it reminds me that we need to work together in order for us to be stronger and to be uh, collaborating uh, in all aspects of our climate health issues. So, Dr. Kausik, can you jump in to respond to that? And uh, some of our discussion earlier is really uh, mind blowing, I would say, but it's a challenge actually. It's not easy. It's not like we talk about today and try to implement, and tomorrow we will have these tools because of the availability. Just like Dr. Adasena was saying, the data is the point where we want to embark in this journey. Yeah. So, Dr. Kausik, please.
So I completely agree with Ibu Lakshmi and Dr. Arthasena. Ibu Lakshmi called for connecting the dots and unlocking the resources of the gold mine, that's the real world data from diverse sources. And Dr. Arthasena put into the frame the integrated framework where you need to integrate health and non-health data. It's not just only climate data, you need other data as well to adequately respond to the challenges that we are facing. And this is absolutely possible. Humans made machines to reduce efforts and do more work in less time. And with machine learning and AI tools like this, we can ensure that the work that we do creates the most impact with the least cost, especially when our health systems are challenged with crises like climate change. And predictive tools, first of all, powered by AI, functions like a crystal ball. It is always giving us an extra edge, which Kelly was talking about, because of the extra lead time that we get to prepare. So it not only tells us about where the hotspots of a particular disease are, it also helps us anticipating outbreaks or epidemics. Simply speaking, with tools like this, we can be more vigilant, converting our suspicion to a strong surveillance, and we can prepare our public health arsenal, be it medicine, vaccine, insecticide, long before a crisis hits. In an archipelago like Indonesia, where the east is affected, let's say, by malaria, while the west is affected by dengue, and the distribution of diseases, especially the climate sensitive diseases, are so diverse, this also means preventing the transfer of diseases from one island to the other with the use of mobility information that you can see in the system that is in the pavilion. And the other part is that extreme weather events, which I was talking about, forget about universal, even maintaining basic health coverage during the time of flood, cyclone, or hazards like that is a monumental task. The only way we can help the local government and the local communities and the human health agencies in this situation is by providing timely warning about the extreme weather event and preparing the front line with necessary health supplies and services well in time. And finally, talking about resources, a few years back, I had the privilege to work on a review with the Gates Foundation and Ministry of Health to inform oral cholera vaccination policies. And, we found how challenging reactive vaccination can be because the stockpiles are limited, upsurges of cases are uncertain. So this is true not just for oral cholera vaccine. For all tools like dengue, typhoid, and chickenpox vaccine, chemoprophylaxis
Right.
to prevent disease spillover, and all others which cannot be procured or programmatized under routine public health programs, we can make efficient planning and resource pooling. So that's how is basically what I call an integration of public, precision public health, early warning, both climate and disease early warning into one single unified system to support everything.
Just like the dashboard here. So maybe it's good that we invite Dr. Hosni to actually, present for a few minutes about what is going on in here in central Papua, for example, that we are showing here. So this is a system that probably we all here are interested to know more about this, all right?
Yeah, so this is the result of our joint work with the Corica, Mohammed bin Zayed University, Malaria No More team as well, with in the integration of different sources, different data sources that we provided to have this digital twin, as I mentioned earlier, to help like decision maker to forecast and to get ready for any outbreak that is linked to weather and short-term weather forecast. So this tool is showing different data entry, and one of them is real-time satellite data. I think Dr. Imran is joining us from Jakarta, so he can check the window and see if it's raining in Jakarta or not, but you can see the real-time information.
This is live data.
This live data that is getting each update is 10 minutes, giving information about cloud coverage, about precipitation, also about humidity and temperature that we find out that are somehow correlated to future activity of malaria or mosquitoes. So as Dr. Imran mentioned, is about vector control, how you can use short-term weather forecasts for vector control and help people on the ground for take action. So we have the weather data, and also the large window in the middle, it shows a real-time illustration of different sites that we are studying now in Central Papua and Lampung. And this is, by the way, it's a real-time illustration of the weather condition at that location. So if it's precipitating, we can see the precipitation. If it's raining, if it's like windy, if it's cloudy, if it's clear sky. So this is also helpful to direct any help on the ground as well. Other important information that we integrated our decision-making process is the mobility data. I think Kelly highlighted this earlier about how you can integrate schedule of flights from two main infected areas in Lampung and Papua and see to have an estimation about exported cases to other cities. And this is by integrating real-time information about the airliners, traffics, and also the maritime traffics between those major cities to all over Indonesia. And this is also will be used for healthcare workers to be ready, to get ready as well if there is any larger outbreaks in specific cities, how those can be exported and will be exported. So this is quick overview. Also this same dashboard is illustrated at the entrance of the pavilion, so you can have more modules or more functionality as well.
Thank you. Wow, wonderful. So we are going to expand this. All of the participants here, you might, on your way out, you can also witness the dashboard outside with the whole informations provided with some forecasting of the malaria cases. And we want to, as I said earlier, we want to expand this to other diseases, especially the climate-sensitive diseases. And we are working quite hard in terms of providing this data, the real-time data, the historical data, the time series, which is all is necessary to have really a good predictive modeling. And I want Leah to jump in and try to describe the work that Corica have been doing in providing the data to Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI, so that we have this really wonderful system with us at this time. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hamam, for the question. So Yeah, the challenge to create such a really wonderful dashboard is data collection. So we need the data from various sources, and of course, this data cannot be collected without the collaboration between many stakeholders here. And yeah, this Corica helped to accelerating the implementation of AI by collaboration between many stakeholders.
Okay. So currently we are getting this data from the perspective of weather, the climate, and also from the malaria system which is available at the Ministry of Health. And certainly we want to have some more data also from the Ministry of Environment, especially in terms of the climate change, which will also expand the system furthermore. So I think this is something that we all want to work together. And as Kelly have said earlier, that a lot of attentions are being put into this work, and we try to collaborate even further. So perhaps I would like to invite Bapak Ibu, all the ladies and gentlemen with us today at these sessions at the Indonesia Pavilion. If you have any question, I have the opportunity to open the question to the floor. If you have any question, please raise your hand, and please state your name and where you are coming from, and we will be happy to address your questions. Really, yes.
No, thank you very much for this very informative and cutting edge work that is being done.
Yes.
And
yeah, sorry, sorry,
yeah.
sir.
And my name is Mihir Bhatt,
Mihir, okay.
and
Mr.
I
Mihir.
work in India with All India Disaster Mitigation Institute.
Right.
And I've had a great pleasure to work in Indonesia after the tsunami,
Okay.
mainly Aceh, but also far beyond that.
Yeah.
So the progress that Indonesia has made in integrating disaster risk and climate risk, especially in the health area, is remarkable. So I want to congratulate on that. And this is not only progress, but is actually on the frontier of what is being done globally. So again, congratulations on that. I missed one of the sessions. I had a call, but by and large, all the presentations, I had the same question and anybody could ask.
Sure.
And that is that what happens to the data that goes in for AI to generate the results in terms of the ownership of the data? Is it public ownership? Is it private? Is it in the commons? Is it one? And therefore the sub-question to that is that how do you build capacity of all the stakeholders, including those who are affected by the climate change, to have access to data and ownership of the data?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for very important questions, because a lot of us are really curious about how you make this data available, right, to the system. Just mentioned by Leah that we did the data collection, and I think that is one of the, it can give you a big opportunity, but also it's a big challenge, especially if this data coming from the ministry, whether it is public data, whether we do the aggregation of this data, or is it private? Are we taking the data and keep it, or are we just borrowing the data? I will, distribute these questions, the answer to all of the panelists actually to respond to that. But let me start with Dr. Hosti. Yes.
I think this question is more for Dr. Leah, because she's the one that we are putting a lot of pressure on her, because it's our focal point through Corica team to collect data from different stakeholders. But you're right, this question is very, very sensitive question, because data ownership is especially in the healthcare data is, each country is protective, and we understand this. But our approach is all the developer tool will be deployed at Corica in Indonesia, so the data physically will be based there.
Yes,
So
yes.
the data, we have different input of data. So the malaria data is used to train the system, develop the machine learning algorithm to be able to predict cases based on weather data. So this is used for the training, but later on, we use the data only for validation of our algorithms.
Yeah.
We have a different, we have a second aspect of our research in the microscopy as well. It's not presented here, but we are collecting microscopy data and see how we can use AI and advanced computer vision technology to improve detection, classification of malaria cases based on electronic microscopy. Maybe Leah can have more.
Please add to that question.
Okay, thank you very much for
answer.
the question. Yeah, so we have a lot of data here, the various of data coming from the various sources. For example, the data about the malaria cases, of course, from the Ministry of Health. And it's not the public data, of course, it's from the Ministry of Health. And we have the agreement about the data, so we just consume the data and build the prediction. And then the other data like the population and also the mobility is come from the BPS Statistic Indonesia. We can access them from the website, and also the weather coming from the BMKG. We can also access the data from their website. Yeah, actually the data that have the ownership in the ministry, we can keep it private. In that case, and the data coming from public, of course, we can also get freely from the website and other. Like,
Right.
Thank you.
So there is some non-disclosure agreement for getting this privately data, but most of the data is public data, which is being published by the ministry and related agencies. So that should be, we are in the stage where we actually, for an AI system, we just need to borrow the data, and it is sitting right on the premise of each ministry and agencies. So there is no action of getting this data, copying this data, and then putting it in some other places. And this should be getting the data governance that we need to have in working up our predictive modelings and many other forecasting system that we want to do. And I think that is shared by Malaria No More and many others organizations in order to do this. Do you want to add to that, Kelly?
No, I think we touched on the critical points there. Primarily, these systems hopefully rely first and foremost on publicly available data, so the ownership issue isn't as critical. The healthcare data is where we have traditional challenges,
Right.
and and I love what you just said, Dr. Hammam, about we're borrowing the data and leaving it there.
Right.
So training the systems using the data and validating, but not exporting the
Exporting
data, not
data.
using the data for
Right.
for other purposes. So I think
Right.
I'm confident that most of the issues can be addressed that way. But that is one of the sort of most familiar challenges in working across sectors too.
Sure, sure.
So it's important that we're talking about these issues and hopefully can get better at formalizing, documenting best practices and be able to share that with other countries so that not become a barrier to creating these multi-sectoral predictive models, because that's the key.
Right.
This is really this enormous asset that we are, Dr. Kaushik said, to realize the enormous capacity of this big data and the predictive knowledge that it can provide
Right.
to make intelligent health systems. So,
Yeah,
great.
Thank you. Yeah. Just a quick one point for you, Ardasena, on this data.
Yeah, we are certainly in a position to support all weather and climate data are in principle is public good.
Yeah.
So as well as
Sure.
the forecast data,
Thank you.
historical data is as well. So
All right. Thank you. I think likewise for Dr. Imran here, the health data is provided by Ministry of Health. Is certainly a public data that can be used, and it is part of the malaria system that is Dr. Imran was organizing and governing this data toward the use of. We have just 0 minutes actually. So I would like to have this few seconds to give you the concluding thoughts on these sessions. The impacts of climate change on the climate-sensitive infectious disease are a serious threat to the global health, and we need to take urgent action to address this challenge. We need to develop and implement effective strategies to prevent and control CSIDs, the climate-sensitive infectious disease, and the neglected tropical disease, the communicable disease, and we need to build a resilient health system that are capable of responding to the impacts of climate change. So with that, I would like to thank all the panelists here, Ibu Ami from the Ministry of Environment, Kelly from Malaria No More, Dr. Hosni from Muhammad bin Zayed University, Dr. Adrasena from BMKG, Leah all appearing at the Indonesia Pavilion, and certainly all our partners joining us online, Dr. Imran Pabudi from Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, as well as Dr. Kausik Sakar, one of the initiator of the Climate Smart Indonesia. With that, I thank you, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Pak Riza, and to all the speakers, to show our great appreciation, we have a special merchandise which will be handed over by Pak Indra Kusuma from Korika. So would you all please stand up? Because after we are going to have another photo session together. So we would like to thank you all for sharing your expertise in adaptation mechanism, may it be sharing data or AI in response to strengthen Indonesia's health sector and also our readiness against the climate-driven threat. Thank you once again. And thank you to all the participants for your active involvement. Unfortunately, due to time constraint, we can only facilitate one question from the floor. But nonetheless, we really thank you for your presence. It means a lot to us. Okay, we're going to have a quick break for 10 minutes. I guess we'll see you again at 10:30. Thank you. Makasih Pak Indra.
Ini aku kirim lagi ya, ini yang terbaru untuk B4. Bener, pagi-pagi aku mau ambil pin. Sorry, ini dulu deh. Aku udah kirim ya. Kirim apa lagi nih? Enggak, tadi kemarin aja. Pokoknya yang The latest one, the latest one.
Ya, jadi kan langsung opening sebentar, break konteks judul, tiga kalimat, Mbak. Habis itu langsung invite Prof. Gusti kan?
Iya, iya, iya. Invite Prof. Gusti, nanti Prof. Gusti.
Good morning. Good morning, our dear guests, honorable participants. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Hope you all have a good time while staying in Dubai. Okay, on this second session, I'll start with a brief context so all of you could have an idea what we're going to discuss today. So more than a decade ago, the West Kalimantan provincial government, Indonesia, has formulated regional policies, strategies, and action plans, as well as implemented various programs and activities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, preventing deforestation and forest degradation, and sustainable land-based business management. But these efforts will be even better if provincial government receive support from other parties and from various sectors. So this session, we will explore the approach to support provincial government in order to achieve zero emissions in the forestry sector. So to lead the session, I kindly invite our moderator. He's the expert in forest management science from Tanjung Pura University. Please welcome Professor Gusti Hardiansyah.
Thank you. Thank you, Master Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Gusti Hardiansyah. My name is Gusti Hardiansyah, professor from University of Tanjung Pura. Today, I'm going to lead as a moderator this session. Here, we are at COP28. We hear many discussion on how to come with solution to the challenges faced in addressing climate change. And this session will do the same. We'll share and discuss in particular West Kalimantan challenges and what role can we play in providing solution that may become inspiration to others, especially subnational governments. We will first hear a message from our governor and acting governor, Dr. Harrison from West Kalimantan. And then we will presentation from distinguished speakers. Let me call first Ms. Yeni Sharif from West Kalimantan, Environmental and Forestry Agency. Please step in front. And then Mr. Wandoyo Siswanto from GIZ. Please. And then Mr. Kerry Tikaolu from PT Kandalia Alam, private company. The last but not least is Professor Dadan Daihani Umar from the Defense University of the Republic Indonesia. Please, sir. Make a big applause to all our distinguished speakers. The acting governor cannot be present here with us due to conflicting schedule. Thus, he's sending us his message in a video. So please, we will hear and show the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Saya Dr. Harrison MKes, penjabat Gubernur Provinsi Kalimantan Barat. Visi pembangunan Provinsi Kalimantan Barat adalah terwujudnya kesejahteraan masyarakat Kalimantan Barat melalui percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur dan perbaikan tata kelola pemerintahan. Fokus pada misi lingkungan hidup dan kehutanan, Provinsi Kalimantan Barat adalah berupaya secara optimal melalui perwujudan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup dan pembangunan kehutanan yang berkelanjutan dan berkeadilan, serta berupaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat Provinsi Kalimantan Barat. Terdapat beberapa strategi utama penyelenggaraan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup dan pembangunan kehutanan di Provinsi Kalimantan Barat yang antara lain: 1. Meningkatnya konservasi sumber daya alam dan ekosistem serta keanekaragaman hayati. 2. Meningkatnya mitigasi dampak perubahan iklim. Ketiga, meningkatnya pengelolaan dan pemanfaatan hutan secara lestari. Dalam upaya menghadapi perubahan iklim, khususnya dari pengelolaan lingkungan hidup dan kehutanan, komitmen pemerintah Provinsi Kalimantan Barat telah diwujudkan dalam penguatan kerangka regulasi dan kebijakan serta pelaksanaan program dan kegiatan, di antaranya penyusunan dokumen strategi rencana aksi penurunan emisi dari deforestasi dan degradasi hutan. Melalui Peraturan Daerah Nomor 6 Tahun 2008 tentang pengelolaan usaha berbasis lahan berkelanjutan, serta mendukung pencapaian nationally determined contribution di tingkat nasional. Dalam rangka mendukung Indonesia Forestry and other land use net sink 2030, pemerintah Provinsi Kalimantan Barat juga telah menyusun dokumen rencana kerja FOLU net sink 2030.
Okay, that is the introduction for message video from our governor. And now we go to the next presentation that will be delivered by Miss Yeni. Please, Ibu Yeni.
Thank you, Prof. Gusti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable speakers and participants of this meeting. First of all, I want to say Alhamdulillah, praise to be to Allah because of His blessings and kindness. We can meet today in this meeting. And allow me to substitute my head office because unfortunately he can attend this meeting and to present about the role of the West Kalimantan Provincial Government to support FOLU net sink 2030 and NDC targets. And I also want to say thank you to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry because giving West Kalimantan Province a full session today to show our commitment, our efforts, our challenges, and our strategies to support the FOLU net sink and NDC targets. Okay, maybe I just go to the slide with vision and mission. That we heard before that our acting governor said that our vision is to achieve of community welfare through an acceleration of infrastructure development and implementation of good governance. And to achieve these visions, there are 6 missions. And the mission that related to environment and forestry sector is number 4, to realize community welfare, and number 6, to realize the sustainable development. And the indicator to know how can we achieve the vision is by the economic growth and also the environment index quality. Next slide, please. Okay, I also want to tell you about West Kalimantan. West Kalimantan is a big area in Indonesia and the second biggest province in Indonesia with the area about 14.7 million hectares. And the economic growth now is about 5.07 in 2022. And also about the GDP, we are still depending on land-based sector, especially on forestry, agriculture, and fisheries. And also, West Kalimantan have 26.9% of its area is protected and conservation area for forest. Now, for emission contribution, FOLU sector is still the #1 dominant factor, especially in forestry and peatland. Next slide, please. When we talk about FOLU sector data, I can say that now forest cover in West Kalimantan is about 5.5 million hectares, and Kalimantan is the 5th province in terms of largest natural forest cover in Indonesia. And also we have a significant biodiversity and mangrove forest, peatland, and also contains of almost 43% of the tropical forest carbon stock in Indonesia. And the rate of deforestation is now about 69,000 hectares per year, and forest degradation is about 11,000 hectares per year. Okay. We can move to next presentation. And about the FOLU and also the reduction in emission from deforestation and forest degradation. Since 2012, Governor of West Kalimantan has been created and strengthened regional policies and regulation and implementing programs and activities to reduce GHG emission. And we also have decided the target to reduce emission for 60% by 2030. And in FOLU we have developed a document for action plan in FOLU in subnational, and there are 12 operational plans to be implemented in 7.6 million hectares. And also, if we talk about the GHG emission from the FOLU we can say that we can contribute about 12% of national contribution assumption, 4.23 tons CO2 equivalent per capita. Okay, next. This is what we want to say about what have been done from 2012 until now. So since 2012, we developed REDD Plus Task Force, and from that, we continue to develop some of the documents, strategies, policies, regulation about the REDD Plus, how to reduce emission reduction, and with what my acting governor said that we develop strategic and action plan of REDD in 2013, and also we have a FREL document, Forest Reference Efficient Emission Level document in 2016, and now we also enhancing our make a new version of forest reference emission level in 2016, and we also have a monitoring report about the emission. And talking about the regulation, we have developed number 6 regional regulation number 6 2018 that we mandate the concession to allocate 7% of their concession to be a conservation area, and we still continue to implement that until now. And realize that we need a fund to achieve the target. Now, from 2019, we try to propose concept note to Green Climate Fund, and Alhamdulillah, they accept our concept note, and now we are still continue to develop a proposal until 2030. Hope in the end of this year or maybe the beginning of the 2024, we can submit the proposal to the Green Climate Fund Secretariat. Next. Although we have done all the effort strategies and try to achieve the target, but still in the based on subnational allocated baseline, West Kalimantan still no emission reduction performance. The calculation is to 2013 until 2017. So this is why that we have to increase our efforts, maybe evaluate our strategies, and also try to collaborate with more parties, more sectors to together achieve the emission reduction. Next. This is what we want to say about our challenges in West Kalimantan. There are 7 challenges. First is socio-political economic disruption at the regional and national levels that can affect emission reduction commitment by 60%. And then disharmonized regulation and insufficient institutional capacity, and also inadequate funding to finance mitigation and adaptation action at the jurisdictional and field level. And the other challenges in insufficient capacity of provinces to access funding source from international, private sector, or carbon exchange, etc. The role of the private sector in reducing deforestation is still not optimal. That's why there are Candelia here to show you how we can also collaborate with the private sector. And also multi-business forestry and sustainable forest and land management are still difficult to implement at the state level because there are no clear incentives. Okay. And this is, I think, what we can say about the role of provincial government and what will be next. Will we next done? No, before? Yeah. First, our role is facilitating the improvement of coordination and engagement of key stakeholders, government, private companies, NGOs, universities, media, and communities at provincial, district, and field levels to detail current condition and develop concrete action plans. The second, how we can align initiatives implemented at the field level with West Kalimantan's GHG emission reduction policy. And the third is to harmonize provincial, district, and location regulation to strengthen mitigation action at the field level. And the fourth, facilitating and supervising stakeholders in strengthening mitigation and adaptation action at the site level. And the last is strengthening knowledge management at the university level to support the implementation of FOLU Net Sink 2030. And I also want to add a little bit, Prof. Gusti, I forgot to say that when we propose our concept note, there are many help from GIZ. And maybe after that, GIZ will be explain about that. Thank you about the time, and I give it back to you.
Thank you, Bu Yani. Please give applause to Bu Yani. Yeah, I think that's the brief information from West Kalimantan Province. Now we go to the second distinguished speaker, Pak Wandoyo. Your time, please, Pak.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Professor Gusti. Excellencies, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. This time it is me in representing GIZ for West Kalimantan would like to present the experience. So I think this is still ongoing experience about the activities that we prepared here in West Kalimantan. It is the GCF proposal, yeah, proposal. And first of all, I would like to, well, let you know about what is GIZ and who is GIZ. GIZ is a German corporation who is implementing all German cooperation all over the world. One of it is also in Indonesia and in West Kalimantan. In West Kalimantan, we start the support in West Kalimantan starting in 2019. Actually, it is back after the Bali COP. After the Bali COP, there's two international cooperation that emerged that time. One is from UK and one is from Germany. And the Germans form in a kind of project. The cooperation project. There are two kind. One first is technical cooperations. It's implementing by GIZ, and the second is financial cooperation implementing by KFW. So we are continue from 2009, yeah, and 2012 we have the project. Then until now, we are transforming from supporting the provincial government in forest governance, sustainable forest management, and also capacity development, now transform into supporting the West Kalimantan government to propose or to form a proposal for the GCF. It is a call proposal, yeah. It is a call proposal that proposed by the provincial government through the NDA, and the NDA married the province, West Kalimantan province, with the GIZ as accredited entity. Because GIZ is a medium as accredited entity, they are for the medium project. So after the merit, we try to get the support from both national government and also provincial government. And then what is lesson learned? The lesson learned is why we start with jurisdictional approach. Because this is the one and only jurisdictional approach in Indonesia that we will count all of the province, not only part of the project or the project area, but also all of the province, and there will be a jurisdictional approach. And then also what we may learn later on, it is a funding mechanism. The funding mechanism, how is the funding from the international can be touched down to the ground at the community level. So it is also, there are many lessons learned that will be implemented in that. The other thing, it is also robust monitoring system. It is essential at the sub-national level because there are many projects, many activities, many cooperations at the site level, but not coordinated nicely by the province government, and also the project is, some of it is also come directly from the national. So some activities cannot be cannot be integrated to other activities, but similar activities in different areas. Whenever we have this project, hopefully later on we can coordinate all of the activities, all the project in achieving the target of the province and also in supporting the national level target. Other thing, it is multi-stakeholder platform. The multi-stakeholder is not only the project activities, but also the community. That later on the example on how the partnership, community partners will be will be shown by Candelia, because this is the key. How the people involved in mitigation and also adaptation, not only the project, because if it is the project will end, and all activities will also end. So this is the other problem. And why GIZ choose West Kalimantan? Because beside that, we are already worked there since 2009, 2009, and start the project in 2019. And West Kalimantan is one of the province that's already prepared all of the document, all of the policy, policy at the province level, who support the mitigation and adaptation of the climate change. So what is the project idea? So the project idea is in 2019 we launched the call of proposal for Green Climate Fund. So 2019 there's a starting kind of call of proposal. So it is different from those of RBPs. The RBPs is just the activities that already taken, already conducted in the province, and then counted by the national. Then we got the RBPs. But this one is different. This is start from the scratch. Start from the scratch. The activities is we compose the activities and also with the readiness that already achieved by West Kalimantan province. Then we try to submit the proposal. Then it is from 2019 and now 2023 is 4 years long, 4 years long. We almost finished with the proposal and also feasibility study that will be submitted soon, maybe this month to the GCF for the announcement of the project later on. So the key message is West Kalimantan concept note was proposed based on call proposal with the NDA. Other thing is proposed under the program of project funding. The project funding is funding the project from the GCF, and then West Kalimantan it is also selected by the NDA Indonesia because of the proposal, the concept note that previously mentioned by Yeni. Then we start to send it there. Okay, the international funding implemented through GIZ as accredited entity. Because GIZ is not only later on become accredited entity, but also implementing entity. Other thing is the project outcomes. There will be three main. One is institutional and regulatory frameworks. The second is the vulnerable local communities climate resilience. So climate resilience, and then we hope that later on, it's not us, not the government, not the company, but the people. So the people will also do the mitigate and also adapt to the climate change. And then management protection and rehabilitation, including the forest and also the peatland ecosystem. There's three components. The three components you may later on also learn or read from the presentation. First is the institutional regulatory framework. It is first is about the safeguard, strengthen the institutional framework. The second is the land use plan, how to have the West Kalimantan in a province level have the land use plan that not only thinking about the forest or forest land, but also beyond that. Component 2, it is about the local communities, traditional and local communities that also will be later on. We can also learn from Candelia, how they implement the activities. And then the third component is about the management, protection, rehabilitation on the forest and peatland ecosystem. So this is the stakeholder collaboration. Yeah, stakeholder collaboration is strong NDA support. The second is built on the previous experience and collaboration, because we have quite long experience in West Kalimantan and also in other provinces, and we bring it to support the activities in West Kalimantan. And then it is the project design at a glance, is the project, what is project objective, and then the location, the window is climate mitigation, adaptation, enabling condition. So hopefully after the project, other West Kalimantan can also implement and continue this, because this is not the not only the project with the what the project time period. So the mitigation impacts you can also later on read from the presentation. The most important is the key challenge. First is the political commitment. So what we need is there's quite strong political commitment, not only at the province level, but also at the national level. So the national level, how the national level can also make this possible, possible, and then inline it. That's not right now not truly reflected at the regional. So what the regional wants to do this, but the problem is that the national national policies not allowed to do this. The extent of, the second is about the funding. Yeah, mitigation and adaptation activities on the ground is lack of funding. And then, for example, for the FOLU netting activities, activities at the province level, the problem is that how to get the fund from the national and the local and the subnational and the local. So other thing is no robust system existed at the province level to aggregate the achievement. That is also related to the different project implemented at the province level, the difference, and then how they could also communicate among the project, among the implementation from different agencies. The thing it is about the project interest not fully aligned with the greenhouse gas emission reduction policies at the jurisdiction level. As such, funding sources not equally distributed. So this is the target, and this is the funding available. So there's a kind of it's the difference. What we will do and what we are going to do, and the funding available. Not only funding, but also expertise. Other thing, it is the existing multi-stakeholder forum platforms are facing challenge, the authority barriers, because the forum, because they are not they are the forum, they are not institutional. So there's some conflicting, yeah. Sometimes it's conflicting with the target of the institutions. Other is still private sector involvement is lacking. Hopefully later on with this project, the private sectors can also do and have significant roles in doing mitigation and adapting the climate change. Of course, this is also need policy not only at the national level but also at the sub-national level, and how to implement together. So I think that's all. There are still some challenges that we need to overcome later on. But the problem is that the willingness of us to work together is the more important above all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get a big applause for Mandoyo. I know you have some question, but please hold on. We'll finish the third speaker. Please, Mr. Kerry.
Morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, Bu Yeni Pan, for complimenting Candela Alam as a private sector. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be among such esteemed experts. As most junior member here, still on a learning curve, I'm eager to offer my evolving perspective. So I'm speaking on behalf of Candelia Alam, which is a project that we run together with a group of enthusiasts. But before I start, I just wanted to share my own personal experience on this journey, which I think mirrors the whole society shift. Initially, I was just a casual observer in the realm of sustainability and environment. Not quite a skeptic, but not a firm believer. But however, becoming passionate about the role of Indonesia's mangrove has been really enlightening, which I hope I can share that perspective with all of you here today. And this narrative, I believe, is what resonates with many of us here. We want to know more where we can go together and what we can do together. And I understand that the importance of this movement is well known to this audience knowledgeable here, so that I won't bore you with a lot of technical details, but I would rather maybe share you some of our first-hand experiences as a private sector enabler with Candelia Alam, and thanks to the support from the government and NGOs, and how we actually collaborate into making this happen. Because like what is mentioned before, this is a collective effort. We have to do this together. So I think to start, I'm gonna share a little bit of what is our pragmatic and practical approach. And to begin with, maybe we wanna share a 2-minute video about our mangrove forests in West Kalimantan before I further explain why mangrove is a critical part of this.
Selamat datang di pesisir bentangan hutan bakau pada garis khatulistiwa. Hamparan luas paru-paru bumi yang menjadi sumber kehidupan bagi kita semua. Bersama kalian, kami terus berusaha dalam menciptakan sinergi dengan semangat kolaboratif. Memberi semangat menuju arah yang lebih baik. Melalui aksi nyata, kami telah menjalankan misi ini untuk mereka yang menggapai harapan di hutan bakau Candelia Alam. Namun, ini bukan hanya sekedar gagasan tentang menjaga dan melindungi, tetapi upaya bersama dalam membangun masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Memberi kami kesempatan untuk melestarikan warisan alam. Berperan aktif menciptakan harmoni dan memberi perubahan yang menjadi manfaat bagi masyarakat. Meskipun tantangan di depan menanti, kami terus merakit tekad dengan sepenuh hati. Bermitra bersama masyarakat dalam mengoptimalkan potensi sumber daya alam sebagai pendorong kualitas hidup yang lebih baik. Kami percaya bahwa kita adalah bagian dari gerakan untuk merawat hutan bakau dan keanekaragaman hayati di dalamnya. Menanam kembali pohon bakau untuk memupuk ruang tumbuh yang syarat akan kebaikan. Mewujudkan Indonesia sebagai pusat penyerapan jejak karbon dunia. Mari berkolaborasi dalam menciptakan kelestarian ekosistem hutan bakau untuk bumi, juga rumah kita. Sekarang.
Okay, so thank you. So the three things, hello? Yeah. The three things I want to highlight from that video is our sustainability, our biodiversity, and most importantly, our people, the community, right? These are the three factors that we are focused on. And to give you a bigger picture, we as Indonesia, we believe that we should play a pivotal role in this green movement. And mangroves being the number one, Indonesia have the biggest mangrove in the world. We are number one in the world, so we have to highlight this part. So let me go through over our slide to see, to tell you what are the advantages of mangroves. So Candelia Alam is an 18,000 hectare in West Kalimantan. It has multi-ethnicity, multi-religion that work cohesively together. And there are 5 factors why mangroves are important. Number 1, mangrove is a very crucial carbon sink. And the easiest way to understand this is that when you want to remove carbon dioxide, the easiest way is to plant more trees. And the trees and the leaves through photosynthesis will absorb more carbon dioxide. Now, mangroves as a saltwater plant, relative to other dryland leaves, when the leaves at dryland, they fall to the ground and they decompose, they release some of the carbon back to the atmosphere. So, comparison to mangrove, we capture the carbon on the roots under the water of the mangroves. So the carbon storage quality is definitely higher based on that fact. And number 2, mangroves act as a coastal defense against impact of climate change. So by nature, it's a saltwater plant. And because of the behavior, they thrive on coastal lines where it acts as a natural barriers to potential strong waves or tsunami. So the bioeconomic reasons there is clear. So number 3, the unique germination process of its environment. And number 4, which is very clear in Candelia, is a habitat to diverse biodiversity. So what does that mean? Mangroves have roots deep under the water, where a lot of school of fish likes to nest and likes to breed, and a lot of mud crabs like to be there. And in return, that means a lot of the bigger fish likes to find food in these areas, which actually enables our fishermen in the area actually catch a lot more fish. So mangrove as an ecosystem plays a really important role in making sure that everybody benefits from it. And last but not least, mangroves nurture prosperity in economies and societies, like I mentioned from previous point. So next slide, please. So the importance, why we always involve community. So the way we approach our community is a bottom-up. We try to have a conversation with them. We ask them what is it that is needed and what is the most direct help that we can give them, right? Number 1, we want to promote social cohesion and empowerment. Number 2, local knowledge and traditional practice to enhance the efficacy of the strategy, fostering sense of ownership and responsibility. Now, number 3 is very important because a lot of this project will only happen if everybody involved believes in it. You know, there's no separation between the two. The forest, the community, and us as a private sector and the government, we all have to contribute in many ways to make this happen. And the local communities has to be closely attuned to environmental changes. And they, as the local community, they have to see the immediate positive impact by us being there, or they won't believe it. So we have to act according to what we know that will be best for the community too. And number 5 is the catalyst for stable source of livelihood. So in this last point, I wanna share a story on one of our fishermen that catches crabs. So when they catch the mud crabs, they catch every size of mud crabs. They catch the small baby mud crabs. They also catch the bigger ones. And these are all different values. So what we did with our community is that we introduced them what we call the crab balls. It's the shape of a ball where these fishermen could separate the smaller crabs inside these balls, because if they weren't separated, most of the time they will attack each other crabs when they were accumulated together, and they won't grow. Before they grew to a certain size, they would end up pretty much attacking each other. So this segregation through our crab ball actually enable the same fisherman that catches the mud crab on a monthly basis to earn, per se, I think around $40. Through this advancement, they actually now earn 7 times more, to around 250 to 300 USD. Same catches, same time, same days, just through different application. So these are what we think the most practical way we could educate people, right? Immediately, we want to enhance their daily life. Make it clear, make it easy, make it apparent that we are here for good. And that's the message that we want to do. And let's go next. So the lessons that we all here learn at Candelaria Alam, that empowering communities are crucial. Community-centric mangrove management is an economic independence. And why we love mangrove, because mangrove, like we mentioned earlier, enables us to teach people to thrive from non-timber products. Previously, because of the lack of awareness, lack of information, most of the community only understand that the livelihood is by cutting trees. The biggest threat would be cutting trees, illegal logging, and mangrove serves as the best ecosystem to teach them that there's a lot more. There's a lot more value that can be found than just focusing on timber products. And that's what we're trying to do here. We play an important role to teach them there are many non-timber forest products. So at Candelaria Alam, to close this thoughts is that we want to be an example from West Kalimantan as a private sector. Hopefully, we could be an example that conservation and restoration effort is a commitment. A lot of people say that private sector should just invest, But I want to close that everybody here should not just invest, but should also commit. It's a commitment. And a lot of this is because nature is not perfect, and we have to commit to fulfill this movement. And I want to quote from a speaker I listened yesterday on another panel, is that whenever we do this, we have to be careful, especially with the community, because the trust level on this community is very fragile. If we want to invest and we want to commit, we don't want to come in and then stop in the middle of it because the world changed. Imagine what happened to these people that comes along and trusts that you will make their livelihood better. And then suddenly we pull it under the rug and we stop doing what we promised them. There's only so much chance that we can make a change and have them trust us, because once we stop doing this, and the fishermen, the people involved, the indigenous people, the community, we lie to them. We don't commit. the next person that wants to make a change will be impossible to make this change. So it's important to understand that if you want to invest, you invest, but this is not just an investment, it's a commitment. So we are thankful for the support that the provincial government is giving us and the national government and NGOs. We hope this collaboration continues because we need your commitment to us too, that we want to do this and make this a better place. Right? Okay, so that's all from me.
Thank you. Like applause for Teru. I think this is what we see in the banner. You see, action build hope, action build trust, and action build action. Thank you, Teru. Next, we are the last speakers from Professor Dana Umar. Please.
Hello. Yeah, yeah. Can I have some pointers directly? Thank you very much. Good morning. Yeah, already. Thank you very much. It is very honor for me to be here. It is in the precious and the beautiful day, so we aware to maintain our planet. Okay. So I'm come from National Resilience Institute. One of the key strategic issues in how to strengthening the national resilience, it is to keep our planet and to decrease or to maintain the climate. The implementation of fundamental national consensus in managing natural resources of climate resilience, it is our topic. And yes, I would like to answer directly to my friend the commitment. Commitment is very important. So the first I would like to say to all of you that Indonesia is very committed with this climate change and also the environment. Second, we would like also to reminding, for instance, the challenge of and then the national strategic in line with the West Kalimantan, etc. Before we are going about speaking about the topic, the climate change, for those who knows Indonesia, I would like to remind that Indonesia is one of the biggest archipelagic country. We have an island is more than 17,000 island, and also the population is big population. And it is Kalimantan, it is of course West Kalimantan, is it located in the West Kalimantan. It's one of the biggest also province in the Kalimantan. And the Kalimantan has important role to the potential for controlling the climate, but also will be impacted by the climate change if it is. I would like to show you to those on Indonesian that Indonesia is very multi-ethnic country, around 931 ethnic groups there, and also around 731 the different dialect. For instance, if the Kalimantan speak with Kalimantan languages, maybe I am not understand very much because I'm coming from the West Java, Sundanese, etc. But the most important thing is here. This is a beautiful Dayak tribe from West Kalimantan. And also, cheerfulness and happiness was expressed from daily life in West Kalimantan. So the question is, can we keep this beautiful country if we are not aware with the climate change, etc.? So climate change or the rise of our temperature, it is due to our bad behavior, bad habit. We exploit natural resources without seeing the futures. So the result is the disasters. And then the impact of the climate change, of course, natural disasters, and also the crisis, food crisis, natural resources crisis, etc. And I want to say in Indonesia, there is a song. In Bahasa, we said, Anda yang memulai, Anda yang mengakhiri. If I try to translate, it is, you are the one who start, so you are one who should finish our bad behavior. This is our commitment, because we realize we have to keep our planet, at Indonesia since the Paris Agreement. Bapak Presiden, Mr. Jokowi is already, it is committed, we have to work together to maintain and to control the climate, the temperature, the rising temperature. So the Indonesia is, of course, we are now, has ratified the Paris Agreement, and today we launch also what we called the LCCP scenario, low carbon compatible with Paris Agreement. Here, for instance, our mitigation roadmap, and we can, we have the documents complete in national policy, from the emission reduction, establishment of plantation forests, sustainable forest management, forest rehabilitation, also peatland management. That's one of the projects in West Kalimantan. What is our challenge? It is we would like to remind, firstly, don't use the fuel energy so much. It means reducing fossil energy use. In the big city, such as in Jakarta and a lot of cities, it is very traffic jam, and this use the fossil energy for nothing. And another, we have also to remaining the maintaining nature conservation, and also we have to controlling electricity usage. This will be raise also the temperatures, and then of course controlling waste. A lot of region has, last day we speak when we discuss about the impact of the waste plastic, etc. But it is very good because we are now can recycling, for instance, with the principle of economic circular, etc. So what is a significant effort? In our national policy, we called what we said RIIRR. Reduce, increase, increase, reduce, and the last but not least, it is very important, is law enforcement. Because sometimes our program, our effort, it is not success because we are not implement the law enforcement correctly. So the first reduce, we have to reduce emission from deforestation, deforestation and forest degradation. But we have to increase the carbon sequestration capacity, etc. We have also to increase the carbon sequestration in land system by maintaining the use of unproductive or low, etc. But we have to reduce also the emission from fires, peat, etc. And last but not least, as I said, it is law enforcement. It is very important because sometimes we cannot control our bad behavior without law enforcement. We believe, I think, for the conclusion, to control, to maintain, or to save our Earth, our planet, we cannot do alone. So we have to work together. Togetherness can save the world. Hand in hand, here, I think hand in hand between all of the people in the planet, we have worked together. Related with the Kalimantan, I think it is in line with our policy in the national policy. As I said before, as mentioned with all of the speakers, West Kalimantan is very rich in forest area, around 57% of the total area of West Kalimantan. But also, in another hand, it will be impacted if we are not aware to conserve our forest, etc. So West Kalimantan is a very important role in reducing the rise in temperatures, but also if we are not keeping all of the behaviors, it will be potentially damage for the Kalimantan. So I think in Kalimantan we implement 12 regional work plan for West. I think it is, to confirm, firstly, prevention of deforestation on mineral land. Secondly, prevention of deforestation on peatland. Prevention of concession deforestation, development of plantation forests, enhanced natural regeneration, application of reduced impact of lodging carbon, and also increasing carbon stock by rotation, increasing non-rotational, peat water management also, last but not least, mangrove management as presented by my friend from Adelia. Adelia. Okay, this policy hopefully will to contribute and in line with the national policy. Last but not least, moving toward our futures, it is our strategic. Briefly, we have 7 strategy in national level for achieving net sink in 2030. Firstly, forest area settlement, social forestry, multi-business of forestry scheme, forestry planning, termination, new business issuance of primary forest and peatland, development of the Environment Fund Service Agency. It is funding, it is very important. And last but not least is strengthening supervision and law enforcement. Again, law enforcement, it is very important to control our all activities. Last presentation, let's save the world for a better life in the future. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you. We have already listened all the speakers done. Now I would like to open, maybe we have like around like 3 minutes here. 2 question. Okay, one more. Okay, both, please.
Which one first? This?
Sorry. Mention your name, yeah?
Okay, my name is Maobuye Nangeobu. I'm from Nigeria. I'm very much interested in what the young man there talked about. I'm from the part of Nigeria that is full of mangroves, the Niger Delta, and all of the greenhouse gas emissions that come from Nigeria is from where I come from. And we're full of mangroves. So I like the technology you deployed. I like your style. I don't know, maybe I'm very much interested in what you said, so probably how to replicate that back home where I come from. So I'd like to say kudos and thumbs up to what you guys do, and I think it's something we can also exchange. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, maybe the next second question. Second question more, yeah. Ibu, silakan.
Thank you very much. I'm very knowledgeable about what you have been presented. I'm Muna from Sudan,
Your
University
name,
of Khartoum.
Your name?
Muna, yes. I'm just having several questions for some of you. Concerning degradation, what are the root causes these people are degrading this forest? And how do you address this for people in converting not of cutting trees? Is there any sort of incentives you are providing these people to convert not from cutting trees for certain purposes? The other thing is the GIZ, the German working with you in protecting forests. I just want to know, they've been involved as accrediting entity, but now they also being involved as implementing. What is the role? Are they sort of training your people, or are they true implementer? And these people living in the forest, do they own this forest, or is it government ownership? The other thing is about the rest of the country. If you are this forest you are protecting as carbon sink, what about the rest of the country? Because you are also you have this NDC commitment in reducing greenhouse gases for the whole country. The mangrove, we also have a mangrove in the Red Sea, but a lot of degradation because browsing, we have browsing camels. I also want to know about the trees itself. It has also useful products. You can The last thing is about involving private sectors because you have to offer some sort of bankable projects so that you can really involve them in partners in your
That is for, okay. First question for
Maybe I'll ask a bit. Hello?
Okay.
Hello? Maybe I'll answer 2 points and then I'll pass on. To the gentleman over there, we thank you for the compliment and we'd be happy to introduce to you what are the things that we're doing. But the underlying is, first of all, you have to preserve the mangrove forest first and add more trees by continue to plant. So that's the basis. And everything else comes from the ecosystem that relates to your question, madam. So how do you incentivize the people to stop cutting trees? Very simple. You just have to show them that their lives would be better if they stop cutting trees by showing the other ways they could earn money. For example, previously in our Candela Alam, people, women were cutting trees so that they could sell the trees for fire. Now we ask them to stop the trees and fish more fish, and we also provide like a cook stove, right? Like a hot stove thing, where they could actually produce more non-timber products, like I mentioned, by you enabling them catching more crabs, cultivating the crabs, and they could actually earn a lot more. So there's no, that is the only way you could show them that there is a better life, right? You have to enable them, teach them that there are better ways than just cutting trees. Sorry? Oh, for the energy, right? So again, in our area, we slowly provide other incentive, like they were throwing trashes everywhere. They were littering. So we educate them that if you actually just collect everything in one area, and then we change that into a fertilizer and we decompose it, we could actually incentivize them. And that compost becomes a fertilizer for our future planting for our mangroves that goes into nurseries. So at the end of the day, it's all a loop, right? And that, at the end of the day, when they earn more money, they could actually have a better livelihood. So I think I'll answer those 2 points before I go about the governance role, about the forest and everything.
Ibu Yeni, please. Bu Yeni group. Second.
Okay, thank you, Madam, for the question. And we realize that our community is still more depend on cutting forests. So now we try to shifting their dependency from timber forest to non-timber forest. Now in West Kalimantan, there is a center of non-timber forest product. There there are how to increase the market for the community. So open the access for them to sell their product by the gallery, non-timber forest product gallery. And what Pak Wandoyo said, from our proposal to Green Climate Fund, there are some activities that we focus on the community that want to conserve their forests. Yeah. Okay, maybe Pak Wandoyo can.
Pak Wandoyo mau nambah, silakan monggo.
Okay, thank you. Just would like to add that how the people needs could not be neglected. So I think there's what we need to know is about their needs, not only money, not only material, but socially also and environmentally. So we will in our project later on, in the GCF project later on, we will alter that, and then let the community choose what they would like to in order to mitigate and also and also adapt to the climate change. And then cutting the timber is not prohibited, but it should be implemented under the scheme of sustainable forest management. So timber is still needed wherever. We still need the timber. So cutting the forest is increase their productivity also. Because if not being cut, the timber, the forest will not be produced. So it is that why it is important to implement the sustainable forest management. Other things about the accredited entity become the implementing entity. So the GIZ, as a part of the world community in the climate change and the GCF, they are one of the accredited entity for the medium and up management. Then, but GIZ also as an institution, they could also implement the project, the activities. That's why later on the project, in the form of project, GIZ will be part of the implementing entity. So it is not conflicting, actually. Yeah, not conflicting because this is seems the it is conflicting. Other thing is about the ownership. About the ownership is still the community is the owners the forest and also local government or provincial government own the activities, the project. And that's the key is sustainability. The sustainability is the continuations of the activities that will be implemented by the province and also by the government, by the community. So I think we also cope with or in line with the NDC target and also the FOLU netting or even NGE.
Okay, thank you. Sir, Joe, before I conclude, I would like to ask also our professor here. Maybe you want to mention one?
Okay. Yes, just only one statement that we implement what we call the social forestry. So we encourage all of the society to participate. It is take the benefits, but also keep the forest. Social forestry, about 30%. Nowadays, it is not just only for the private sector, but also for the society. That will be, we have to take the benefit, but we keep our forest. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now we come to the conclusion. As I wrote here, West Kalimantan has initiated the effort to address climate change for more than a decade. It is not easy, as we heard from our speakers, of the challenges faced, but we try to preserve. With a strong leadership and clear mission, as we heard from the acting governor, ambitious and consistent action plan by the government and tremendous support received from various stakeholders, NGOs especially, and then academia and private sectors. West Kalimantan continue to innovate and to coordinate, establishing policy, accessing international funding, and creating public-private platform to support in achieving our emission reduction target. I think that is the conclusion for today. Thank you for your participation, and please give applause to our distinguished speaker. Thank you.
Thank you all speakers for your inspiring stories, and in exchange for your valuable knowledge that you shared, we also have a special merchandise for you. Thank you for the young man Kerry for your reminder to the private, not just invest but commit. So finish what you start and realize what you promised. So let's support the implementation of carbon netting in the context of FOLU. And not to forget the involvement of the community, so we all work together in order to achieve the national target netting in 2030. Once again, let's give a huge round of applause for all the speakers as well as the moderator. And thank you also for your active involvement. We'll see you again in the next 10 minutes. Have a good break. Thank you.
atau dikenal dengan sebutan tegalan, tetapi juga merambah ke kawasan hutan yang umumnya secara ilegal dan cenderung mengubah tutupan hutan yang sebelumnya dikelola secara lestari oleh masyarakat, misalnya melalui budidaya tanaman kemiri. Di antara petani dompu yang sedang gandrung budidaya jagung secara monokultur, ternyata masih ada sosok petani yang tetap kukuh mempertahankan pola tanam agroforestry. Beliau adalah Pak Zainuddin. Pak Zainuddin adalah salah satu di antara sedikit petani yang memilih untuk membudidayakan tanaman kemiri di antara jenis pohon lainnya.
Nama saya Zainuddin, anggota kelompok tani hutan Jaya Manufi, Desa Kramagura, Kecamatan Dompu, Kabupaten Dompu, Nusa Tenggara Barat. Untuk yang pertama, tanaman ini kasihan Pak. Kalau memang saya tebang ini bagaimana? Hutan itu rusak, kayu itu mati, sumber mata air itu kering. Kemudian perasaan orang-orang di kota itu dihanyut, barang-barang dalam lemari, dan lain-lain. Karena gara-gara penebangan kayu di atas ini, seperti teman di kiri kanan ini. Semuanya karena ikut jagung, saya tidak mau. Waktu Menteri Kehutanan atas nama Hasrul Harab beritakan di TVRI itu, petani itu tidak bisa miskin karena menanam pohon sebesar jarum kecil bisa menghasilkan uang banyak. Itu yang pertama. Lalu yang kedua, tiada hari tanpa makan dan tiada hari tanpa tanaman. Akhirnya muncul pemikiran saya tahun 91. Oh harus beginilah saya. Saya kerjakan ini dalam kawasan hutan ini dengan menanam pohon kemiri. Karena saya melihat pohon induknya itu bagus buahnya, sehingga saya kembangkan sebanyak 50 pohon. Yang hidup sampai hari ini 37 pohon. Panen pertama, panen kedua bisa 5 kilo, panen ketiga bisa sampai 20 kilo. Sampai seumur lebih kurang saya tanam tahun 91 ini bisa menghasilkan ratusan kilo. Dari tahun 2019 kemarin, dari Dinas Kehutanan juga akan membantu memberikan bibit durian sebanyak 100 pohon. Dari tanaman itu dibantu lagi bibit jahe dari Dinas Kehutanan. Ada durian, ada rambutan, ada alpukat. Dari tahun 2019 sampai hari ini saya terima bibit itu setinggi sekitar 40 cm. Sekarang sudah mencapai 2 meter lebih. Berarti tambah bagus dan itu adalah kebanggaan bagi saya.
Tekanan terhadap keberadaan sumber daya hutan di Indonesia semakin meningkat seiring dengan pertambahan penduduk dan kebutuhan lahan pertanian. Hal ini menimbulkan banyak masalah seperti penurunan.
Welcome, dear guests, our honorable VIP. Welcome to Pavilion Indonesia. So before we proceed, I kindly invite you to please stir your attention to the big LED screen right in front of you.
Kembangan produksi jagung secara masif di kawasan ini tidak hanya terjadi di lahan-lahan milik masyarakat atau yang dikenal dengan sebutan tegalan, tetapi juga merambah ke kawasan hutan yang umumnya secara ilegal dan cenderung mengubah tutupan hutan yang sebelumnya dikelola secara lestari oleh masyarakat. Misalnya melalui tekanan terhadap keberadaan sumber daya hutan di Indonesia semakin meningkat seiring dengan pertambahan penduduk dan kebutuhan atas lahan-lahan pertanian. Hal ini menimbulkan banyak masalah, seperti penurunan kesuburan tanah, kekeringan, erosi, ancaman bagi industri ternak, banjir, dan bahkan memicu perubahan iklim. Kerusakan kawasan hutan di Kabupaten Dompu sangat luas. Perkembangan produksi jagung secara masif di kawasan ini tidak hanya terjadi di lahan-lahan milik masyarakat atau yang dikenal dengan sebutan tegalan, tetapi juga merambah ke kawasan hutan yang umumnya secara ilegal dan cenderung mengubah tutupan hutan yang sebelumnya dikelola secara lestari oleh masyarakat. Misalnya melalui budidaya tanaman kemiri. Di antara petani dompu yang sedang gandrung budidaya jagung secara monokultur, ternyata masih ada sosok petani yang tetap kukuh mempertahankan pola tanam agroforestry. Beliau adalah Pak Zainuddin. Pak Zainuddin adalah salah satu di antara sedikit petani yang memilih untuk membudidayakan tanaman kemiri di antara jenis pohon lainnya.
Nama saya Zainuddin, anggota kelompok tani hutan Jaya Manovi, Desa Kramabura, Kecamatan Dompu, Kabupaten Dompu, Nusa Tenggara Barat. Yang pertama, tanaman ini kasihan, Pak. Kalau memang saya tebang ini bagaimana? Hutan itu rusak, kayu itu mati, sumber mata air itu kering. Kemudian perasaan orang-orang di kota itu dihanyut, barang-barang dalam lemari, dan lain-lain, karena gara-gara penebangan kayu di atas ini seperti teman di kiri kanan ini. Semuanya karena ikut jagung, saya tidak mau. Waktu Menteri Kehutanan atas nama Hasrul Harab beritakan di TVRI itu, petani itu tidak bisa miskin karena menanam pohon sebesar jarum kecil bisa menghasilkan uang banyak. Itu yang pertama. Lalu yang kedua, tiada hari tanpa makan dan tiada hari tanpa tanaman. Akhirnya muncul pemikiran saya tahun 91. Oh, harus beginilah saya. Saya kerjakan ini dalam kawasan hutan ini dengan menanam pohon kemiri. Karena saya melihat pohon induknya itu bagus buahnya, sehingga saya kembangkan sebanyak 50 pohon. Yang hidup sampai hari ini 37 pohon. Panen pertama, panen kedua bisa 5 kilo, panen ketiga bisa sampai 20 kilo. Sampai seumur lebih kurang saya tanam tahun 91 ini bisa menghasilkan ratusan kilo. Dari tahun 2019 kemarin, dari Dinas Kehutanan juga akan membantu memberikan bibit durian sebanyak 100 pohon. Dari tanaman itu dibantu lagi bibit jahe dari Dinas Kehutanan. Ada durian, ada rambutan, ada alpoka. Dari tahun 2019 sampai hari ini, saya terima bibit itu setinggi sekitar 40 cm. Sekarang sudah mencapai 2 meter lebih. Berarti tambah bagus dan itu adalah kebanggaan bagi saya.
Okay, so the topic of our discussion today is how the social forestry is tackling climate change and also its best practices. So on this particular session, we will learn why social forestry become an important factor for Indonesia in an attempt to adapting and mitigating climate change and discovering what are the best practices in fostering sustainable forest management. So to start with, please join me in welcoming Bapak Zahrul Mutakin, who's going to lead the session. Pak Zahrul, it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Mona. Good morning. Sorry, it's already afternoon, I think, because we compete with the lunch time, isn't it? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see so many familiar and famous faces here. Thank you for coming. All the distinguished speakers here, Pak Dirjen PSKL, Pak Dirjen PHL, Pak Agus, Pak Bambang. We also see, wow, Ibu Frances Seymour. Welcome home, Ibu. I think the social forests will be your fit during your tenure in sea foresting. Yes, today we will discuss about how community contribute to the sustainable forest management that leads to mitigation and adaptation to climate change. As you already aware, the local people who live inside and surrounding forests, I think, are the main stakeholders in ensuring that good forest management works and emission can be reduced, of course. Therefore, I think sharing best practices of the community-based forest management will inspire others to do the same. But to begin with this session, I would like to invite Dr. Bambang Supriyanto, the Director General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to deliver his keynote speech. But before, I would like to read his short bio. Dr. Bambang is currently responsible for the Director General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, and he was highly educated and awarded PhD in Management of Land and Forestry and a Master of Degree in Forest Policy and Planning in the University of Gent, Belgium. He also obtained a bachelor degree from Faculty of Forestry, Bogor Agricultural University. So he is very, very experienced in terms of forestry as well as the social forestry. Pak Bambang, floor is yours, Pak.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished college participants, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I welcome you all, the eminent speaker from the Ministry of Forestry and Environment, UN-RED FAO, Astra International, from IBB University, and also I welcome all of the participants that are attending this talk show session, Community-Led Solution, how social forestry in tackling climate change and its best practices in Pavilion Indonesia COP28 Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, social forestry is a national program in Indonesia that is aiming to deliver rural development and poverty alleviation for the people living in the forested area. With sustainable forest management and livelihood as a main strategies, social forestry is believed to be one of the strategic steps in mitigation and adaptation action by protecting natural forests and providing alternative source of income in order to improve the livelihood for the local communities and also to strengthen and improve the implementation of sustainable forest management for the Indonesia FOLU Net Sink 2030. The target of the social forestry in Indonesia is 12.7 million hectares, located in the coastal, in the peatland, and also terrestrial ecosystem. As September 2023, the government of Indonesia has succeeded in distributing almost 10,000 units of social forestry permit, which is about 6.3 million hectares spread across all functions of the forest area managed by 1.3 million households or 4 to 5 million people beneficial from that forest. Meanwhile, the achievement of the Adat forest, this is also very important, is about 244,000 hectares Adat forests have been awarded to 131 communities. there is more than 836,000 hectares have been reserved for the adat forest. Access distribution to the community group, to the low communities accompanied by the extension worker, with the aim to facilitate to establishing of the institutional setup of the farmer group and also preparation of the social forestry forest management plans. Management plan consists of two components. The first is concerning land use by consensus, which is divided the area by protection zone for the spring, high slope, flora and fauna, habitat protection. And the second is utilization of the space for the agroforestry pattern with one of the village, one cluster of the commodities, whose species selection depend on the suitable land and also the proper market. Social forestry business plan is usually to build microfinance investment cooperation and also off-taker market cooperation. As long as there is a market, forest productivity of social forestry forest will be sustainable. We have 10,230 social forestry business units that classified into 4 stages. The first is 1% they categorized as platinum or self-standing in export or product and no government facilitation anymore. And 3.4% classified as gold or sustained and sustainable in social forestry with a national or regional product market. And then 43% classified as silver. This is just for the implementation of the sustainable forest management. And the last, this is 47% classified as blue. That is just beginning, just received the social forestry degree. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a survey that was conducted by Katadata, one of the media and research company in Indonesia in 2020. The survey indicated that from 103 social forestry business group, out of 8,037 units agreed that the role of the facilitator is very important. And after 5 years of receiving social forestry approval, the income has elevated more than 72% or twice higher than before. As a consequence, the social forest capital in the forest area, the community communally protect the area from the illegal logging, illegal mining, and forest fire. This can be contribute to the climate change mitigation action. Ladies and gentlemen, in the social forestry also contribution, in social forestry also have contribution to the climate mitigation. There are 3 main strategies for the climate mitigation. The one, this is reduction emission from the forest deforestation and degradation in dense social forestry, natural forest by carbon conservation. Otherwise, and moderate dense natural forest by carbon enhancement. This is forest rehabilitation, increasing of the forest productivity. And the second, this is forest rehabilitation in the degraded social forest area. And the third strategy is to promote sustainable forest management in production forests using agroforestry, silvopasture, silvofisheries, and agro-silvofisheries. These strategies will be implemented and strengthened in order to achieve Indonesia FOLU Net Sink 2030 target, where 4 million hectares of social forestry are the main target of the Indonesia FOLU Net Sink 2030 and will be carried out in 7 targets. The one is prevention of the mineral and pit deforestation, and the second is plantation forest development, and the third, enhance natural regeneration, and the fourth, additional of the carbon stock, mangrove management, water management, and the last is high conservation value. To understand the contribution of the social forestry to the emission reduction, we calculated the forest cover of 4.06 million hectares of social forestry FOLU target during the period of 2016 until 2021, compare the period of 2006 until 2015 as forest reference emission level. And the changing trend of this three period indicated that the implementation of the social forestry can contribute 31.9 million tons CO2 equivalent to increasing national carbon stock to achieve FOLU net sink 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the role of the community are very important in climate change mitigation through social forestry program. Considering the community has invested through livelihood in the forest area, and the benefit can be felt sustainably so that they are willing to maintain their forests sustainably. That is my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I hope we will have a fruitful discussion, and thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Bambang, for a very insightful and inspiring talk, of course, about the achievement of social forestry program in Indonesia and its contribution, of course, to the climate action. Now we move on to the panel discussion, where we have four distinguished speakers today. First, I would like to introduce them. Please. The first speaker will be Dr. Amy Dushel, the FAO UN RED program. Please come to the stage. Sorry. And the second speaker is Professor Dodi Ridhonu Rohmat, my longtime friend. Please, Pak. The third speaker is Ibu Diah Suran Febrianti from Astra, one of big companies in Indonesia, who are also working in social forestry. The last but not least, my colleague from the Ministry of Environment Forestry, Bapak Tubagus Aji Rahmansyah. Please come to the stage. Okay, we have already four speakers on the stage, and they will be talking or presenting in 10 minutes each, and then we will go for the Q&A. And without further ado, I invite the first speaker, Ms. Amy Dushel, to deliver her presentation about social forestry in Asian countries. Please, Dr. Dushel, time is yours.
Selamat pagi, selamat siang. Terima kasih atas undangannya. I'm Amy Dushel, Senior Forestry Officer at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. And it's a privilege to be back in Indonesia through the beautiful pavilion that you always organize. We have some slides to accompany my remarks, if those could come up. Oh, I do it myself. Okay, very good. Okay. Fantastic. So today we will be talking about the UN RED program work on climate change mitigation through social forestry action in ASEAN countries. And before I start, I would like to acknowledge the colleagues behind this work, including Ms. Serena Fortuna, who's leading FAO's RED Plus team, Mathieu Van Rijn in the Regional Asia Pacific Office, who's leading the social forestry work on behalf of the team, and Ms. Ade Tamara, who's in our Indonesia office. I think all of the colleagues are online, and so I thank them for all of the good work and for preparing the presentation today. Okay, so it's very clear, and the science has shown the importance of community participation in forest and climate governance. Very clear evidence that local tenure security can help reduce deforestation and forest degradation and enhance forest carbon stocks. But a clear need that this needs must continue, and further recognition and strengthening of the land rights of local communities and indigenous peoples, and a further need for information and data to support decision making, including at the community level and local climate action. So the story from ASEAN is really quite positive, and as we heard from Pak Bambang, and this growing momentum of social forestry in ASEAN, and Raykov TC, who's here today and a partner in the initiative, has reported an increase in social forestry from 2010 to 2019, essentially a doubling of the area, and that's very positive. And then, of course, the strong political commitment on social forestry in Indonesia, which we heard just from our keynote speaker, which is absolutely fundamental for moving these kinds of processes forward. But of course, despite all the progress, there's still challenge. Some of the challenges relate to data and regulations, so unclear and not geo-referenced information on social forestry and related emission reductions can be improved. And certain regulations to support social forestry could be enhanced. Financial and economic challenges. I mean, despite all of the recognition of the importance of local communities in climate action, the climate finance is still not necessarily flowing to the local level, and sort of the economic and business rationale for social forestry not well documented, and a limited understanding by banks and financial intermediaries about the importance of sustainable social forestry business models, and current high reliance on grants or philanthropic investment, which is important but limited. So there are some good lessons learned from the UN RED program, and that's through the technical assistance. For all of you who don't know the UN RED program, that's FAO, UNEP, and UNDP, supporting many countries, I think 65 countries globally on RED+. And FAO's contribution to social forestry has really been through the voluntary guidelines for the governance of tenure and support in countries where we work. And you can read some of the lessons learned from that experience so far on the screen in front of you. And the UN RED ASEAN Social Forestry Initiative is really important because it's linking social forestry and indigenous peoples' rights to nationally determined contributions in the countries, and in the case of Indonesia, to the FOLU Net Sink 2030 targets. The idea here, and there's a bunch of key partners, and it's really, of course, not only FAO, but UNEP, ASEAN, Raykov TC, the NTFP exchange program, among others. And the idea is really to strengthen the evidence base for climate change mitigation through social forestry action and facilitate its integration into the NDCs, and of course, enhance climate finance opportunities. And the focal countries for this initiative are Indonesia, Laos PDR, and Cambodia. And there are a series of outputs that are listed that contribute to those broader goals. So here's a flow chart that illustrates the ASEAN Social Forestry Initiative in Indonesia. And you can see there's sort of monitoring components as well as the non-carbon, benefit components as well, really focusing on support to the NDC and FOLU Net Sink target through improvement of methods and capacities in carbon accounting and promoting non-carbon benefits from social forestry implementation that ultimately result in better decision making, more climate finance that gets to the ground, and then enhanced monitoring and reporting for social forestry. And again, through the multi-country approach, there's a wonderful opportunity to share the lessons learned, including in the context of the ASEAN social forestry and climate change. And one of the examples, here are some examples of the kind of work that's being done to really show the contribution of social forestry to climate mitigation. And some of that has to do with, quantifying, supporting the quantification that you're already doing, in fact, of the emissions and removals associated with social forestry through enhanced activity data and combined with emission factors, but then also, some recommendations for more robust calculations that can support the efforts already underway, as well as qualitative analysis of the extent of social forestry and the enabling conditions, including those that maybe need further attention to really support the growth of social forestry on the ground. And then further development of methodologies on carbon accounting for social forestry in line with what you're already doing on the IPCC. And then, of course, the business case. I mean, that's absolutely important if we're going to mobilize further investment in social forestry, and the idea to create a holistic, sustainable, and replicable model for the development financing of social forestry enterprises. And so the idea is that, looking at some key non-timber forest products, timber products, doing an assessment, and then scoring the potential of those value chains along a series of criteria and combined with a value chain analysis to provide recommendations for enhancing some of the social forestry enterprises around key products. So again, I conclude that there is the momentum to continue boosting the key role of communities in fighting climate change while enhancing livelihoods. This is our win-win solutions here, and the more support we can provide, the better. That the impact of social forestry can be further boosted through jurisdictional approaches, leveraging on common efforts to achieve higher results and enabling a more comprehensive capture of effects. And the UN ASEAN Social Forestry Initiative key results are expected next year in 2024 and hopefully providing support for your efforts. With that, I thank you, and the colleagues listed in this slide are those who you can contact for further information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy, for sharing the progress, opportunities, challenges, as well as lessons to be learned of social forestry in the Asian region, and as well as in Indonesia. Yes, it memorized and remember me that my PhD thesis 10 years ago is also about this one. So yeah, that's why now I invite Professor Dodik Nurrohmat to present the concept and best practices of social forestry in tackling climate change in Indonesia. Prof. Dodik, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a slide. Not yet. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ikan hiu makan tree. I love you, social forestry. Yeah. Jalan kelegian, kekasih dituntun. Berkemah di Uluwatu saja. Cukup sekian saya punya pantun, udah gitu aja. Supaya nggak ngantuk. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share about the theory and practice of social forestry and its potential, social forestry potential to address climate change. Yes, how social forestry is tackling climate change. The first is following the national development goals. Yeah, we have three basic principles for our national development goals. The first is justice, and then welfare and sustainable. So social forestry should following the climate justice, not climate equality. It is very important. Yeah, we should consider climate justice rather than climate equality. And then we have to consider welfare, social welfare, and sustainability. So justice is like in the right hand. Yeah, it's different with equality. And if we talk sustainability, we should talk about the growing sustainability, not a stable sustainability. Sustainability is dynamic, not static. So social forestry should follow the dynamic sustainability. So the second one is following the scientific approach, because social forestry is actually scientific. Social forestry is not just a charity. Yeah? Social forestry is not charity. Social forestry actually follow the scientific approach, because by social forestry, by making community versus forest management,
partnership between government and community, partnership between company and community, then social forestry will reduce the governance cost. Yeah, it is scientific, yeah. And this graph is delivered by Regina Brunner and Heidi Whitmer, yeah, in 2000. Yeah. So I think we have to follow the scientific approach, measurable, evidence-based, and achievable. Evidence-based, not facts-finding. It is different. Not facts-finding, but evidence-based. So, because scientific always follow the evidence. So we should give a evidence-based policy rather than facts-finding. Yeah. And the third one, yeah, this is sorry. Kok loncat-loncat, Pak? Okay. Yang bawah ya. So then the third one is following the reduction emission target. Yeah, this should be measurable, evidence-based, and achievable. And it is what is this, unique evidence, not a unique, but it is like evidence that per capita income, yeah, has was a strong relation with the emission, with the per capita emission. The higher per capita income usually has also the higher per capita emission. So I think it is not easy task for us, yeah, as a developing country, to formulate the best program, the best strategy to increase the economic growth while in the same time also decreasing emission per capita emission. And the social forestry is the only way, or one of the strategic way, yeah, to increase per capita income while at the same time also decreasing emission per capita. Why? Yeah, in Indonesia we have still have a 35 million hectare of unforested area in the forest zone. So we have to reforestate, yeah, those 35 million hectare of area by social forestry. And if we do, then it is potentially will recover the forest, but at the same time also increasing the per capita income. And I have also the recent scientific article, yeah, that evaluate the target of the government of Indonesia to achieve a high income country in 2045. Yeah. So we thought any further efforts to make a better governance, then according to our simulation, yeah, it is still difficult to achieve high income country in 2045. But by improving the governance, including social forestry, then it would be achieved. Yeah. Okay. Kok balik lagi, Mas? Okay, and this is the social forestry. Why or how social forestry work? So social forestry can work to maintain, yeah, the the sustainable forest management, or social forestry can improve, yeah, the unforested area to be a forest. Yeah, we call it afforestation or reforestation. So it is yeah, not so complicated actually, but if you are Indonesian, you should understand about the difference between forest zone and forested area. So I think it is a typical Indonesia. Yeah, sometimes it is difficult to distinguish kawasan hutan and hutan, but I do hope that with this simple graph, it should be easier to understand, yeah, about the definition. And this is how social forestry work in the very complicated. This is actually not so complicated, but if we put, yeah, carbon trading mechanism, yeah, in a graph, I think, yeah, we have to discuss about this kind of a graph, yeah. And Pak Dirjen, Dr. Bambang Suprianto told me that yeah, there are a huge amount of result-based payment, potential result-based payment for social forestry. I think it is a very good, very nice, very good news, to develop a further social forestry in Indonesia, rather than just waiting for secondary carbon market, because it is potential, but we're still waiting for the proper regulation. And this is the best practices social forestry in Indonesia. Yeah, we have visited and have some plots in several areas. Yeah, it is social agroforestry in in Jambi. Oil palm-based agroforestry. Yeah, our long-term collaboration with Göttingen University, German. Yeah, more than 12 years, and you can see that actually agroforestry even could be also done in oil palm plantation. It is 4 years old, 3 plants, and 8 years old. 12 years old oil palm plantation. So you can see the canopy is already very nice. Yeah, and the second one in the middle up is the avocado trees in Lampung. Yeah, it solved the problem of tenure conflict after more than 40 years. Yeah, after 40 years, then social conflict has been addressed by planting fruit trees, mostly avocado. And the farmer got income, 10 times, rather than oil palm. So in a year, they got about 400 million rupiah per hectare per year. Yeah, so it is incredible. And also agroforestry in Kediri with pineapple and also balsa trees and kajuput oil also have 100 million rupiah per hectare per year. And here below, left is durian Zepitunus in Ngebel and Ponorogo, my hometown. Also give a very incredible income, about 300, 400. And it is interesting, even though for the mining, mining restoration in Gresik, East Java, this is becoming an ecotourism area that can change the poor village become the most richest forest in Indonesia. The name is Stigi Ecotourism and the Desa Skapuk, Skapuk village and Gresik area. And this our activity with Astra, with Bu Diah and Pak Bambang, planting fruit trees and other trees in Garut, West Java. And this is our simple calculation about the potential benefits of social forestry to achieve FOLU. So assuming that all targets of social forestry, 12.7 million hectare, could be achieved, then actually, the target of FOLU, we can reach easily in the target of FOLU. But actually, to achieve 12.7 million hectare is also very difficult. At the time, we still, according to last information from Pak Dirjen, we just 6.3, achieve, reach 6.3 million hectare. So I think it is quite good, So at least more than half of the FOLU net sink target will achieve by social forestry. And the institution is also very important. So IPB University introduced OVOC. OVOC is one village, one CEO. Why OVOC is important? Because at the time, less and less young people want to be a farmer, but they will to be a CEO. Even though the CEO is CEO of BUMDes, village company CEO. I think it is very important to make a better communication and the concrete strategy, because I think it is a true evidence, experiences in some countries, like in Japan, also in Indonesia. There are no more girl will married to farmer. It is in reality. Not many girls will marry to farmer, but they will marry to CEO. So, so we make a program, one village, one CEO. And the young people becoming a young CEO for the village company, BUMDes. So it was very successful, and we can survive during the pandemic situation, and we already exported some agroforestry products, coffee, compost, and several other products to several countries, with this kind of program. Now we have more than 300 villages, with OFOC, and this year it will be expanded until about 300 villages. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Dodi, for connecting the concept and best practices of social forestry in contributing to climate action, as we just learned about how the concept and then the best practices for and also the strategy to climate action. The next speaker, I think, is coming from the private sector, one of the main stakeholders in addressing climate change. Astra is one big company in Indonesia operating in many areas, including forestry. And Ms. Diah Suran Febrianti will illustrate how Astra is contributing to social forestry. Ibu Diah, floor is yours, Bu.
Thank you, Pak Syahrul. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and also fellow audience. I think it's also Excellency, our remarkable speakers and moderator today. And it's an honor for me to be here to address to such an esteemed audience. Let me start with one quote. Climate resilience is not an option. It's a necessity for our survival in changing the world. That means that it's crucial for us to take a time to tackling it through an actions. That's why today, with IPB University and also Pak Bambang and others parties here, we are very thrilled to share on our insight about one of our journey in climate resilience, collaboration program on FOLU netting through social forestry development. Well, I will start with introducing Astra first. Astra was founded in 66 years ago. Astra Ideas has been prosper with the nations, and currently we have 7 business lines with spread across 270 companies in 1,800 installations. And right now we have more than 200 employees that working together with the same spirit to be an asset to the nations as our philosophy. Other than the economic progress, Astra also have the proud legacy on environment and social responsibility programs that leading from the 4 sectors: environments, health, education, and entrepreneurships. And right now we have fostered more than 1,200 villages and hamlets that includes 4 of our social programs. And specifically, since 2 years ago, we developed the social forestry developments that integrate 2 aspects of our social program, environment and entrepreneurship, to foster the community, support the climate resilience, as well as the community empowerment without compromising the welfare of the community. And we talk about the Astra social forestry progress right now. We have planned over to 1,400 hectare social forestry area in 4 provinces, start from the North Sumatra, in the West Java, Central Java, and Yogyakarta. We have planned more than 800 trees across this area. We collaborate with the social forestry enterprises or business unit, we call KUPS, and collaborate with the governments and also the academics. We develop social forestry management. And this is the key point on these programs, that Astra promotes implementations of social forestry developments that may maximize the utilizations of the forest wealth without disruption and lessening the function of the forest itself, through the avoiding deforestation and accelerating reforestation. This is the models of our program on social forestry developments, starting with the collective agreement with governments and also the social forestry enterprises or KUPS and academic as a facilitators. Astra providing assistance to KUPS to planting the tree, conserve, maintain, and also harvesting non-timber product of the forest. And Astra also encourage community to maintain forest ecology responsible. And currently, Astra also start to initial study on carbon sequestrations that right now still underway to submit to the national registration system under Ministry of Environment and Forestry. With community, Astra devised an agroforestry approach combining the forestry plan and multi-purpose species trees. That composition includes 30% of the forestry, 30% of the endemic forest tree, and also 40% of the commodity crops. And this agroforestry composition study, based on the study of the expert and academics, part of the Prof. Dodi team in IPB University. And thank you for the governments that support us on these elaborations. MOA provides directions for us to choose the locations and the KUPS that is ready to collaborate with private sectors. Yeah, and next. Yeah, and this is a kind of the direct and indirect impact of these programs, including in the direct impact, in addition to strengthening cooperation to support the FOLU net sink targets, there is also enhancing of the community roles on gaining the competitive edge in climate mitigation and also climate adaptations. Why is that so? Because Astra, with the community provide the fertilizer product and seeds on tree planting program in these programs. And besides that, Astra also support 10,000 farmers in the 100 villages around the area forest to promoting higher quality of the non-timber commodity productions. And also we facilitate to market penetrations with the off-taker. That's why the projection value of this project to the community is more than 10 million rupiah. And we hope that all this product can be export someday after they have produced all the commodity crops. And of course, in the indirect impact, there are three aspects of the impact, consist from ecological aspect, social culture impact, and also social economical impact. Well, this is maybe some of the area of the social forestry program that have been underway run right now. There are Garut area. We collaborate with the community Tambak Baya and Albayina. We plan not only forestry plan, but also the fruit and commodity crops, avocado, durians, and also coffee. In Banyumas area, in the central of Java, we collaborate with the community of Karang, Salam, and Pekuncen. We plant a forestry tree and also coconut, aren, and Robusta coffee. In the Samosir area, North Sumatra, we collaborate with the Silau Raja community. We plant forestry tree, avocado, candle nut, and also coffee. Yes, okay. I think that's all for us, and I will close my sharing with reminding with the previous quotes that climate resilience is not an option. There's time for us to take an action, And together, we can make a real difference in the fight in the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Dia, for presenting a walking model of private sector in a social forestry. Then the last presenter in our panel is Mr. Tubagus Aji Rahmansyah. He will present mitigation for and adaptation to climate change through social forestry program, especially through the strengthening of social forestry project, a collaborative project between the GF and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Please, Pak Haji, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zahrul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here, I am Aji from Ministry of Forestry, but here I also speak on behalf of the strengthening of social forestry project. Today, after you hear about the explanation about the social forestry policy from Mr. DG, Mr. Bambang Suprianto, and then how the networking or institutional support from Ms. Amy and Prof. Dodik already explained you about how the calculation about the benefit from social forestry, and then the last is how the private sector support for the social forestry, and the last one is I want to tell you or share about how is the best practice about the social forestry action in the mitigation and also adaptation and climate change. Here I will share about the ecotourism effort from the community from the project. It is LPHN Taram. So before we continue about the LPHN Taram, first I want to just glance about the projects. First, it is collaborative project between GF and MOEF, and it is 5 years duration since 2021, and then located in 6 regency for the 4 province. And the key indicator for the project is first is about how to delivering the permit or the license to the community, and then that permit or license is being managed sustainably, and then how the benefit from the greenhouse gas mitigated is around 9.2 million ton CO2 equivalent, and the last one is our target is how to give the benefit impact either direct or indirectly to around 150,000 person, and 30% is women. And the objective is we have strengthening policy, and then strengthening community capacity, and the last one is project management and monitoring and evaluation. Now we talk about the best practice in LPHN Taram, where LPHN Taram is one of the community that get the license from the ministry in 2017. This is one of the part of the scheme of social forestry. This is the village forest where the license giving to the village institution, and the total area is around 800 hectare to 2,066 household, and the total population on the village is around 8,516 person. And this is the picture of the map of the place, the site of the LPHN Taram, and the under of the map is we can see one of the main product from the LPHN. It is ecotourism, and then also oyster mushroom, lemongrass, and also honey. But next we will more discuss, or I will give you more information about the success of the ecotourism that giving to the community. Before I tell you more about the ecotourism that give benefit to the local community, let's see the short video from the effort of the LPHN Taram to develop their ecotourism.
Kapala Banda is an irrigation dam built to irrigate the agricultural land of the local community. Because of its natural beauty, this location later became a tourist attraction. This then made the Wali Nagari or village head close the Kapala Banda tourist area, because it was no longer in line the custom and religion of the Minang realm. In 2014, several yachts from the Karang Taruna, they invited the yachts to re-managing the Kapalo Banda tour. The Taram location has now become a tourist spot that attracts many domestic tourists, especially during the peak holiday season. They can reach 10,000 people per day. Local community receive other economic benefits through the opportunity to sell food, drink, and handicraft. Community has seen the Taram area as essential to increasing people's income. So the community do not have to cut down trees or destroy forests to fulfill their daily needs. Indirectly, awareness of the need to protect nature began to grow.
Yes, from that short video, we can see that how the ecotourism effort from the local community shifting the way people who treat the forest, because previously they cut down the tree and using the place for the, maybe we can call it, and then next it's become main purpose of the development of the village. This is the picture, some picture of the Kapalo Banda ecotourism, and then this is I want to share about how big the economic benefit from the Kapalo Banda, the ecotourism to the community. So from actually they developed the ecotourism from 2014, so it's about 8 years development, but now become the tourist attraction, domestic attraction. And if we just seeing from the ticket in the peak season, they can reach about 10,000 people per day. And if we calculate it just for the price of the ticket is 5,000 per person, and the income will earn about 50 million rupiah per day. And then if we see another economic benefit from the ecotourism, other than the ticket, they also get benefit from the restroom and washroom, and then the floating rent and also rakit rent. So in total it's around 5 billion rupiah for just one day in the peak season. And from the right graph, you can see that how the income year by year from the ecotourism revenue. Now, after we talk about the economic benefit, because this is social forestry, we are not talking about how to people get benefit economic, but we also have to think about how the forest is being managed sustainably. We can see that from 2016 until 2023, the land cover, it's at least it's maintained, but it is also become better. From the picture, you can see that there is no reduce or maybe decrease of the land use. So we believe that even in 2016, we see that actually the forest is good. Some of people think that if we give the good forest to the people, and then they may destruct the forest, but actually it's not. But actually they maintain the forest for their own goodness. So to conclude, actually the social forestry, we believe that community tenure right is will be strengthened, and the collective action in forest management and community livelihood is also developed. And the last one is capacity on harmonizing the farming tradition from the community with the sustainable forest management is happen. So the closing statement is actually social forestry is not only about how to increase the income generation or livelihood of community, but also will maintain the forest and make the forest sustainably. Thank you, Mr. Zahrul.
Thank you, Baji, for presenting SFF project where we can learn how SSF can transform the livelihoods of the local peoples that leads to the better forest condition. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from the keynote speaker on also the panelists about the concept, policies, best practices, and international linkages of social forestry. Now we have about, 20 minutes to hear not just from the speakers, but also from the floor. Some suggestions, questions, maybe information about social forestry and its contribution to social action. I will invite about 3 question or suggestion, and I heard that there will be a token of appreciation about that. So let's see from the committee. I see one from here, one here, and in the behind. So please, Bu Tami first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm having actually 2 questions. The first one is for Pak Aziz. The first thing that I want to say that I'm very happy to see that the target for the main beneficiaries of SSF, 30% is women. So I think this is quite great to put directly that 30% of the main beneficiary is women. In related to that, I'd like to know what is the strategy of SSF in order to strengthen the role of women so that we can see that this is not only the target, but it also walk the talk. So can you please just explain about the strategy? And the second one is Prof. Dodik. Are you ready to make a kind of research in order to prove that the role of women in social forestry is very important? Because when we are talking about the role of women, sometimes people say that, okay, women is still there, but what is the proof? What is the, so are you ready as a researchers just to make a proof that woman is very important in social forestry? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Tami. I think we collect the question first though, because we only have 10 minutes. Then David, please.
Hello, David Gans from Recov. I was very impressed to see the survey results from 2000 on the implications of social forestry, but we also know that kind of survey was done before COVID-19. I was wondering if the government has opportunity to repeat the survey and to look now at the efficacy of social forestry after COVID-19, as the impact and the socioeconomic impact has scaled up, and obviously inflation has hit the region. I'm just curious if there's opportunities to repeat the survey and see how social forestry is effectively giving communities what they need at the right time and the right place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. This is for all the speakers, David? Okay, thank you. Pak Bambang. Okay, okay, then Pak Bambang will respond that. Then Faris, I think.
Hello, I'm Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center from Malaysia. I think very good presentations, very good, informative. Just like some feedback from relevant panel members about the importance of the community organization in the success story. Our experience in Malaysia is it's very important to find either key champion or to create the right sort of community group to ensure the sustainability and that the benefits of social forestry flow to the broader community rather than selected individuals. So what experience from Indonesia of this, and how important is creating the right community group structure? Any good experience? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Faisal. And then I would like to invite the response first from Pak Bambang first to respond David's question. Please, Pak.
Okay, Pak David, that is true. This is the research conducted in the year of 2020 before COVID. And then we are going, of course, to research again after pandemic, COVID. Of course, together with all of you from university, from NGO and others. Because the impact of the COVID is significantly. We introduced the program, what we call as economic recovery. Because during the COVID, our budget shifted for the health and also how to recover in terms of the economic. In terms of the distribution of the access, you are right, because the number, normally every year we give the access to the community is almost 1 million hectares a year. But during the COVID pandemic, only 400,000 hectares. So we are going to accelerate and also to increase the quality of the community of the social forestry. This is for you, of course. And the second, for Pak Faisal, distribution access to the community is not enough. So that our strategy, we are going to, accompany one farmer group, one facilitator. But our reality, we have now is almost 10,000 farmer group. But for the facilitator, only 2,000 facilitator. Then our strategy is how to encourage the local champions. The actors from the local should be, with the local wisdom and traditional knowledge enhanced, for the in terms of the capacity, for the facilitating, for the institutional of the setup of the farmer group, and also how to create the forest management, and also how to connect the business plan to the, to the microfinance, and also for the market, of course, the market. Last but not least, this is about climates, because we already calculated the delta for the contribution of social forestry for the climates. We already received result-based payment actually from the Global Climate Fund and also Norway. So 30% we are using to accelerate the distribution, also to enhance the quality, but the 70% return back to the community to invest again for the sustainable and also for the livelihood for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. Thank you. Applause for Pak Bambang. Then for Mas Aji, maybe can respond a specific question.
Okay, thank you. Actually, all the question can be answered by Mr. Bambang.
Already.
He is the big boss and I just the implementator.
Yes, just.
Okay, maybe I will answer about the role of the women, the beneficiary of the women for the 30% in the project. Yes, actually what the project will be done is related to the policy that already being stated by the government. So the first thing is we encourage that the woman will be stated the name in the permit or the license, and then the second is absolutely how to encourage the woman the participation. So we will doing some like the training and also giving the block grant and encourage the women group business because so they can develop to develop about the utilization of the forest. I think that is the most important. So we are not only taking them on the activity, but they will also, the women also taking a role and important part from the planning and then action, also the evaluation of the activity of social forestry. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Aji. Then Prof. Dodik to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we are more than ready, Bu. Because, IPB is Institute Perempuan Bogor. Yeah, like a Bogor Women University. Because the percentage of the boys, the men of our students is only 37%. So 63% is women. So we have to protect men rather than women in our university. Yeah, but about the equality of role, it is important to differentiate the role and activities. It is important to make sure the equality role of women rather than the same activities between women and men. So like agroforestry in Bandung Selatan and Southern Bandung, Cafe Agroforestry, the woman has a very important role in preparing everything for the men to maintains the agroforestry activities like preparing food and so on, and also in the marketing aspect. So don't think that equality of between women and men is like the same activities for climbing. So no, Whether a woman is climbing also, no. But the woman also have the very important role in preparing anything, yeah, for the men to making the activities, and also in marketing aspect. Like in the traditional forestry, usually woman has a very important role in seedling, maintenance, and marketing. Like a furniture, for example. Yeah, the artisan, the craftsman, usually the name is craftsman, not a craft woman. The crafter, the craft usually is a man. But you know, the determinant actor in buying furniture is woman. We have some studies that if a family goes to the market, to the outlets, furniture outlets, who will give the authority or decision in buying furniture? It's not men, woman. It's independent who has the money, but the decision maker is woman. So it is important for the craftsman, for the artisan to consult with a woman to making design. So the design should be woman decision because the decision maker for buying furniture is woman. This is like the equal role rather than activities. It is in my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Dodi. I would like to invite Ibu Dia to respond to all the questions.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add some of our lesson learned, Bu, in our Desa Sejahtera Astra that includes in the social forestry programs. Actually, we involve women in the process when, actually the farmers are mainly male. And then we involve the women to produce the downstream product of the non-timber forestry tree. Just like in the Banyumas, we plant the coconuts, and then the women involved in the producing the palm sugar in their factory. And then coffee also in the North Sumatra, when the farmers are mainly male, and then his wife will involve in the producing the coffee itself. So I think there's some of our lesson learned in this project.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dia. Amy, any thoughts?
I mean, maybe, yes, thank you. Maybe just to say that in the UN RED program, gender is actually really at the core of everything that has been done. And that's, I mean, UN RED is celebrating 15-year anniversary this year. And so it's 15 years of experience of really understanding that you can't have effective, efficient, and equitable RED Plus without broad participation and real local ownership, including of women. And so I think that's something that is absolutely learned through the program in general. And then, you know, I think, again, what I've heard on the panel, I just maybe can comment, I really like this link with the adaptation that you've made, Pak. I mean, livelihoods and the, you know, ecosystem services and products that forests provide for local livelihoods, those are also adaptation services, and those support local communities under increasing climate change and more dire conditions. And so, you know, even though our program in this region has come from the mitigation angle, the adaptation is also absolutely joined. And we've even started not separating the two at FAO. It's always mitigation and adaptation together when we're talking about forest and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Pak Bambang, do you want some?
Yeah, I'm going to add with a very important lesson learned in terms of the policy. So in our ministerial decree, they said that the beneficial for the social forestry is not only for the male, but also female. This is the one. And the second, this is very important also, the leader, it can be also woman. So the target of the social forestry in terms of the proportion, at least 30%. But until now, we only still reaching 21% of the women. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bambang. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from all the speakers. Just to amplify what Jack Westoby said, a challenge the Forestry Award in 1967, forestry is not about trees. It is about people. And it is about trees only insofar as trees can serve the needs of people. This is the challenge that then answered by social forestry. With that, I conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers for the insightful presentation. It definitely adds significant value to our knowledge in relation to SFM. In return, we have prepared a special merchandise to all the speakers, which will be handed over by our Padirjen Bambang. Please. And for the attendees who involved by asking questions, we also have prepared a special gift to all of you. So hopefully we all can continue to build a greater international awareness in regards to our social forestry program as one of the main tools to control the deforestation. Okay, it looks like a mini reunion of the graduates from Bogor Agriculture Institute. And maybe Prof. Dodi can conclude with a pantun because your earlier pantun was very, very entertaining, Pak. Thank you all once again. By the way, Pak Dodi, not all farmers want to marry a CEO, but they definitely want to marry a king, the king of jungle. Thank you once again to all the participants for participating in these engaging discussions. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you again in the next 10 minutes at 1:30. We're going to continue with our next session. Thank you. Yes, because the noise. Okay, okay, thank you. Ya. Iya, makasih Mbak Tami. Thank you. Hati-hati di jalan. Next PIC siapa sih? Mas Agus, next PIC dirimu ya? Mas Antoni Utomonya di mana?
Oh iya. Dikawal. Tangannya dikawal. Pendampingannya di banyak area ya. Di Jogja juga ada. Juru Kidul saya pernah ketemu. Jadi, Prof. So, ini moderatornya nanti.
Okay.
But, Oke, jadi nanti opening Pak Rahmat. I think you can welcome Pak Rahmat to the stage. Or he can do everything. Yeah, jadi dia aja yang
Tes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. And for those who just arrived and join us in Dubai, please enjoy and get the best seat because the space gonna close up soon. Today we are going to discuss a very important topic, cleaning our air for a greener and healthier future. So before we start, I would like to give the floor to Pak Darsono Hartono as the chair for Kadin Net Zero Hub to give the opening remarks and share a little bit about ISF 2024. Please give a round of applause to Pak Darsono.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this clean air session. My name is Darsono Hartono. I'm actually representing the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce today. I'm the head of the Kadin Net Zero Hub as well as the Carbon Center of Excellence. I think we just want to share with you in terms of what the business communities are doing for the world. So the idea is, Indonesia as a third most populous country in the world, some people say that we are the problem, but we want to present that we are the solution. So it's very important for us in this COP through all, things that you hear, that you listen to. I think this panel is going to give you an idea of what Indonesia is all about, working together with a lot of our partners. So I also want to invite people. Actually, last September we had a very successful Indonesia Sustainable Forum. So I think we want to welcome that again this year. I want to invite everybody to come to Indonesia for this exciting moment. I think the 3 days event was more than 600, international attendees and more than thousands of people coming in. In the meantime, in Kadin, we do a lot of things in terms of working together with international organizations and see what we can do. One of them is we work with our partner Systemic, which is will be in the panel later, to look into the breakthrough effect of what kind of industry. I know that people hear a lot Indonesia is one of the largest producer of nickel. And I think these things will be the future, talking about mineral, critical mineral. And I think they say that the EV have to pass to Indonesia. For EV to work in the world, it has to pass to Indonesia. You'll probably hear it later from our colleague. So I just want to welcome all the panelists today. Thank you for participating to this exciting event. And I wish everybody well for this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you Pak Darsono for the opening remarks. And of course in Kadin we always support the inclusivity to support the accelerated green code and cleaner air in Indonesia. So for now, let's call our distinguished speakers from across the ecosystem. Allow me to introduce Mark Meldrum. Please give a round of applause for Mark. Mark is a partner at Systemic and the lead author of the breakthrough effect in ASEAN, which we also become the releaser together, supported by BECCS Earth Fund. So now the second speaker is from the philanthropy and think tank side. We have the Deputy CEO of Bloomberg NEF, Albert Chung. Give a round of applause to Mr. Albert. So Albert has spent 14 years at BNEF looking into low carbon transition, zero emission transport, working with a lot of stakeholders to accelerate the adoption. Finally, from the Sustainable Energy for All, we have Kanika, the Chief of Staff of Sustainable Energy for All, who will ensure our discussion we will not neglect the just transition and the local manufacturing. And lastly, our own Wakil Ketua Umum from Kadin, bidang SDM, Bapak Solihin Kala. Mr. Kala is chairing Kala Group in mobilizing the biggest hydropower for clean energy power generator in Indonesia. All right, so let's start with Mark to set the scene. So Mark, can you please share the work that you have done with Kadin Net Zero Hub?
on the breakthrough effect in ASEAN. What are the key opportunities for ASEAN in Indonesia on the transport sector? And what are the conditions that needs to happen to accelerate the adoption of the EV in the region? Floor is yours.
Thank you. We actually have some slides. Where's Nick? How are we controlling this? Okay, so as a good consultant, I came with slides. I'm going to try to provide a bit of a scene setter here, starting from the broader energy transition, but then focusing in on electrification of road transport, given what we're talking about today is driving that sector forward as one of the contributors towards clean air. So the concept that we're going to apply here, which is not a new thing, but is essentially market tipping points, right? So in climate, we hear a lot about negative climate tipping points where the ecology will tip and start to accelerate in a bad direction. What we're talking about here is market tipping points where net zero solutions can start to outcompete existing high carbon solutions, and then that sector tips, and that solution begins to be adopted at an accelerated pace. And that's what this chart on the left is trying to show. So we've seen this historically in all sorts of different types of solutions outside of the clean energy transition. So in adoption of road and railways and gas pipelines, but also consumer infrastructure like dishwashers, and cars over horses, et cetera. So this is not a new concept. This is how the economy works. But the idea is to figure out how we can use this attribute of how the economy works to accelerate the energy transition. And so what that boils down to is this question of where is the market tipping point and how do we make it appear faster? How do we make it happen faster, right? So how do we get to a place where the net zero solutions that we're trying to adopt, like electric two-wheelers, electric buses, solar and storage, are selected by buyers because they are just better solutions, right? And when we say better solutions, there's three components that we break this down into. One is affordability, the obvious one, kind of cost. Is it cost competitive? The second is attractiveness, which is basically non-cost metrics, right? So the user experience of owning an electric two-wheeler or car, is that a better experience than an internal combustion engine? Charging would be a key component. And accessibility. And so this is, okay, if you want it because it's cost competitive, it's a better experience, can you actually get it and use it, right? So in the context of road transport, charging infrastructure is a big part of this. So that's the key overarching question. Now let's jump into, just to say briefly, we wrote this report that was released last week called Breakthrough Effect ASEAN, and it tries to answer the question, where are the near-term opportunities to trigger some of these net zero tipping points in the ASEAN region? And we've focused in on 6 sectors, which are the ones that you see in the box on the left. So power, i.e. solar and wind plus storage, electric 2-3-wheelers, electric buses, industrial heat, as served by industrial heat pumps, and also heat batteries that can get to higher temperatures, zero carbon shipping, and minerals refining using clean energy. And these 6 sectors we think are ripe to get to net zero tipping points soon. They're basically the low-hanging fruit. Now, that's not to say they're everything. They're absolutely not. The whole right-hand side of the page and more is critically important. But we think that these are ones that we could, really go after today and trigger those tipping points in the near term. So let's jump into the ones that are relevant to what we're talking about today. So electric two-wheelers in road transport. Some key points here. There are other geographies that have already reached a tipping point in this sector. So in China, Albert, I'm sure will have the numbers, but the share of, sorry, I don't know if that's true. The share of electric two-wheelers, or sorry, the share of two-wheelers that are sold as electric, I think is north of like 70 or 80%. 20% of two-wheelers in the world are sold in ASEAN. So this is a critical region for electrifying two-wheelers. And of those, half are sold in Indonesia. So a full 10% of electric two-wheelers are sold in the world are sold in Indonesia. So then how do we get to a place where we can tip this sector and have a lot of those two-wheelers be sold as electric? And so the chart you see at the top right is looking at the cost side of things. So the first two bars are total cost of ownership, and what you can see is actually electric two-wheelers are already competitive on a total cost of ownership basis, but this is not the primary determinant for buyers. Often sticker price matters more. And so here you see that it is still a higher sticker price, but there are certain key things that we can do to bring that down. So first and foremost, reducing battery costs, which will happen at a global level and is happening, but also localizing that, for example, with local manufacturing. Second would be financing subsidies. So financing costs for these things can be very high. You could think about things like the government providing a guarantee to banks so that they can finance out at lower rates, for example. A third might be reduced VAT, or just fully eliminating VAT on electric two-wheelers, again, to bring the price down. And then others, for example, might be new models like battery swapping so that you don't actually have to pay for the battery up front. Again, all of these things bring down the cost. And then so that's all on the cost side of the equation, but then there are also important things under accessibility, for example, like building out charging infrastructure, which, some countries will think of this as a chicken and the egg. I've heard people respond to that as actually the electric vehicles are coming, the charging infrastructure, is typically lagging and really just needs to be there. Otherwise, we're going to see some serious crunch points and some serious consumer pain from having these electric vehicles and not being able to charge them. So just quickly on buses, it's a very similar story, so I'm not going to enumerate all of the points, other than to say one of the key business models to unlock electric buses is buses as a service provided to transport authorities. Because often they don't have the balance sheets to be able to pay for these very expensive electric buses up front, and so that's going to be an important part. And then minerals refining. Now, why are we talking about this in context of electric vehicles? The point is batteries, right? So as referenced, this is important not just from an ASEAN level, but a global level, given the volume of nickel refining, mining and reserves that sit within ASEAN. So this is both about developing that nickel mining and refining to serve a growing domestic market, if we can move those two previous sectors, but also about serving the global market. And the key point here is the global market is looking for electric vehicle supply chains to be decarbonized. So that refining process that is incredibly energy intensive, to be selling into places like Europe that have tracking on embedded carbon, right? So like how much carbon was produced in this good that I'm importing, like a battery from Indonesia, for example. It therefore becomes incredibly important to have that value chain be decarbonized, to use clean electricity and clean heat in those refining processes. And then the last thing I'll say is these sectors are not independent of each other, okay? They all interact. And so when we create one tipping point, that can help us accelerate other sectors as well. So just to call out, if we can move on electrification of road transport, that obviously pushes demand for electricity, which supports in deploying solar and storage to provide low-cost clean electricity. And similarly, if we can move on minerals refining, that also creates demand for electricity. And then as that lower-cost solar and storage comes in, that scales up, gets cheaper. We get cheaper electricity to run our electric vehicles on, and you kind of see how the two interact and provide this reinforcing loop. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And since Pak Rahmat Kaimudin is here, he is the Deputy of Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination at the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs. I would like to give Pak Rahmat the stage to share a little bit on the opening remarks and ISF 2024. Pak Rahmat Kaimudin, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends. I think, in COP, typically we talk about climate change. We basically talk about greenhouse gases, which is CO2. We haven't really spent that much time thinking about the sibling, which is pollution. And why I said it's siblings, because they come from the same parents, which is combustion. So if you solve the combustion issue, burning fossil, CO2 will be resolved, but you also can solve basically the air quality. So I think the topic today is very, very important. And of course, if we don't do anything about it, we all feel affected. Will be affected. Everyone breathe the same air, and we also know where all those pollutants come from. In Indonesia, at least in Jakarta, we have done some studies, and the source of air pollutions in Jakarta is basically multiple things, mostly transportation, some power plants, some industries, but it's also about waste burning. And all of those are very, very related to human activities. We need to make sure that, we need to explain what causes the air pollution. We need to probably change the lifestyle, and we need the support from industry to make sure that happens. Because this is going to take a long time. Air quality is, I would say, what they call time-dependent multi-factor problems. It's like obesity. It created over time because of lifestyle. And you cannot just say, I'm going to fast for one day and it will be resolved. You need to change your lifestyle. Everyone need to change our lifestyle. We need to change our behavior to make sure that we can resolve this issue. But we have the technology. Electrification of transport is ongoing. We started having the technology to generate more power, and hopefully moving forward, we also can put better scrubber, better qualities of fuel to make sure that air quality is getting better. So yeah, I commend everyone here to discuss this, raise the issues, try to find solutions, and we in the government of Indonesia is very open to hear and start this journey. Hopefully, before the new administration, we'll live with better roadmap, better regulation, so that it can be continued moving forward. So good luck, and looking forward to hear the panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rahmat, for the opening remarks, and likewise, Kadin will always support a great initiative from the government, like ISF, and hoping to see you all in ISF next year. So coming back to the panels from Albert. So Albert, we have seen some of the framework that has been clearly mapped out by Mark, that some significant numbers, Mark, 10%, that's quite high, that's quite shocking for me, from Indonesia only. So from your experience, obviously BNEF has been having a lot of engagement with stakeholders. How can EV adoption help the cities having a cleaner air? Maybe you can share a bit, and what do you think about the tipping points that has been shared by Mark earlier, specifically on the EV adoption?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Pat Rahmat, for your kind and thoughtful remarks. And thank you to Kadin and for CMMIA for inviting me to join you today. I really appreciate the chance to speak to you all. So I represent BNEF, which is a research organization focused on low carbon transition. We've had the pleasure of working with Kadin and partnering with CMMIA over the last couple of years. And I want to maybe build on Mark's, the S-curve, because I think the S-curve is a really powerful construct, which we observe in many different sectors. And globally, where we are on the S-curve in terms of electrification of transport is, we're at 15% of global sales of passenger cars being electric now, 15%. So we're in the steep part of that S-curve. We're going fast now. And I remember when it was 0%, 0.5%, you know, those were long years. But now we're in the fast part of the curve. But that global S-curve is made up of lots of regional and country S-curves and different S-curves for different segments, whether it's two-wheelers and buses and et cetera. So where we see that S-curve in the ASEAN region is still in the early days, but in those early days, things move very, very fast. So passenger EV sales in ASEAN last year tripled. So globally, this year they'll grow by 30%, but last year it tripled, 200% growth last year across ASEAN. But it's hitting 2%, so still very much in the early days of that curve. But thanks to those tipping points that Mark spoke about, we think ASEAN region will hit probably 14 or 15% by the end of this decade in terms of passenger EV sales. So it's very much fast following what's happening in other markets around the world, be it Europe or China that you mentioned. On two-wheelers, it's still very early days. I think it's still less than 1% of sales. It might have moved a bit more this year. But some markets are showing the way. Actually, Vietnam is at 15%. Two-wheelers are sold in now electric vehicles, which really shows what can be done under the right conditions. And then on buses, we saw a huge acceleration last year. There were 1,200 e-buses sold across ASEAN last year, which was 6 times more than the year before. So we're talking 500% growth in a year on e-buses. And we now see more commitments from groups like Transjakarta, of course, Vingroup and others across the region, really accelerating e-bus adoption. And I think as battery costs come back down, we now see battery costs returning to a downward slope. Battery costs went up last year, now they're falling again. That's only going to drive faster adoption and so on. And then the last point maybe on the air quality piece, because I think that's kind of what we're here to talk about. Clearly, this is not just about climate and carbon, it's also about local air pollution. I saw an article that said that globally there are 8 million deaths associated with air pollution every year, which is a staggering amount. I think that's actually much more than road accidents, by the way. And we know that SOx and NOx and particulates, from internal combustion engines are a huge contributor to that. So that move towards electrification can eliminate a huge driver. It doesn't eliminate all of it. We need to think about tires, for example. EV tires will wear more quickly because they're heavier vehicles, and actually rubber is a major source of particulates as well. But there's innovation there as well, and there are companies working to even remove those emissions. So I think there's huge potential here, and really excited to see those S-curves keep growing. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Albert. The S-curves, always sexy to see that in our industry. And of course, like you mentioned, the boom of electricity transition to clean mobility is going to happen anytime soon. So get ready, folks. So Kanika, now coming back to the opportunities, as we know, all of this clean mobility revolution, this will also create a lot of sustainable investment in the local manufacturing, creating jobs. So maybe you can speak a little bit from SE, Sustainable Energy for All, from your view, like what do you think Indonesia or ASEAN in region-wise look on this as an opportunity and be part of the trade?
Thank you so much. And also, thank you very much for having me in this beautiful pavilion. It's really very lovely. And we're so excited to be working closely with the Indonesian government as well as with Kadin Net Zero Hub. And I think that this conversation especially is really refreshing when you think about it in the context of all the other discussions where we're really focusing quite a lot from the supply side, but by focusing on air pollution, we're really making this a people-centered discussion and how it affects real human lives. And in reality, at least to my mind, the energy transition is the largest economic opportunity of our times. And if we kind of, if countries started to think about, and industry started to get the signals as well from countries to say, this is not just about a stick in terms of what you cannot do, but it's about an opportunity to serve local communities, to create new jobs in countries that have a very young median age, as well as to become large participants in the global energy market. Several of the countries within the ASEAN and developing countries more generally have been locked out of the global energy markets, where they've been left to be price takers rather than price makers. Except now we have the opportunity, and especially in the context of electric vehicles, where so much of that demand is coming from the ASEAN region, and there are preferential trade agreements that allow for that demand to be served almost beneficially or preferentially by local businesses, that this is a really big opportunity to address some of the inequities that have plagued our economies. So I think it's really important to kind of reframe this conversation. And so many congratulations to Kadin for already starting to do this. In terms of renewable energy manufacturing, the SE for All, which is a international organization with close links to the United Nations, our aim really is to support emerging economies and developing countries around the world to keep as much of the benefit of the energy transition in-house or in country or in region, in kind of that prioritization order. And so to this end, we launched early last year the Renewable Energy Manufacturing Initiative, which we have now quite actively operational in Africa and are in early stages of operationalizing this also in Southeast Asia, which is to really map out what are the direct, indirect, and induced levers that we can take advantage of. So the focus, of course, is on solar PV, lithium-ion batteries, and electric vehicle manufacturing and assembly. But also taking on a more cooperation approach to say, which are the countries where the minerals lie? And you know, Mark was talking earlier about the mineral reserves being so rich in this region, but which are the countries that have the refining capabilities, that are able to do this also in sustainable ways, so that they're able to kind of play the long game in some ways and adhere to some of the border adjustment requirements that several countries have been placing, as well as then thinking about how are the local communities that have been custodians of these minerals, how can they participate more fully? So really putting a human face to the transition, but also combining that with who has a competitive advantage for the mining, for the processing, as well as then for the assembly. And in Indonesia, specifically in the two-wheeler market, there is a lot of competitive advantage. And then we're seeing also the demand signals from the region to which Indonesia is already responding. The vehicle industry, I think, is especially very interesting in the ASEAN region because it's a little bit of a push and pull kind of scenario that we're seeing. There are the demand signals to clean industry, to clean electric vehicle manufacturing, but there are also the incumbents. And some of the incumbents have moved quite fast, but then some of the incumbents are also holding progress back because they're quite large employers and things like this. But the big opportunity here is to say that because we are developing economies, we are talking about a region that is entirely the energy demand and the electric vehicle demand and kind of the whole related value chain demand is only growing. We don't yet need to necessarily think about as much of the displacement, as much as of the new stock. And I think this is kind of the point that Albert was making, is that can we just focus on the new stock so that we get to the point where the cost or the unit economics are compelling enough for the phase out to happen almost automatically. It will be good economics to do electric vehicles rather than just thinking also from an ideological point of view. And this is why Kadin has such an important role to play, because to get to the scale that is required, it will have to be a market-based approach. Of course, with the right levers and signals and benefits that the government is already, as you said, in Indonesia offering. So I think that we really need to think about this from a competitiveness, job creation, and local communities point of view, but then also think about what are the delivery mechanisms and financial models that can help deliver this in ways that is actually cost competitive as well, because there's no other way we would reach scale.
Absolutely, Kanika. And in Kadin, we are a big believer in small, medium enterprise. So when you touch that, of course, I think this will something that gonna create a lot of multiplier effect in our economy. So coming back to our last panelist, Mr. Solin Kala, which is also the president director of Kala Group, what do you think, Chief, about how clean power generators can set the rhythm in the private sector? Because now Kala Group has an operational biggest hydropower in the Indonesia. If I'm not mistaken, around half gigawatt, and I've been seeing a lot of news that it will go through to surpass 1 gigawatt, like in the next 2 or 3 years. So maybe you can share your experience, even before people are, become a believer on this clean air, ESG thing. How can a private sector can participate to become part of this green growth movement, especially in the clean power generation sector? Floor is yours, Chief.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity, Anthony. So let me tell you the story. Not many people realize that Indonesia has a large scale of hydropower plants currently. So begins in early 2000, year 2000, 2001. We and my family, Kala Group is a family group actually, a family company. So we have to move on. I mean, we have to think that we need something good for the nation, for Indonesia, but has a big impact to the world. So it comes up with, okay, just do the hydropower plants. Nation needs energy. At the same time, the world needs clean air. We need clean air. So anyway, in 2004, we started construction without any support from the banks, any support from the PLN, from the National Power Company. And finally, we got support from them just 3 years before the completion, which is we complete our plan in 2011. We send out the power to the national grid in 2011. So since then, become addicted. It's okay. Let's do some clean energy. So it runs in our blood already, right? So right now, alhamdulillah, we already have about 605 megawatts currently, and by next year we will add around about another 500, and our target in 2035 we will add another 800. So we'll sum up total of 2,000 something megawatts. So our big plan is to have a green ecosystem to produce green nickel, green battery, green. We have talked to some global players such as EGA or something. We are planning to produce green aluminum. So the end plan is to have green electric vehicle finally, not current EV which is produced from the coal, So anyway, what I'm saying is the message is wherever you are, if you want to do change the climate, just do it. Without any helping, without any banks. From my experience, we don't get any help from the banks. We don't get help from the government. But we just got help from the family and friends. So just do it. So that's the job of the leader, just to convince and to tell success story to the world. Thank you.
All right, so just like some apparel brand, I like your motto, Pak. Just do it. So because of the constraint of time, maybe I would like to ask one last question to the panelists before we go to Q&A. I think and I believe you have heard that Indonesia has successfully held ISF, which is the Indonesia Sustainability Forum this year. So my question is, since Pak Rahmat, which is the champion of IFS, is here, will you come to ISF next year? And what topic that you expect ISF to hold next year? Maybe starting from Mark.
Yes, absolutely. Of course. And I think picking up on this point, clean manufacturing, clean supply chains in the EV space, but also more broadly, would be the topic.
I'm not sure. Can I just give the same answer, or what are the rules? I'll be there if you're there.
There is a lot of derivative of an answer, so I hope you can be creative enough to enrich the melting point of discussion.
Anthony, I will be there if you're there, okay? Yeah? Okay.
All right. Albert is in the house.
And I think, so definitely the EV supply, the whole value chain, and I think that will be an important topic. And actually, I saw a little bit of the panel before this, which was all about ecotourism, and I think the nature and biodiversity agenda is clearly incredibly strong in Indonesia, something that we at BNF are spending a lot of time on as well. So would love to engage on that topic too.
Thank you, Albert. And like you say, I go, you go. So we'll see you in the ISF next year. Kanika?
Yes, definitely. Any reason to be in Indonesia, and this is a really good one. But I think that the topic that would be really useful in combination with the supply chain issue as well as perhaps biodiversity is the point that Mr. Kala's kind of raised, is that how can the financial ecosystem be leveraged in a way that there are many Kala groups? And so that there is scale in doing this, right? I mean, of course, it's really exemplary what you have already been able to do. But in order to do it at the pace that is required to really serve the people of Indonesia and the people of ASEAN and then the people of the world, I think it requires that the ecosystem work together. So I think that would be a really valuable addition as well.
Thank you, Kanika. And lastly, Mr. Kala?
Yeah, so recently we've been talking about ESG everywhere. So just put the ESG into your heart, into your culture, and put your into your belief. So that makes you a true ESG. Not just put your company into green color, right? Put your blood, just color your blood with green, so it makes you green.
Tepuk tangan dulu dong. Wow, Mr. Ahmad, we got a lot of inputs for next year's ISF. Supply chain, I've been hearing about value chain, green financial ecosystem, and green heart with green blood from Mr. Kala. So give us a round of applause for our panelists. And now let's go to the Q&A question. Maybe we take a 3 questioner. You can state your question, where you come from, and Nick. Yes. In the front, Nick. Thank you. So 3 questions first.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasser Al-Masri. I'm from Kuwait. I have a question for you, sir. You have done it by yourself. I wonder what will happen to you if you had the government support or the banking support. Are you going to do it better way, or are you going to save more money, or are you going to provide the service in a less, what's so-called charge and so on? The other question is, we as part of the third world, till when are we going to assemble cars made by somebody? When are we going to create our own cars? If you are talking about hydrogen or hybrid or electric, till now we are the followers of the makers, but we are not the makers themselves. I know that we cannot compete with Mercedes or Audi or whatever, but we can create our own logo, our own cars by themselves. Till now we are burning oil in order to produce energy. When are we going to produce energy out of the natural resources? Who has this kind of sun except us? Okay, what about the wind? What about the hydrogen reactors? What about methane gas, thermal energy, even to the nuclear, not weapons, let's say nuclear energy and so on. The idea till now, I as somebody from the third world, from the Arab world, I believe that we are still the followers of the masters. But we are not masters in our own country. Plus, we have enough money, but till now we don't have green loans. We don't talk to the people who are trying to save the nature or the environment, okay? And while we are talking, till now, we did not dictate our own policy on the makers of the cars. How many scholarships or training programs that we got from General Motors or Ford or LG or Samsung or Sony and so on? How many what's so-called dollars did they pay for income tax in our own region, not in their own country? What kind of social responsibility and social accountability that we are practicing with them or against them? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, yes, Mr. Kala, the gentleman has very strong point.
Right.
If you can do it with your own and get a half gigawatt,
Yeah.
can you imagine how many gigawatt if the government give extra miles for
You know
your
what?
effort?
I will just answer the number one question, and then the rest, my colleague will answer. Yeah. For question number one, if we got support back then from the banks and government, then by today we will have more than 2,000 megawatts by now. So the support means like what to make it faster, to make it efficient. So that's why the reason that we complete our first project in almost 8 years. It's supposed to be only 5 years because of this lack of supports. So that's the answer. If we get the support, then we get more megawatts out of the plants. Thank you. Since we are not we are the only currently now we are the only private sector that runs the largest hydropower plants in Indonesia. I don't think I'm the follower. I don't think we are the follower. We can choose who's our off-taker is. Such as like company A came, company B came. Like my experience, we can choose whatever we like. Because the green energy is very rare energy in the world. So we are not the follower.
Right, thank you, Mr. Kala. So Kanika, maybe you can touch a bit about his comment on the local manufacturing and how we can be the master of our own market.
Yeah. No, I think this is a really important point that's been raised, and we can't think about energy just also in the context of emissions, but also in the context of what it means for local communities, what it means for energy security. And the energy security conversation kind of often remains at a very macroeconomic level in terms of what is your import bill. But I think with harnessing renewable energy, as you said, sir, there is the opportunity to become much more energy independent because these are resources that are available in your country. But it is also an opportunity to end energy poverty. And there is no greater insecurity than not having access to any electricity. To have primary health centers that don't have electricity or schools that don't have electricity. So in many ways, harnessing local energy, as you are suggesting, is really a way also to boost energy security. It is a way to be the master of your own destiny, as you may, and it advances many other development priorities as well. So access to energy is really also the golden thread that delivers development, and you're absolutely right that countries across the emerging and developing parts of the world really need to take a more strategic view on how they think about energy. It cannot be stopgap solutions. It cannot just be, you can't preempt how much energy means that you are no longer energy poor. So there are parts of the world that have made large strides in providing access, but access means you have a connection. It doesn't actually mean you have electrons. It doesn't actually mean that you have affordable supply or reliable supply or sustainable sources of supply. So again, it goes back to those issues of import dependence and things like this. So I think that your call for a more strategic view by governments, but then also thinking about what are the knock-on effects of that and how it makes you a much more resilient and independent economy is something that's really that should be prioritized.
I would just add that it's clear to me that the transition to electrification creates opportunities for new companies to disrupt the old business models and the old incumbents and create new champions in new sectors, be it batteries, automobile manufacturer. If you just look at what's happened in the US, the market shares that exist now in the EV sector are completely different to the market shares that existed 10 years ago in the traditional ICE sector. And so I think the first part is belief. I think you need companies and leaders who truly believe in the EV transition. Without that, you won't lead. And then I think secondly is a more sort of cold-blooded assessment of national competencies, national advantages. And again, in the ASEAN region, we see that going quite well. We see in Indonesia investment into the battery supply chain going very well. In Thailand, a lot of inward investment into automobile manufacture. So I think a lot of countries are paying a lot of attention and doing that analysis to identify where their competencies are and attract investment from there.
Sorry, just quickly to add to that list, understanding product market fit is another natural advantage, right? So this is one of the things we've seen where getting electric two-wheelers that are designed and fit for exactly the needs of consumers in Indonesia, in ASEAN, is not really being done. So this, again, to Albert's point, this creates this opportunity to shift into the leader position for companies that are willing to, take some risks, like our friend over here.
All right, since we have a constraint of time, before we play the video, we would like to have the closing remarks from Pak Rahmat to invite our distinguished guests to come to ISF 2024.
Before that, I would like to quickly add to the discussion that the gentleman asked. For Indonesia, I think we want to be masters of our own land, Lord in our domain. We started with local content requirements. We also do the downstream policy. So our resources has to be value added domestically, and we add local content requirements. And we started now to have our own brands. Start with two-wheelers. Four-wheelers, not yet, but two-wheelers is 6 times more than four-wheelers in Indonesia. So we start having domestic brands. With that, of course, you need to be able to stand before, crawl first, stand, and then run, right? So we have to do it step by step. So yes, but the intention is we have to be the king in our own domain, Pak. Again, for what Pak Anthony said, in September this year, we do a sustainability forum. We would like to have a discussion, and Indonesia, we believe, have a very strong say in this because we have critical mineral, we have energy, and we are developing countries. So a lot of our stories may be relevant to other countries. And next year, we want to do the same thing, hopefully with more. This year, we do it, about 40 people, delegates from 40 countries come. And next year, hopefully, maybe not like COP, but somewhat like COP, and will be a pre-COP discussion. So we'll have much more meaningful discussion in COP next year. So looking forward to seeing you in Indonesia in September for ISF. Thank you.
Welcome to Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2023.
All right, so Pak Rahmat, please, the panelists, you can stand in front. Pak Rahmat will give some token of appreciation on behalf of the committee, and we will see you in ISF next year.
Hello, dear guests, honorable speakers. Hope you all had a delightful lunch. But if not, don't worry. We have prepared a lot of traditional Indonesian delicacies. So you can try to immerse in the traditional flavor of Indonesian snack at the front desk. I will start the session by giving out a brief context of the topic of the session. So according to government FOLU NetSync 2030 program, SFM, or Sustainable Forest Management, play a critical role in the mission to achieve Indonesia's NDC. So hopefully by the end of this session, we can influence or encourage more parties to take part in achieving Indonesia NetSync 2030. So to lead the discussion, I have someone who is more than qualified. Let's welcome Pak Pam. I don't need to address who he is, right? Everybody know Pak Agus Pambadio. Silakan Pak.
Thank you, Mona. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good evening. Sorry, I think that's just got my lunch probably. So welcome to the Pavilion Indonesia, and today we have a discussion on the 2030 Sustainable Forest Management Commitment. If we say word commitments, is very tough, and it's very hard to do. Anyway, for these items, I have three distinguished speakers. That's one is my professor is Indrayana Susilo. This is chairman of Indonesian Forest Entrepreneur Association. He's going to talk about the best practices for competitive and sustainability forest business. Before you sit down in front, Pak Agus Justiano will give a keynote first. Second one is Isabella Indrawati, director in the Nature 2030 vision, nurturing nature for the earth and people's livelihood. And the third one is Dian Novarina, Deputy Director for Stakeholders Engagement and Certification, Apparel Group. They're going to talk about the robust sustainable forest management toward the 2030. So I think I have another one. Okay, that's all. Now I'm asking Pak Agus Justianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Investment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Pak Agus, please. Or I think the speaker should be sit here. It's better probably. No, langsung aja. So directly, your floor is yours. Langsung. Dari sini boleh.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Agus Pambagio. Very good afternoon, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to meet you all at this session and in the Pavilion of Indonesia. I want to deliver my highest appreciation to my colleagues from the Association Indonesia Forest Concessionaires, or APHI, Indica Nature, and April for conducting this session, for discussing sustainable forest management commitment, particularly toward the year 2030, for achieving our national agenda of Indonesia FOLU NetSync 2030. At the beginning of this session, please allow me to deliver a brief overview of Indonesia's sustainable forest management policy and also commitment. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic nation with 125.92 million hectares of land, or 65.8% of its total land area designated as a national forest areas. Indonesia forest areas is categorized into three different functions: that is production forest, protection forest, and conservation forest. Under the Indonesian law, the area legally designated as forest area, or we call it kawasan hutan, is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The forest area has areas that are both covered by forest or forested and not covered by forest, or we call it non-forested. Improvement in forest management are needed to manage Indonesia vast forest for the welfare of the people and as environmental sustainability. In efforts to build sustainable forest management, we are there at 5 pillars. That is areal certainty, business modalities, productivity, product diversification, and competitiveness. These 5 pillars are our guiding principle for sustainable forest management from upstream to downstream. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, 8 significant strategies have been implemented in Indonesia to improve the implementation of sustainable forest management. That are the first, Indonesia has a mandatory national system for the certification of forests, known as the Indonesia Timber Legality Assurance System, which was later updated as the Indonesia Timber Legality and Sustainability, or SVLK. SVLK has developed to promote the sustainability of forest resources and ensure the legality of forest products, thus reducing illegal logging and also trade. A web-based information system has been developed to support the SVLK by providing an online timber administration system to ensure the traceability of timber and timber products from legal and sustainable sources. Second, ensuring peatland and primary forest sustainability. By the year 2023, the moratorium of new concession in peatland and primary forest for timber extraction accounted for 66.7 million hectares. The moratorium is an effort to reduce emission from deforestation and degradation. Regarding the sustainable management of peatland and mangrove, the Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency has been established to restore the peatland and mangrove areas. It is estimated that sustainable management of peatland and mangrove ecosystem will contribute to significant emission reduction to achieve our nationally determined contribution. Third, the establishment of forest management units or FMU as an organization at the site level to improve the institutional arrangement of forest management and support forest governance in Indonesia. FMU is very important in the implementation of climate change mitigation. Fourth, social forestry program. Social forestry refers to the sustainable forest management in state forests, private forests, or customary forests conducted by members of local communities or other community groups. It is intended to facilitate improvement to the local welfare, environmental balance, and socio-cultural dynamic through the establishment of village forests, community forests, community plantation forests, adat forest, and forestry partnership. Fifth, developing an online forest management system. One of the foundation of implementing good governance is public information disclosure. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry is committed to sharing all about exam information, open and accessible to the public. All the information systems are designed to support transparency and improve public services in the forestry sector, such as Timber Legality and Sustainability System, or SILK. And then Forest Product Administration, we call it SIPU. One Data SFM, or Satu Data PHL. Geospatial Information System, or SIGAP KLHK. Forest Fire Monitoring System, or SIPONGI. Environmental Impact Assessment, or AMDALNet. 6. Optimizing production forest management practices through reduce impact logging or RIL, and intensive silviculture system or silin. RIL and silin are technological instruments for increasing the regeneration of secondary natural forests. The application of silin as an effort to increase carbon reserve through enrichment can increase natural forest productivity up to 3 to 4 times the current productivity. 7. Reconfiguration of forestry business. The multi-forestry business concept includes forest area utilization, timber and non-timber forest product utilization, and environmental service utilization to get greater forest benefit, particularly in the protection and production of forests. Reconfiguration as an entry strategy to achieve optimum forest resource utilization and green investment development. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. In September 2022, Indonesia submitted the enhanced NDC to UNFCCC Secretariat, reflecting an increase in emission reduction target from 29% to 31.89% unconditionally, and 41% to 43.2% conditionally, as a transition towards Indonesia's second NDC aligned with the long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience, or LTS-LCCR 2050, as a vision to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Indonesia considers forestry and land use, or FOLU, as the main sector in achieving our NDC target. Most of Indonesia's greenhouse gas emission reduction will be fulfilled by FOLU. After conducting a thorough analysis, we are confident we can implement our strategy and will be in the net sink condition for the FOLU in the year of 2030. Starting from COP13 UNFCCC held in Bali, Indonesia is putting forward the emission reduction coming from the FOLU, especially in finding its most applicable strategies. Therefore, the strategy to achieve FOLU net sink 2030 is classified into the avoiding deforestation by limiting plant deforestation, and reducing forest degradation is mainly driven by harmful practices, protecting and restoring the peatlands, accelerating afforestation and reforestation of degraded forest lands. Strategies to achieve FOLU net sink 2030 is the latest strategy for sustainable forest management to mitigate climate change. Eventually, to conclude my remark, the target and policy on sustainable forest management in Indonesia are already set up for 2030, and commitment from stakeholders are in place. I do believe that through collaborative work, all of us could achieve our 2030 goals in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agus. So because the time is always run very fast, so I just won't talk to anything comment with Pak Agus. So I ask Prof. Indrayono to, so I'm sorry, Indrayono, to start your presentation. You want to sit down or standing here? It's up to you.
I just want to see the presentation of.
Okay, it's 15 minutes, Prof.
No, 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Director General Agus and Moderator Agus, and my colleagues and friends, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us, the APHI, for today's presentation on the best practices for competitive sustainable forest business. So the tagline is actually sustainability. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share with you that in 2023, there's a new law in Indonesia due to omnibus law. There are 80 laws, consist of 1,200 articles. They put it into one to become what they call law on job creations. It's a law number 6, 2023, in which in the forest activities, now there is a possibility of doing multi-business activities, including economy, social, and also ecology. Next. I'd like to share with you that yes, there are 30 million hectares of forest concession in Indonesia. 11 million of those are plantation forests. And we have what we call 18 million hectares is what we call natural forests. And 1 million hectares of those are the ecosystem restoration forests. These are the upstream forest activities which should be managed, should be utilized in a sustainable way. And now all of the forest industry in Indonesia have to rethink, have to do some reconfiguration. Following the new job creation law, it was just enacted in 2023. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, so in order to do that, before we only working on wood-based industries. Now we also working on non-based industries and bioprospecting. We can go also on agroforestry, combining forestry and agriculture. There are also ecosystem services, like ecotourism, but also on carbon trading. Last but not least, also on biomass energy and renewable energy. This can be conducted in a new regulation in an integrated approach program. Next. So how can we do that? And the idea of this program just show to you that there is an increase of our export. Because with the new regulation like this, we have to go into upstream, downstream industries, and to the market. And we are very happy to see that because of the new regulation right now, the export values of Indonesian forest industries increasing since 2017 to 2022, you know, up to 14.2 billion US dollar. Of course, next, we realize that we have a global economic cloud in 2023. There is a minus 5% of our production until October. Last year is 14.2 billion dollar. Now we are talking about 11.1 billion dollar. We still have 2 months to try to catch up. You know. Hopefully that we still okay in 2023. This number one export, our export is mostly on papers. Number 2 is on pulp. Number 3 on plywood. Number 4 is on furniture. We try to manage this in 2023 and hopefully in 2024 still much better in terms of global economy. So you can at least be ready to have the new achievement next year. Next. So let me show to you some of so it's minus 5%, 5.7% until last October. You know. This is hopefully can be rebound before the end of the year. Next, some of the examples I'd like to share with you because by doing so, there is some ways that in order to do some sustainable forest management, optimizing the value-added products, innovative and more creative, using artificial intelligence among others, and we have to penetrate not only traditional market, but also new markets for the forest industries all over the world. Next. I'd like to share with you some of the examples that Indonesia now is moving in our forest industry. So you got the idea, where are we right now? For example, next. When we have a COVID, I think our forest industries, our timber industries switch their product directly to produce health masks to prevent COVID, spread of COVID pandemic. And we can do this within 3 months after the 2019 COVID occur in Indonesia. Next. We also working now with, I think my colleague from April will be more detailed on this. Now remember that we always import a lot of cottons to produce textiles. Now using wood product industries, from the plantation forest we can go into dissolved pulp, into viscose and produce rayon threads and yarn, and we can produce high quality textile and branded garments on this. So this is the way, by using wood product, now slowly but surely we can reduce our import of rayon. We can produce our own rayon in Indonesia. Next. You might not believe, now we are moving toward construction, housing construction using wood. This is most of the Indonesian product. We realize now that people said, well, let's go with the baja ringan, light steel. But light steel will produce footprints on carbon. This one, woods, they conserve the carbon, produce credits for this one, Next, see, the same like this. And most of these already have a SNE, the national standard, that established by the Ministry of Public Works. So we can now use this product, for our housing activities in Indonesia. Next, we're also working now, mentioned by the Director General Agus, regarding how can forest industries support the energy transition in Indonesia. PLN, the state electric company, already set what they call a co-firing program, combining coal power with we call it wood chips power, biomass power energy. Now start with 5%. So 5% is from biomass coming from wood chips, and 95% coming from coals. By the times moving, this will increase in the percentage because we have to plant the trees first. Indonesia is very fertile. We have 365 days of sunshine. You can use barren land, unfertile land to grow trees. And the tree can be mixed to produce pellets and also to produce wood chips that it can be used to fulfill the co-firing program in our power plants. Next. See, this is, for example, Kalianda trees. You can produce wood chips, but at the same time also you can produce wood pellets. We can use this as a complementary feedstock for power plants of coal power plants, but also the pellets can be exported. Because now global market is very big on pellets because they are also moving toward coal, from coal into more new and renewable energies. Among others is the wood pellets. Next. Well, there's my last presentation. We remember that we are the global market always working on very specific natural forests, natural trees. Not all. So if you produce trees from our natural forest, maybe only 1 or 2 or less than 20% of those woods being cut and legally exported. However, the 80% is still intact in our forests. So now we like to promote all of this into the global market with following global standard, including what I mentioned by the Director General, with the wood legality certificate. So this is the time for us all together that we can do this. And next, but my last presentation, our wood legality certificate is well known globally because we are working together with the European Union to produce SVLK, which is the same as FLEGT VPA, that can be marketed into the 29 countries of the EU countries. So that's why now Indonesia, together with our embassies all over the world, working together to promote our products based on SVLK FLEGT VPA certificate. This is the thing that actually we are now in the position ready to penetrate more in the global market. Thank you very much, Pak Agus.
Thank you, Prof. Due to the discussion aim to reach and influence businesses, associations, government bodies, and environmental activists to actively participate in achieving Indonesian FOLU Net Sink 2030 through its 15 key scopes. So I would invite the private sector here in Indonesia. I'm going to ask Ibu Isabella Endrawati, Director of Legal and Compliance External Affairs and Corporate Secretary Indica Nature with the 2030 vision, nurturing nature for the earth and people's livelihood. Bu Indrawati, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak.
Yes.
It's already on?
Yeah, it's
It's
already.
working, okay. Thank you, Pak. So actually there's a slight change in the, in the slide, but it's okay.
It's okay.
So thank you so much, April, for giving me the opportunity to share with you. So Prof. Indroyono already shared the data about, the whole thing. So I'm gonna take you all for the example how this baby child of Indica Nature, of Indica Energy is trying to take a big steps in this business. So, yeah, next please. Yeah, so Indica Nature is actually a part of Indica Energy Group. So we're the youngest child of Indica Energy. Indica Energy has been providing energy for Indonesia for some years now. And Indica Energy also has strong commitments for sustainability and also providing livelihood for people or community surrounding. And in 2021, Indica Energy actually set out bold aspirations. Namely, first one is 50% of the revenue should come from non-coal by 2025. And then the second one is we should achieve net zero emission by 2050. Very strong and bold commitment or aspirations. And there are several strategies to do that, namely decarbonization, divestment from the coal industry. And the third one is actually diversification to other businesses, including Indica Nature. So next, please. So Indica Nature actually was established in 2021, and we declare our vision and mission, as well as our commitments in COP27. So as you can see, we're creating sustainable future for Indonesia through nature-based solutions. Next, please. So we have 3 pillars, namely biomass or energy plantation, environmental services, namely carbon and water, agroforestry and non-timber forest product, as well as we just acquired the essential oil and extract business to make sure that the downstream to upstream is secured. Next, please. So from the 3 pillars, I just want to highlight one concession. So we're currently engaging in 5 concessions, all located in East Kalimantan. I just want to highlight one concession, namely PT Telaga Mas Kalimantan. Why I want to highlight this one? Because this is special for us. In one location, we spotted or we managed to identify several potentials, namely water, carbon just as a bonus, agroforestry, and geosite. So this is amazing because we found out a geosite, burial site that age, that's from the prehistoric age in our area. And that should be the source of ecotourism later on. And currently it's being assessed by University of Gajah Mada. So this is a big potential as well for us and for the community. Also, we have the non-timber forest product whereby we're going to scale up the rattan production currently carried out by the women of local communities as well as the customary people of Mului. And for the water supply, we have 7 rivers as well as springs in our location. We already identified the off-taker, so we plan to supply drinking water supply to IKN for this one. Next, please. Also so we have when we started the business, we know that we're going to engage in agroforestry. We have identified several commodities that we want to engage in. 3 anchors will be coffee, cocoa, and vanilla. So we already also identified the off-takers. We actually just acquired PT Natura Aromatic Nusantara to ensure the off-taker for essential oils and extracts. We also just took participation in Slow Coffee to ensuring the off-taker for coffee and cocoa. And then also we already had a handshake for Mahora Hora. That's for Arenga and Alien Green for coconut. The next, please. So what we try to offer is a landscape approach or the forest management, sustainable forest management, which is truly regenerative. So we believe that the way we do it, we have to be climate positive, nature positive, society positive, of people positive, but then again, there's one more to add, which is business or profit positive. Because without income positive or business positive, how can we ensure the economic value for the people? It will not sustainable. So only if we provide a sustainability in the income for the people, then it's gonna be sustainable. So, and then next is, I think that should be, next please. Yeah, so we know that we're gonna be the scope 3 for our off-takers. So the way we do it, we make sure sustainability and integrity to be in our nerves. So we already apply digitalization in our business as well to make sure everything is traceable. And then also we try to use chemicals up to the very minimum limit. So we use biochar instead of the chemical fertilizer. We don't use herbicide. And then the way we do the land management, we use a good principle of land management. And next, please. So also in our area, we try to make a collaboration with the people there. Currently, we have 24 corporations. We built 24 corporations within our area. So our area consists of 82,000 hectares, and we already built 24 corporations. So why corporations? Because we believe that being inclusive is the way to do it. Currently, we only have 10 members on site, but then again, we managed to do all of this through our partnership with the corporations. Without that, I don't think we can meet our goals. And then again, sustainability and then also livelihood of the people is two main concerns on our concessions. So next, please. Thank you. So I mean, we're open to discussion later on. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you, Windrawati. Thank you. But the last one, the last but not least is, I apologize to April because I mentioned person before is not Pak Sihol. So now is Sihol Parulian Aritonang. He's the President Director of PT Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper, Robust Sustainability Forest Management Toward 2030. So again, the private sector will talk about this title. Time's yours, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Agus.
Could you post the presentation?
Yeah, it's coming, I guess.
Okay.
So, I'm going to walk you through how a private company like April, in its sustainability efforts, are also aligning all the activities, all the strategies and objectives with the national priorities, which is to achieve FOLU net sink. Okay. Now, next slide. I would like to give a context to explain the context of where we are coming from. April, we produce pulp, paper, and other paper-based products or pulp-based products. Yeah. Of course, our flagship product is printing paper. We operate one manufacturing operations in Riau. It's the largest integrated manufacturing operations in the world to date, yeah. And supplying to the manufacturing operation is plantation of acacia and eucalyptus, managed by Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper, the operating company of April, together with some supply partners of Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper. So collectively make the April group, so to speak. So 454,000 hectares under the management of the April group. And then in addition to that, we conserve and restore around 361,000 hectares of natural forests. We have a 1-for-1 commitment where we commit for every 1 hectare of plantation forest that we manage, we conserve and restore an equivalent of 1 hectare. Yeah, as of today, we are short by around 20%. So we have achieved 80% so far. Okay, we produce pulp 2.8 million ton per year, paper 1.1 million ton per year. And the business of pulp and paper draws a lot from technology. So we employ a lot of scientists in our operations. Next slide. I would like to give an illustration of how pulp and paper is an integrated operations. Yeah? At the upstream is the plantation forest or the industrial forest, short HTI. Okay? And then in the middle is, of course, the logistic operation, carrying all the woods to the mill, and then subsequently it's manufactured into pulp product, into fiber product. It could be pulp, it could be paper, it could be rayon, it could be packaging paper or paperboard. Yeah. And then, of course, logistic operations, sending the products to our customers all over the world. I would like to highlight that along the value chain of April, we are very aware about the need to demonstrate and to practice sustainability. Yeah? And based on that, we formulated our commitment. Okay. Now, since 2015, we have announced our Sustainable Forest Management Policy Commitment, 2015. And then 5 years later, in 2020, we announced a new, broader commitment for sustainability. Next slide, please. And this is called April 2030. We launched this 3 years ago, yeah. And then fast forward 3 years to today, I'm happy to report some of the progress that we made. But April 2030 itself is the guidance for our sustainability practices for the next 10 years or 7 years now left. Okay. There are 4 pillars to the commitment. One is climate positive, which basically means we take part in reducing emission in all aspects of our operation. Yeah. Thriving landscape is the second pillar. Here, what we talk about is increasing the productivity of the existing land that we manage, that has been entrusted by the government for our management. And also, we would like to promote conservation. Yeah. The third pillar is about company growing together with the community around our operational base. Yeah. And the fourth pillar, sustainable growth, speaks about circular economy, less waste, more efficient production processes. Yeah. Now, for every pillar, we define the target indicators. Yeah. And for every indicators, we also identify the numbers. Yeah. We believe in April that unless you are able to measure, then you will not be able to manage. Yeah. And we dedicate one website specifically for us to talk about April 2030 commitment. Yeah. Next slide. Okay. After 3 years, what have we achieved? Yeah. I will not go through everything, but I'll pick some examples. Like first pillar is about reducing emission. Okay. What we have done is that since 2021, we have installed solar panel in our manufacturing premises, in our operational premises. Yeah. To date, we have installed 11 megawatt of solar panel. Yeah. Thanks to the progress of technology, now the payback period of solar panel has gone down from previously 12 years, now it's about 6 years. So we are encouraged to do more, while our commitment when we launched April 2030 is to have solar panel of 25 megawatt. Yeah, we are now doubling the commitment. Yeah, by 2025, we should have 50 megawatt solar panel installed. Okay. Our manufacturing operation currently draws energy from the internal production process. We are at 87% now, yeah, and we have achieved a 1.8% increase in the use of renewable energy. Okay, we have enjoyed the big gain from use of renewable energy, and we will continue to pursue our target of 90% by 2030. Okay, and then we also are reducing the carbon intensity in our products. Yeah, we have changed some of the technology that we are using so that our operation will be less carbon intensive. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, at the upstream side, yeah, we have plantations. Now, in the plantations, we also actively measure the emission. The drawing here, the visual here, shows one of the 4 greenhouse gas emission measurement tower that we have, that we operate, yeah, where it constantly captures and measures the level of carbon emission and some of the other emission, yeah, like methane and the others. Yeah. So we operate this, and then we are very conscious about the level of emission that our plantation operations create. We now have data that spans more than 5 years about the level of emission related to our industrial forests, and also we compare it with the intact peatland. Yeah. So those of you who are interested in knowing more about this research, please seek the recent publication at the Nature journal. Next. Okay. The second pillar is thriving landscape. Yeah. Thriving landscape is about conservation, and it's about increasing the intensification of our production forests. Yeah. We are not adding to any of our footprint anymore for production forests. Yeah. But we are enhancing the productivity of our industrial forests. Now, in addition, we want to promote more of conservation effort. And to do that, because conservation doesn't come free, we have committed that every 1 tons of wood that comes into our production facility, we impose an internal tax of $1. Yeah, so we will have sufficient fund internally to finance our activities related to nature and climate. Okay. Now, our plantation productivities has increased around 13% since 2018. Next slide, please. Okay, I mentioned about intensification rather than extensification. So if we compare with the 2018 numbers, yeah, our industrial forest now is showing much more productivity. And we achieve this because we are drawing on technology, on research, on good silviculture, and on genetic matching. So for every type of soil, we know now which species of acacia or eucalyptus should be planted. And that enables the increase in the productivity. Next. Okay. Now, I mentioned about installation of 11 megawatt solar panel in our manufacturing operations. Yeah, we didn't stop there. We also install solar panel at the base camp of our industrial forest estates. So this demonstrates our commitment that sustainability, reduction of carbon emission is not only at the downstream side, but also we are applying at the upstream segment of our business. Next. Okay. Now, how do we link this with FOLU Net Sync? Yeah. From the FOLU Net Sync document, we figured that there are about 15 types of activities or priorities that parties, companies, or stakeholders can pursue. Yeah. In the case of April's operation, at least we identified 5 scopes of FOLU Net Syncs are directly relevant to our operations. And these are being addressed adequately by our sustainability commitment, April 2030. Yeah. Plantation forest development, of course, I mentioned about the increase in productivity, our commitment to apply internal tax of $1 for every ton. Yeah. And then sustainable forest management, we operate on both mineral soil and peatland soil. Yeah, so we apply good forestry management, including water management. Yeah, peatland restoration and peat water management is something that we do regularly in our operations, because not only that affects the productivity of the land, but also it protects peatland from drainage and from the risk of fire. Yeah. Biodiversity conservation, as a permit holder, we are obligated to protect wildlife, yeah, that are living within the concession area, whether it's in the production area or in the protection area. And social forestry, of course, we take part in promoting social forestry in collaboration with the surrounding community. Okay. Next slide. We don't stop there. Yeah, we believe that sustainability is a journey, and our contribution to FOLU Net Sync, yeah, only leaves us 6 years. And we are running full speed, all hands on deck, yeah, because we believe if we achieve FOLU Net Sync, we improve our sustainability, that will ensure that the business also will go on forever in a sustainable manner. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sihol. Before we ask public to, the audience to ask those three gentlemen, I have one question for each of you. For Pak Sihol, because you just finished your discussion. My question is, how April applying science-based solution to drastically reduce carbon emission? Okay. And for Bu Sabella, question, what are the challenges to implementation of your company's 2030 vision? And to Prof. Sindroyono, trend of wood product export based on natural forests like panel and woodworking tends to decline. And the contrast, wood export based on plantation forest increase. How to anticipate the trend in the future of Indonesian forest industry? Okay, maybe Pak Siol first, directly after.
Thank you, Pak Agus. Emission reduction, as I mentioned, we apply activities. We pursue a lot of initiatives from the upstream side of our business down to the downstream. Yeah. At the upstream side, okay, if you look at industrial forests, what do we do to decrease or to reduce emission? Yeah. We operate a lot on peatland. Okay, so water management is key, right? And then also, secondly, is that fire prevention. Okay, at the heart of our forest fire management is prevention. Yeah, of course, if there is fire incident, the answer is suppression. But more importantly, it's fire prevention. So we invest a lot in personnel and in equipment, yeah. But equally important is our work with the surrounding communities, yeah, by providing them alternative solutions, okay. And then in the manufacturing side, of course, I mentioned about the installation of solar panel, yeah, and also recently we have transformed our within factory vehicle, transportation vehicle. We are now employing 10 units of electric vehicles, yeah, to transport our employees. That in itself also is another reduction of carbon emission. Yeah, so, and there are many other initiatives, yeah, that we hope, we are learning from others as well. And of course, we hope others will also be inspired by what we do.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sio. Bu Isabella?
Yes, Pak. So definitely we encounter or face challenges, especially in our concessions. As I mentioned before, we only have 10 team members on site. So, and then also because East Kalimantan, or especially in our concession area, it's very rich. So yes, it's rich with natural resources, including coal, gold, and nickel. So can you imagine the illegal mining activities that's been going on in our concession? So how do we tackle the challenges is by actually engaging the local community. So there is no way we can tackle it without the support of the local community. That is why when we first acquired the concession, the first thing we did actually was to meet with all the local villages, and then also we had the pesta adat, sort of like the customary ceremony, to make sure that yes, we are there, we honor your customary cultures, and then we want to work with you. And the way we do it is actually we made an initiative to build 3 bridges and 30 kilometers of road which are damaged because of the use of illegal activities, which consists of illegal mining, illegal logging, as well as the poachers, because of the richness of diversity in our area. And surprisingly, so we provide only the material and also the excavator, but then again, all the human power came from the local community. And we managed to build all of them within 1 month with a very small amount of money. I mean, 300 million rupees is nothing. But then again, the collaboration is there. And at the end of it, because the sense of belonging of the people is already there, they made their own initiative to block the illegal miners and illegal loggers from using the bridges and the road. So, you know, the patrol from the community is there without our asking. So this is amazing. And then I encourage, you know, all companies to make this kind of inclusivity and also collaboration with the local community, because if we engage them and then we don't just sell promises, we actually put the ambition or our initiative into action, then I think they would definitely embrace our presence there.
Amazing, thank you. Pak Prof. Indrayono.
Well, the question is, how is the forest industry is moving forward? Let me put one target I just mentioned to you. First, you know that, as you mentioned also from Andika Nature, we are talking about some illegalities. So issue number 1, when the government said something legal, we go with that legality. So all the forest product must be coming from a legal resources. That's number 1. Number 2, the global issues of sustainability is mentioned regarding on reducing deforestation. I think Indonesia also achieved that target number 2. Number 3, we try to prevent forest fire. The president mentioned that yes, we are able to reduce up to 80% of our forest fires. This is very good. Having these 3 targets achieved, we move forward. We have to go into the global market. Now we are exporting 14 to 15 billion US dollar a year. Our target, the roadmap of APHI is 60 billion US dollar in 2045 in a sustainable forest industries. Okay, in that issues, as mentioned by Pak Sihol, technology has to be implemented over there. For example, our plywood industries, they're using technologies of the 1980s. Now, in the year 2020s, the technology is moving. You are not using natural forests. You are going into a plantation forest with the new technology of glue, the pressing technology, and so on. Second, the creativity. This is the thing I like to issue. So, yes, with the new job creation law, there is a new what do you call it, new ways of doing forest industries in Indonesia, and I'm talking about 60 billion US dollar in 2045, and having the upcoming carbon trading, hopefully this can be achieved in a sustainable way, because we are able now to handle the forest fire, we are able to handle the forest degradation, we are able to handle the deforestation, and we are able to decrease the illegality in forest product. I think we are ready to go into that area. Bagus.
Thank you,
Pak
Prof.
Agus.
So I give the opportunity to the audience. This is going to be, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 first, because we only have around 15 minutes. Here, oh, the ladies first. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yes, okay. 1, 2, 4%. Just a short question.
Yeah, I just want to ask April, because I compare your presentation with Ibu Indrawati, and I found that you did not mention about women empowerment. There are 17 goals of SDGs in which I noticed that not all of them are mentioned by you. So how you have a plan or some plans to reach all the 17 goals of SDGs? This question is maybe for you as well. Thank you.
I think we put all these 3 and then the question. And
all right, thank you, sir, for the opportunity. My name is Faiha. I'm representative of the International Forestry Students Association. My question would be addressed especially to Mr. Indroyono, Pak Indroyono, as for your presentation. So, Pak, in your last slides, you interestingly mentioned about, sorry, can you hear my voice? So, in your last slides part, you interestingly mentioned about 12 species of potentially forest products that we can sell to export, right? But as we are all aware, mostly in forest concessionaries right now in the current status quo, we mainly use like common species, for example, like acacia or shoria and others. So how can we try to convince the market to use all 12 species, these potential species that we could sell? And what kind of policies do you think we need to create to amplify the actions and make it effective? I think that's for me. Thank you.
okay, on the left, please have the. You should speak louder because it's really.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Agus. Timur Manurung from Aroiga Nusantara. My question will be to Pak Sihol. Few days ago, we released the new data on pulp and paper, and we saw that deforestation by pulp and paper actually surging. 5 times increase compared to 2017. So 5 years ago is 5 times. And part of the April is, I don't think that is the April, but more larger of the same beneficial owners in pulp in that deforestation. The second one, and then how April then makes sure its supply chain not joining in deforestation that now increase in pulp and paper. And the second one will be on the plantation in the peatland. We did simulation and we saw that the only way for pulp and paper in the peatland is just to step out from the peatland rather than to do something, because the emission of subsidence, sequestration, etc., it will be then huge in emission. Is there a map of April to move out from the, or what is the roadmap to make sure the emission not depleting in the peatland? Can I ask to Pak Agus?
Okay,
Pak
quick
Indra?
and short, yes.
Pak, actually, Pak Indriano has more talk about industry, but not about the standing stocks. I think we know that pretty sure that logging concession in Indonesia is decreasing, both in hectares and standing stocks. What is then in yearly reformation in Pak Suharto era, we have annual allowable cut. Now we do not have the AAC or jatah tebang tahunan. How then each concession implement this so we know the standing stock, is it still sufficient or not?
Okay, so who's gonna respond first? Okay, Pasio.
To Ibu's question, well, we have 4 pillars to our April 2030 commitment. Climate positive, thriving landscape. I picked those 2, which are relevant for this session. Yeah, but our 3rd pillar, inclusive progress, actually includes education, health, and women empowerment. Our top goal is to have 1 in 5 leaders in our company to be women. And for our community development program, our target is to have at least 50% effective women participation in all our empowerment programs. Yeah. So we are very serious in pursuing women empowerment, and I'm humbled to inform you that I am the champion of women empowerment in our company. Thank you. Now about the other one, SDGs, there are of course 17 goals of SDGs, but back 6 years ago, we have worked with a consulting company to identify which among the 17 goals should be our goals, because 17 goals are simply too much. Yeah? And we have identified 3 core goals of SDGs plus 4 goals where we can play a catalytic role. The 3 core goals are actually aligned with our business. Climate change, life on land, and responsible production and consumption. So we have 3 core goals plus 4 catalytic goals where we can play significant role within our community, including women empowerment. Thank you, Ibu.
Excellent. Oh, one more? Okay.
The
sorry.
one from
Yeah,
Pak Timer?
you go ahead.
Okay. 2 questions, I believe, from Pak Timer. About the supply of wood to April, we announced our sustainable forest management in 2015, and included in that commitment is no deforestation. And for every tons of wood that come into our operations, it goes through audit process, yeah, independently audit, and by a reputable audit firm. It's KPMG. So we ensure that no wood comes into our manufacturing operation that doesn't comply with our commitment. And our list of suppliers are available, can be accessed by public in our sustainability dashboard, April sustainability dashboard. You can type in April fiber supply and you will know where we are sourcing our wood from. Second question about operating on peatland. Our commitment is to operate and to manage peatland in a sustainable manner, yeah, to avoid fire and to reduce emission and to apply good world-class water management. That's our commitment for peatland. And some of our estates now are already in the 6th rotation. So we have demonstrated that operating on peatland is viable. Thank you.
Thank you, Pasio. Bu Isabella?
Thank you, Ibu, for the question. So as already mentioned in our presentation, in my presentations, so we're actually happy that we already achieved 5 up from the 17 goals, which is the gender equality. So we have 4 board members in Indica Nature, and one of them is me, actually woman. And then also I think 40% of our employees are women also. And then also for the infrastructure, as I mentioned also, we try to make the infrastructure for the concession as well. Also for the other ones is, for also number 11, life on land, and then partnership on goals. and as well as the sustainability for the communities. So as I mentioned also, we're just a baby child. We're still a baby taking to make big steps, but we're there. We're making commitments as well as keys. We're making also plans, and hopefully next year in COP29 we can report more on our SDG goals achievement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prof.
Okay, Sandra, your question is how to convince market, right? First, in natural forests, the global market knows only Indonesian trees like bangkirai, like meranti, like merbau, and teakwood. That's it. We get a lot of we have variety of other woods. We call it mixed wood. Those will stay in the forest. It's our job now to promote this. We ask our ambassadors all over the world to introduce this kind of woods for various of products, because those are stays still in the forest. Because those are most of those are only hardwoods. And the question of my colleague over there, how can you preserve the standing stock, right? Actually, every year, each of the concessionaires should propose their what we call it annual product target, rencana kerja tahunan, to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. How much they want to cut the trees and how many can be produced and so on. So in order to do that, to make it more sustainable, a lot of technology like a sealing and also reduce impact logging, silviculture intensive and so on, it has be introduced into the natural forest activities. Nowadays, our forest concession and natural forests are looking forward also to go into carbon sequestration and also carbon trading. We are looking forward very soon that we go into the global market with our achieving NDC target. At the same time also, we should be able to do some international carbon trading. I think that's my question.
Thank you. So I think I have time left. It's okay. So, sorry. You have 10 minutes. Okay, is there any? That's good one. Okay, could you please give the mic?
Thank you, Mr. Agus. I'm really surprised. 3 speakers is talking about the fire. I am very glad as you have already planning how to prevent the fire.
He's a fireman.
And I just want to give some question to Isabella, because I realized that Telaga Mas used to be the concessionary. I experienced 2010, I will investigated this concession. It's very rude. Yeah, there are a lot of illegal logging there. So I'm very surprised when you have green, as you mentioned, child, this baby child to manage the green. My question is, as far as I know, there is a protected forest in that area. So, you have already done some planning or activity to that protected forest in order to increase of the livelihood local people surrounding the forest, including the prevention of forest fire management? Thank you.
Yeah, that is just.
Yeah. Yes, Pak. So although we're just a baby player, but because the issue is so big in East Kalimantan, so that is actually our main, it's our major concern also. So we already make a patroli bersama with the KPA, the surrounding KPAs, KPH, yeah. So we already do that. Also, we erected the forest towers, the Menara Api also to protect the area. And we already bought the fire brigade car equipment actually to protect the environment. We already also engage a special unit in addition to our team members. So I'm also happy to report to you that compared to last year, the titik api, right? The forest, yeah, dots in the spots in our area, the fire spot in our area has decreased. So it's a, I mean, you know, it's a good thing. And then we're, bec- it's our, you know, in our, it's our major concern. But up to now, we have been dealing with it quite good, I think. Yeah. Thank you, Pa.
Thank you. Oh, Pak Siol.
Yeah, I would like to add. I think we, from field experience, forest fire must be prevented. That's the key idea. We can invest a lot in personnel, in suppression capability, but forest fire, the best way to deal with it is by preventing the forest fire. Now, before that, I would like to ask your permission, Pa Agus. Yeah.
Sure.
I forget to run a 2-minute video that illustrates the progress so far of our April 2030 commitment, which contributes to FOLU Net Sink 2030. The video, please. Thank you.
Let's see the video.
Just a short video. Thank you.
We are closing.
Okay, all right. So for closing, I would like to reiterate again that April will not stop here. We continue our journey. For now, for the next 7 years, we have April 2030 that will guide us. And this is aligned with a national priority in achieving FOLU Net Sink. Okay? And then for every indicators of sustainability, we have set up measurable KPIs so that everyone is accountable. Yeah, for every indicators of sustainability, we assign it to business units, we assign to managers, we assign to senior staff. Yeah, so it will stick, and we will demand sustainable practices from all aspects of our operations. And we are learning, we continue to learn from others also who are also in the forefront of sustainability practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Just short closing.
So yes, Indica Nature is a newcomer in the industry, but we believe that by declaring our commitments, just what we did in 2022 at COP27, should be also declared now. And then we declare that we have stronger commitments than last year. And we believe that by doing or implementing integrity and also sustainability in our work, in our projects, and also in our activities, we will achieve the target by 2030. And then also, I would highlight what Pak Dirjen mentioned. Inclusivity and collaboration between all parties should be taken by all parties in Indonesia to make sure that we achieve the national target as well. Thank you so much, Pak.
Pak Indroyono? Thank you. Okay, so I should close this session, but I don't want to give any conclusion.
The knowledge for April and for the dedication and work in SFM and also the initiative and ideas. So we all can achieve net sink 2030 sooner than later. And of course, Papam, thank you for the brilliant maneuver. So we managed to finish on time and on track. Once again, please send them a huge appreciation. And for that, our CEO of April will hand over a special merchandise to all the speakers on stage. And I would like to invite Pak Agus Jus as well. Congratulations, Pak Agus, as the chief of the Pavilion Indonesia. Every single day is either 3/4 full or full house. Well done, Pak Agus. And of course, for all the participants, thank you very much for your involvement, for your participation. Unfortunately, due to time constraint, we cannot accommodate all the questions. And next, please enjoy. You can all mingle. Happy networking. We'll see you again in the next 10 minutes or at 4 o'clock right here. See you soon. Thank you. Of course, by all means. Thank you. Gaya pencitraan, Pak. Ayo. Bosan gaya formal. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Enjoy Indonesia Pavilion. Okay, dear guests, please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Okay, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. Today we'll be talking about the green economy development. I'll start with a brief context. So when we talk about the climate change, first thing comes in mind is it's a major environmental issue. However, it's worth to take the note that climate change is also a development issue, both affects the economy and also the social. Therefore, the Ministry or National Development Planning Agency, BAPENAS, has established the Economic Transformation Strategy through Green Economy Framework in order to drive Indonesia's economic growth and achieve net zero emissions in 2060 or sooner. So on this session, we will hear from the speakers ideas and strategies in implementing green economy to reach the net zero emissions and sustainable development, and how to gain global collective perspectives in supporting the green economy framework in the context of finance and technology innovations. So to commence this session, I humbly invite moderator Pak Fabi Tumiwa from IESR to lead the discussion.
Thank you and good afternoon. Welcome to this session. Our event today, Transforming to Inclusive Green Economy Development Framework Toward Net Zero Emissions. So it's a very hard topic, right? But I hope you're awake, and we have a very exciting panelists today, and I hope you get insight from our discussion. And to kick off this session, I would like to invite Ibu Vivi Yuliaswati. She is the Deputy for Maritime Affairs and Natural Resource at the Ministry of National Development Planning Agency, or BAPENAS. And Bu Vivi will deliver a keynote presentation as well as to setting the context of our discussion today. Bu Vivi, the podium is yours.
Distinguished panelists and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. The triple planetary crisis, climate change, pollution, and the trend for the biodiversity loss poses a threat not only to the health of our planet, but also to the well-being of our societies and economies. It is not just an environmental issue, it is a development issue which is interrelated and has an impact on one another that demands our immediate attention and actions. Today, we want to emphasize the gravity of the issues, their interconnectedness, and the urgency of adopting a holistic approach to ensure a sustainable future. Indonesia has strengthened its development pathway to balance the economic targets and the environmental protections, including in tackling the climate change. In the current midterm development plan, we have incorporated the low carbon development as well as climate resilience. In the long-term development plan 2025-2045, it has become more tangible and explicit that we put emission reduction intensity as one of main targets. You will notice it's about the intensity. So the denominators is about the economy that need to grow greener. We have considered that the sustained GNI per capita on par with the developed nations is not possible to be achieved if the environment quality continues to degrade and detrimental impact of climate change harm our lives. A shifting economic pathway toward a green economy is a must. The green economy policies with ambitious low carbon and climate resilience development policies are able to support Indonesia in achieving net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner. And of course, to encourage our GDP growth up until 2045 to meet status of developed countries. The analysis also signals that through the green economy policies, Indonesia can gain a number of benefits, such as reaching the average GDP to around 6.22% until 2045, reducing around 86 million CO2 equivalent emissions, and 93% of emission reduction intensity by 2045, as well as creating around 1.8 million additional green jobs. The green economy policies requires a fundamental transformations in the energy transitions, more robust and wider implementation of circular economy, as well as low carbon development. As the enabler factors, the green investment or financing is also critical, particularly to implement a greener technology and infrastructure. For Indonesia, it is estimated that we require up to 51.6 billion US dollar per year from public, also private funding. So additional funding such as from the innovative financing are needed, particularly to close the gap inevitably, such as blended finance, impact investment, carbon trade, carbon tax, as well as the subsidy reallocations. So through this talk show, we do hope that we could exchange more ideas and knowledge that we need to transform toward a green economy to achieve net zero emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Bu Fifi, for your keynote presentations. And it's highlighted that now low carbon development is the paradigm of Indonesia development planning toward 2045, 2060, right? So, and it's being highlighted that we need a lot of investment. And what I really, I'm fascinated to hear that the transformative that is required on energy, on development, in financing, everything has to be green. So to continue the dialogue, I will invite my panelists here. We have a very excellent panelists. First, I would like to invite Ibu Mirna Savitri, Deputy of Environment and Natural Resources of Indonesia Authority of Nusantara National Capital. Bu Mirna, please come on stage. I would like also to invite Pak Medril Sam, Director of Environment of National Development Planning Agency. Welcome. Please come to the stage. I have three distinguished panelists, speakers from abroad. First, I would like to invite Ms. Matt Webb, Deputy Director for the International Energy Transition Team in the International and Net Zero Directorate of the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. The name is new, right? From United Kingdom. And please join me at stage, Mr. Justin Wu, Managing Director and Co-Head of Climate Change Asia Pacific at HSBC Asia. And last but not least, please come on stage, Mr. Philip Gas, the Director of the in the ISD Energy Program. Thank you. Everyone is here. So we will have a discussion in 3 rounds. So I will ask questions to all panelists, and you have very, very short time to answer, right? You have like 4 minutes max each round. And we will have 3 rounds of questions. So the first 2 rounds, and then I will give opportunity to the audience also to ask questions to our panelists. And then we'll continue with the latest round. And because the time is very short, I hope we can really conclude this session by 5:20 as 5:20 p.m. as scheduled. So I will start with Ibu Mirna. As Bu Fifi has said in her keynote speech about low carbon development and its role in the overall green economy development framework. And you were representing IKN authority, right? So, so what can you tell us what is the role of the new capital city Nusantara play in promoting inclusive green economy development across Indonesia, particularly how the experience of implementing low carbon technology and innovation in Nusantara contributes to Indonesia's overall strategy for achieving its climate goals and its 100 years vision, along with reducing its carbon footprint? I know you have a presentation, but if you can brief respond to this question, that will be appreciated. Please, Ibu Mirna.
Yes, thank you. Yes, one thing that I want to say here that Nusantara is not just a project to build a new city or to displace Jakarta as a capital to East Kalimantan. Beyond that, we have another objective, among others, is to make Nusantara as a sustainable city. And then for that reasons, we have a responsibility to recover the existing degraded ecosystem in Nusantara. So I would like to use this opportunity to say to all of you that the location where we built Nusantara is basically not in the good condition of ecosystems. The majority of the land already degraded. So our task is to restore that ecosystem. Second one, that we also have another responsibility to improve the resource governance. So that's why anything related to the problems of the coordinations, of the overlapping tasks, etc., should be resolved in Nusantara. And third, that I want also tell with you that we work with a very strict KPI. What Ibu Vivi mentioned earlier, all of that issues already also can be found in our KPI. Starting, for example, by making 65% of our area to be protected areas, and we just built for 25% of the area. We also have a KPI to make 100% of the renewable energy used for Nusantara. We also need to achieve net zero city in 2045. So maybe later on I can tell about that. So, but basically the point is, what is the dream of the green economy already mentioned in our KPI. Thank you.
Thank you. So just follow up a little bit on this. So do you think that Nusantara capital reflecting the transformation that we discuss currently toward net zero with all the target that you mentioned?
Yes. It's very clear that Nusantara want to be an example of making the green economy happen in Indonesia.
Thank you, Bu. I'll move to Matthew. Matthew, from your perspective, and I know that this UK has been promoting low carbon development, and you've been working with Indonesia government long time ago, I know. So from your perspective, what specific element of green economy development framework in Indonesia resonate with the UK vision and your strategies for the global sustainable development? And how can this align further strengthen bilateral partnership between UK and Indonesia?
Well, thank you, and I'll try and speak up. Firstly, it's a real pleasure to be here in the Indonesian Pavilion, and I can just say, from the UK Pavilion perspective, we have the similar issue with noise. So I'll try and be as clear and as loud as I can. But you have a more beautiful backdrop with the trees on the walls. So thank you. I mean, as you said, we're very pleased to be working so strongly and closely with Indonesia and the different agencies. I'm actually here representing my Foreign Office colleague, Sean Hillhorst, who would be here. I've been quite involved in the international scene on energy transition. And I mean, just to keep to time, I think what's really exciting is, the elements of the new green economy development framework are, very strongly aligned with what the UK has been doing over the last decade. And I think it's those similarities which are setting that long-term plan, giving certainty, particularly to business and industry, so that you can make the transition investable. So what I think is really interesting is that the UK, it's been since about 2008, 2009, we put into law our goals. We upgraded them a couple of years ago to be net zero for 2050, but we had I'm going to say 85% commitment in 2008, which we then took up. That gave a real signal but it's then what you do in your markets, your electricity markets, in the industrial sector, to drive investment. And I think, you know, what I think is fascinating and what I think is a huge opportunity, the time that we've got to make that change now is shortening very quickly. So I think from the UK perspective, we really have to share what went well and also what didn't go so well really quickly, really openly, really honestly, as countries like Indonesia are making hugely ambitious efforts and changes to not only adapt what you've built already, but also keep building your economy, keep building your prosperity, but do so in a way that you know, meets with the targets we're setting. So pieces on the framework, the structure and the regulation and how we actually drive and give certainty to investors, I think is where we've got huge opportunities to collaborate going forward. I'll stop there.
Yes,
time.
thank you. I'm just curious because the name of your office is changed to Department of Energy Security and Net Zero, right? Yeah. Does that also show the ambitious from UK government to become net zero? Can you tell us what is the behind of this? Because the name always changed, I think, to my understanding.
I'll be very brief. Departments come and departments go. What was quite interesting, just after we passed our Climate Change Act, we created a department called Energy and Climate Change, which I was proud to be a member of. We then expanded we brought business in and we became a business department. The new department is back at its heart, is about dealing with net zero and energy and sectors and electricity. So I think in a way the focus has again increased on those two sectors. You cannot do climate change policy without energy policy. And I think the comment on the energy, you know, post-Russia, Ukraine, you know, the focus on security and stability through the transition is being very much reflected. And I think that's partly in our name. And I think the challenge we face together is we've got to give confidence to investors that there's a clear path. And we are going to, you know, deconstruct the fossil fuel powered energy sector that we have and build the new one seamlessly, smoothly, without disruption, and bringing people with us. And I think it's right to have the word security there now, because if people feel secure, they will go faster. So I think that's the way we see it with our new departmental name.
Yeah, maybe it could inspire also for Bappenas to change, become National Net Zero Development Agencies, perhaps, as we move toward net zero emissions, right? Just say. So yeah, I would move to Justin. Justin, you mentioned, we have heard that transformations requires transformation of development framework require transformation in financing. And you represent one of a very active bank in this space, green finance. I know HSBC has been very active in low carbon financing, and recently Just Energy Transition Partnership as part of the G funds, right? So considering the increasing global focus on sustainable finance, what do you think the financial institutions, how the financial institutions perceive the role of green economy development framework, as you have heard, in driving investment opportunity in Indonesia and broader Asia region? Do you think that this framework convinces you as a financial institution to provide more finance to green project in Indonesia?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And the short answer is absolutely. We've been in Indonesia for many decades, right? We've had a long presence in the Asia Pacific region and then in Indonesia as well. I think that at the beginning you mentioned that it's important to link the mitigation of climate change or transition net zero with development, right? I couldn't agree with that more, because in some ways, if you think about it, right, ourselves and many of the other banks financed the development of Indonesia over the past 4 or 5 decades, right? The impressive economic growth that's been achieved in Indonesia was a result of development and quite a bit of financing. Now, the next 30 years or 40 years where we need to achieve net zero, we need to achieve a net zero economy, I should say. Now, that requires a lot of financing as well, right? And that's obviously a question of development. example I like to use, the UK industrialized with coal and the steam engine almost 200 years ago, right? And the United States used an internal combustion engine and oil to build its economy over 120 years ago or so. What is the technology of the future that Indonesia and other emerging countries need? Is it the same path? Or do we have new technologies that we need to deploy, such as renewable energy, such as electric vehicles, smart grids, et cetera, right? There's many of these things out there. So I think there's a very real development question about how to build the net zero economy. And that absolutely should be, I think, discussed, in conjunction with the question of economic development. In other words, all these numbers that we hear at COP about trillions and trillions of dollars needed every year to mitigate climate change, et cetera, that's not in addition to everything else you do. That is what you do. That is your economic development plan for the future. And yeah, I think to get back a little bit to the question you asked, absolutely, we want to be there to help and finance it. And as a financial institution, we have a role to play, to facilitate that, right? I mean, we need to do it obviously in partnership with governments and other financial institutions, regulators, and the real economy and everything else. We need to work together to achieve that. But clearly, we do want to help as much as we can and have that real economy impact.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, because you also work in the region, right? Asia Pacific region, to be specific. So how do you see that this kind of framework that Indonesia has put forward, right? How this attractive? How is attracted financial institutions compared to other countries in the regions? Because I believe we are not the only countries that project, but how do you think this kind of framework would drive the competitiveness of Indonesia in attracting private finance?
Sure. I mean, look, in one way, you can always say there's a competition, quote unquote, right, between different countries. But I don't think it's a zero-sum sort of competition. It could be a good one, right? One where we all need to embark on this together. All the countries have signed up to the COP, the UNFCCC process to mitigate climate change, et cetera. So we all need to move in that direction, right? So I think having frameworks is very important. Now, I think from a financial institution's perspective, we do prefer that countries trying to align as much as possible in terms of frameworks and incentives, et cetera. That actually does help in some ways. But if there is obviously some level of competition to strive for greater excellence, to raise the bar, so to speak, I think that's a good thing, right? That could also be done in a very good way. But look, I mean, fundamentally, Indonesia has a lot of potential, has a lot of needs, right? A lot of financing needs, very ambitious development plans, and our customers there tell us, they have sustainability journeys that they need to go on, and that requires finance, right? And we want to play a role in that, but we also want to facilitate and catalyze others to come along that journey as well.
Thank you. Philip, your organization ISD has been working on the development issues, energy, climate issues, right, for a long time, and have been active in Indonesia also. So, but can you tell me what international policies or framework that exists currently that can provide guidance and support to countries like Indonesia in achieving a just transition to green economy, and in particular emphasis on clean energy? As Bu Vivi already mentioned, that we need transformation, we have to transform our energy system as well.
Yeah, I was looking at her presentation, and she had all these fiscal mechanisms, and you sort of see, well, there's so much you can get out of subsidy reform, there's so much you can get out of carbon pricing, and you add these up, and that's how you get to net zero, that's how you get to your goals over time, both in terms of emissions reductions, but also in terms of how you raise finance, because there's two sides of it. There's the domestic and the international. Speaking about some of the different initiatives, the different platforms that are out there. There's the newest and the one that's getting the most attention over the past year is we have the JETPs, which obviously Indonesia is very heavily involved in, that are really starting to put together the guidance of how we transition our energy sectors, and we achieve goals like net zero, and we achieve also the development goals as well, because it's not just about the energy and the environment. The social impacts are very important, and part of those JETPs is ensuring that the people that are affected by energy transition are included in that as well. I mean, there's lots of different initiatives. We've got Low Carbon Development Initiative in Indonesia, which ISD has been involved in. Internationally, there's also the Low Emission Development Strategies, NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, and then you have sort of external organizations like Global Carbon Pricing Challenge, PPCA, which the UK is involved in. And so there's a lot, and there's potential that it's overwhelming, but I think what we try to do is look at, well, what can each one offer individually? And so the JETP, a big part of it is that there's a financial plan there, and that we identify the level of finance needed, and we start to get an idea of what the different goals are. Through an organization like PPCA or Global Carbon Pricing Challenge, you get countries coming together and sharing experiences and recognizing that the experience in the UK or in Canada, where I'm from originally, isn't necessarily directly applicable in a country like Indonesia, but maybe there's lessons that can be taken about stakeholder engagement or social protection or how a country is organizing its finances, and looking to bring those pieces together and try to pick out of each one, well, what can we learn in a country like Indonesia? But a lot of it comes bottom up as well, and also sharing what's working. One of the other things we're working on right now is just energy transition within IISD, and trying to bring together the knowledge from the region and sharing it globally as well. So if there are good reports and academic studies coming out of any country, putting them together and making sure that organizations are sharing. So in summary, really coming down to what can we learn from each other in terms of financing the transition? How can we share the information? And with all of these different acronyms, sort of identifying what each group can offer and trying to take the best out of all of them.
Yeah, I would like to, you mentioned this platform, you forget to mention Global Subsidy Initiative, I think. we've been involved also. Because I raised this question because Bu Vivi mentioned in the presentation in terms of financing gaps, subsidy reform is one of that. And we know in Indonesia, subsidy reform is a very, very tough policies. It's not easy to deliver. But can you maybe say something how we can ensure this reform can happen without jeopardizing affordability and access to energy for the poor? What is the best recommendation you can give?
Yeah, I think, and I'll be brief, on the Global Subsidies Initiative, what we're really looking at is the main thing to sort of understand about subsidies is subsidies are often in place to deliver social goals. They're to reduce poverty, they're to increase energy access, they're to support jobs. And so the idea of the Global Subsidies Initiative, and where IISD is working in Indonesia on electricity or transport fuels, is we recognize these are hard because you're delivering development goals through these subsidies. And so we want to reform them because we want to direct finance towards clean energy and to development. But we also need to recognize where we need to, if we're going to reform subsidies, we need to reinvest in social goals, in healthcare, in employment, in poverty reduction. And so part of it is, how do we deliver those goals without a fossil fuel subsidy? Are there ways or if a subsidy is absolutely needed, how can we target it the most so that it's getting to those that most need it, low-income households, people who struggle with energy access, and not blanket subsidies that contribute to climate change. So really it's about targeting the social goal you're trying to deliver and finding out how you can do it without a fossil fuel subsidy and redirecting the revenue that way.
Thank you, Philip. I would like to go to Pak Mendril. Right? Pak Mendril, your unit is, I think, responsible of this, developing this framework, right? And I've been working also together in the past to shape this framework. So, so from your opinions, what are the challenges and opportunities Indonesia face in transitioning from brown to green economy, right? And how does the government plan to address any barriers hindering progress toward achieving net zero emission? More precisely, how we identified opportunities and reforms that coming in the upcoming medium-term development plan and long-term development plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Febi. But before I ask your questions related to challenges, I really would like to inform the audience that our country right now has set a very ambitious targets to reach our net zero emissions. Please allow me, if colleagues, if you can present the PPT slide number 3, if I may. Well, during, actually, we have already set the long-term development plan. Not this one, my presentations actually. Well, we have already set a very ambitious target in our long-term development plans that will be set as a law. Set as a law. In our scenario to reach these ambitions for the 2045, actually, it is much more beyond our enhanced NDC. Because actually we really would like to see, this is the figures. Actually, I need to stand probably, so. So everyone can see this. Yeah, this is the scenario that we have already developed in our planning documents. And this scenario will be set as a law and to be guided for any presidents in the next 20 years. So if you can see the chart here and also the figures, that annually in 2045, we have to reduce our emissions until 80%. So you can imagine. So this is the way to reach our ambitions, to reach our economy, to reach the emission reductions intensity as Ibu Vivi already mentions. So as you can see here, this is a very ambitious target. You can see that 80% in 2045, emission reductions have to be reduced. And you can see here in 2030, if you look at the table there, for annual emissions, we have a bigger target in compared to enhanced NDC, about 55%. So as you can see here, we have already set a very ambitious target, and this is along the line also with our economic growth as well. We would like to see that our economy actually in a greener pathway. So that's why then the title of this session today is how then we can develop the green economic development framework. And it's already there in the scenario development in our RPGPN that will be set as a law later. And of course, we will be translating this into our 5 years development plan. And we really would like to see this become a major transformations into our development. So, of course, this must be facing a lot of challenges, I believe. And as you can see right now, energy sectors has become a big issue for us. And you see that right now also we still have a very high fuel consumptions, still based on fossil fuels. And according to that issues, I believe, as Bu Vivi already mentions, actually we have to raise the questions about the investments. Of course, to reach these ambitions, we need a lot of investments. We cannot just rely upon our fiscal capacity, but of course, we have to rely on more on investments. What is happening right now, the investment is just kind of regular commercial loan. Of course, that's not what we expect. Of course, we really would like to see more concessions, more grants, more commitment from the private investments. So that's one. That's one issue. And of course, another issue is how then we can access the technology and also the knowledge. So that's why now we have BRIN now, and of course, it's not, I don't know whether it is enough to recover the technology and also to access the knowledge, but of course, this is the big issue as well, and this is also required investment. And the third one that we really would like to see actually as a probably, this is not a kind of just a challenges, but also opportunity. So we believe replacing the fossil fuel with the renewable, it requires a lot of aspects. Particularly, how then the green jobs and how then we can enhance and we can reskill our labor capacity into a more greener way. We know that our labor capacity in current phase is much more on the brown aspects. So in the future, we would like to see as well how then these green jobs will be happening in Indonesia. We have already estimated the green jobs it create a lot of potential aspect for our economy and create also a better labor markets in the future. But of course, again, for some challenges that we have to acquire, investments, and also the technology, this is also need to be aligned with the strategy that we have already set in our long-term development plans. Does it answer your questions? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Pak Medri, I would like to follow up on that because one of the challenge that I think many of us have seen in Indonesia is a very hard to do coordination, right? I think you have a lot of meeting and coordination in Indonesia is, you have like how many coordinating ministers, but still coordination is one of the hardest things to do in Indonesia. So, and it's not only among intergovernmental ministerial, right, but also from national to subnational, right, to provincial and district, and so on and so forth. My question is that, because a lot of people are asking, well, you can have a very good green development framework whatsoever. My question is how your Bapenas is ensure the alignment or make this become reference to other ministries to implement, because without the implementation, I think this framework is nothing. So I know this is a big challenge, but how do you see this? How do you overcome these barriers?
Thank you, very important questions. Coordination is a big issue for us, right? And we know that a lot of plans, a lot of programs that have been made, not only just by the line ministries, but also by the local governments, even by the NGOs, you can name it. So, in our context, of course, we have been collaborating with the line ministries, but to secure what we have already planned so far, actually, these long-term development plans that we have already set, that will be stated as a law. As a law. So it's not just a presidential decree or presidential instructions, but this is law. So why do we have to go into that way? Because we really would like to see that our framework that we have already set will be followed by any presidents that will be elected, by any line ministers that will be elected later. So then we have provided them a very strong corridors to reach our ambitions. We have very ambitious target in net zero emissions in 2060. We have provided them with the scenario of development. We have provided them with the targets that every president will be followed.
Thank you, Pak Medril. I think quite assuring for all of us, right? That this will not go on astray. And I think it's very important that we have this law and as a reference for any, not only ministries, but also presidents in the next 20 years, whoever become the presidents, right? We are going to have election next year. So that's why very, very important issues. I would like to go to Ibu Mirna. Ibu Mirna, you see all of this. And since IKN, the new capital city, is still under development, right? And I think it has target that by next year, it will be fully functioned, I think, right? With the presidents say that our Independence Day inaugurations will be in capitals, a new capital city, right? And we started with some ministry will start to that. But in your experience running this development, what would be and you have mentioned that this concept, right? Become net zero 2045, that pretty ambitious, but also kind of the opportunities. But how do you see what you would do to ensure that all of this green, low carbon development green Nusantara will be in reality by 2045, reaching net zero by 2045. So what is your strategy?
Yes, first I would like to maybe make a correction that Nusantara will be 100% function in 2045, not next year. Yeah, yeah, fully function. Yeah, and then regarding the way we integrate the low carbon development framework into our development, so basically our task is here in terms that we already have a master plan. So the master plan saying in detail about what we should do. And then one of the principles that we need to comply with is to implement the low carbon development. Yesterday we just launched our roadmap of the net zero strategy. And then this roadmap indicating that first we are serious in integrating low carbon development into our development, and second one, we also want to contribute effectively to the NDCs. So I don't want to say in detail about the roadmap because tomorrow we will have a special session about that. Yes, here. But basically, with the roadmap, we want to show that we are serious in achieving that target. Yeah. So.
Good. So please bear in mind that tomorrow there will be a launching special session.
Not launching. The launching already yesterday, but tomorrow we will discuss about
that net zero roadmap, right? So thank you, Bu, for that. Please come also tomorrow if you are interested to hear more about this. And I think just to add that last month I think the president also inaugurates the first solar power, so 50 megawatt solar power with battery. That's the first renewable energy project in IKN. So I have to say that we are really support that solar thing and to show again that it's not just concept, it's already put into action.
Yeah. And also for the FOLU, I think we also started several activities for planting and replanting in several areas.
Thank you for that. I would like to go again to Justin. Justin, how do financial institutions assess the risks and opportunities associated with the green investment in Indonesia in particulars? And what strategies can be adopted to mitigate this risk while maximizing, of course, as financial institution, you want to maximize your returns, but sustainably. So how do you do that?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the question. I mean, I think there's a number of ways to answer the question. Actually, I mean, I think when it comes to green technologies or decarbonization technologies, right? I think first of all, there's a set of technologies today which are very much from a technological perspective not considered sort of risky or new, etc. Right? That they're very much sort of mature and ready to be deployed. And specifically what I'm talking about is renewable energy, such as wind and solar and geothermal to a certain extent as well as the electrification of transportation technologies, such as electric drivetrains like batteries, electric vehicles, whether it's four-wheelers or three-wheeler electric vehicles, electric buses, those sort of things. So there's a number of technologies already that's what we considered very much sort of mature and ready to be deployed on scale, en masse today. And those are the things that actually need to, the solar and project you just mentioned, those things need to be replicated many hundreds or thousands of times, right, to kind of achieve the level and the effect that we need. So one is about scaling that. However, that's sort of what we need to do, I think, in the near term, the next 10 years. So get us a good amount of way towards staying within our carbon budget, 1.5 degree carbon budget. But to get to net zero, which is 100% reduction of all emissions, that requires another generation of technologies, right? Which at the moment are not commercially sort of viable in most cases. And and banks and lenders such as ourselves are probably not comfortable doing at the moment. So these are sort of the next, what we call the next generation of decarbonization technologies. So that's carbon capture and sequestration or utilization, hydrogen, various sort of hydrogen technologies, or sometimes they're sort of carbon removal technologies like direct air capture, et cetera. There's a number of these things as well that actually requires either a blended finance solution or sort of pilots or even government or regulatory support to actually deploy, right? So I think it's a bit of a long answer already, but I think when we look at these opportunities, we first look at technologies, which bucket is this technology we need to deploy, and then we look at where this needs to be deployed, right? Countries such as Indonesia versus maybe other countries, there's a different set of risk versus opportunity considerations. And some of these may actually not be unique to the technology itself and may be unique to the way that the power market is set up or the regulatory environment is. So we need to sort of think about what is technology risk versus what is actually a market risk that's independent from that. So that's how we sort of assess. But look, at the end of the day, we sort of know what are the technologies we need to deploy. So we just have to work on de-risking them and making everybody sort of comfortable with that.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a big challenge. I understand that most of the technology to reach net zero is actually available, but how fast the commercialization in specific country can happen, right? And that's the challenge. That was the importance of policy and regulatory framework to make that technology become available and ready to be deployed and also commercially viable to attract private investment. Matthew, considering the evolving global landscape, how can the UK continue support and engagement in Indonesia low carbon development program, adapt to incorporate emerging trends or challenges within the context of green economy framework? Now we are in a very chaotic work, but how do you, and Indonesia also have, I think now is become emerging economy. So how do you keep engaged in this?
Very good, thank you. So I'm gonna answer your question eventually, but I just wanted to respond to some of the really good points that the panelists have made, and just expand a little bit. There was a reference, I think, just now to the legal nature of the framework, and I just wrote down the law with an exclamation mark, and I remember one of our ministers once saying, if we don't do this, I'm going to be sent to jail, or words to that effect, because that's what it means. You have a legal duty, and as you say, that legal duty passes between the one set of administration to another. So it is not something that is there to be swung between the political cycles. It's a long-term, enduring framework, and I think that's something which has, served us well in the UK and continues to serve us well. It also, I would say, we had a moment in March where we had to respond to, challenge from the public to the quality of our plans, we published several thousand pages of detailed planning around the net zero framework. So that legal status, that accountability, the scrutiny, it's very important. And as you're trying to demonstrate the planning into the future, and that you're openly talking with people about how you're going to do it. The JET-P point, I could probably have opened with the remark, as to how proud the UK is to support the JET-P system amongst the G7 countries. We are very, very strong supporters of the JET-P in Indonesia, which is led by the US and Japan. But the idea, and this speaks to Philip's point, I think, the idea is not just about making a big announcement. It's about the quality. It's the quality of the support that can be provided, because it gives visibility to what countries are going to offer. Because quite often it's like one country gives an announcement for 1 year, another year, another year. This is about a long-term, enduring relationship where we can align, put our money together, minimize that duplication, which always happens with a lot of bilateral work, and actually move forward. But it's something that we've all got to support, because the transition is going to be 10, 15, 20 years, and it's going to require concerted long-term effort. So, you know, we are fully behind the success of the Indonesia JET-P, but we are, you know, completely working to coordinate as strongly as possible with other countries. And, you know, speaking as a bureaucrat, coordinating across ministries on systemic change is a huge challenge. The one other thing I was going to say, looking at my notes, in terms of just how we can, you know, we can support. There's this piece I touched on in my first answer about, the better the policy, the more that investors are going to choose to invest, and the lower the rates, the lower the rates and the project investment costs. I mean, in the UK at the moment, we have enormous investment requirements. We are looking to put in 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. We need to, over double the grid connectivity in the UK. A lot of our wind is in the north of the UK, and lots of people live in London in the south, and we need more cables, we need more wires, and that's, upfront investment. So investor certainty is a key phrase, and I think that's the role where, sharing policy experience really quickly. What we're learning now, I mean, we are trying to reduce the queuing time, the speed at which we can get renewables connected. We have we are making changes today, this year, to get those projects on. We need to be sharing that process, how we do that. But in the short term, public finance can really help. Concessional finance can really help just bring down that cost of capital, lower the hurdle rate for those projects and really accelerate the investment. So again, it's that mix of sharing domestic experience and learning, and also providing that sort of concessional capital to really reduce those barriers. Anyway, sorry, I may have answered your question, but I took you such a long route, you didn't realize if I did answer the question, so I'm apologizing.
Cooperation, support, sharing, lesson learned, best, I think, to improve policy and regulatory framework, to reduce risk, and provide what also Pak Mendril mentioned, concessional capitals, right? It's very, very important. I think in Indonesia context, that's how you're going to engage more with Indonesia. Philip, we just briefly mentioned about the technology that's available for decarbonize our energy system. But can you tell more about what is the emerging technology that we should be aware? And again, I think back to that, the initial discussions, that what kind of policy framework can you tell that the Indonesia to prepare to facilitate this rapid emerging clean technology to support our energy transition?
Sure. So I'll start with the technology side of the question, and I think what we're advocating for at ISD is not looking for bridge solutions. Look for the end solution. And so anything that's true renewable clean energy is what we're looking for. We're not necessarily looking at moving to gas or carbon capture. Green hydrogen, solar, wind, all of these technologies that are going to be with us for the next 100 years, not the next 20. What you want to avoid is investing in these bridge technologies that within a couple of decades are going to become uneconomical themselves. And so you really need to sort of look ahead. And really from a market's competitive standpoint, a lot of those renewable energy solutions are already cheaper than the legacy fossil fuel technologies, as well as some of the bridging technologies. Some, like green hydrogen, are not quite there yet, but they're getting close. And so rather than investing, for example, in hydrogen made with gas, focus on the green hydrogen at the end of the day and get to the end technology as quickly as possible, and also ahead of the curve of others as well. In terms of financing, I think what we are most looking at is ensuring that financing for things like JET-P isn't just all loans that are going to have to be repaid with difficult interest rates. We need a mix. We need a mix both of public sector, international climate financing commitments. Some of that may be loans, but some is in grants and other mechanisms. We also want to look at private sector investment. You want to encourage private sector investment, but one of the ways to do that is things like, to come back to it, subsidy reform. I was speaking to a representative from a Finland organization that makes clean steel today, and they said that we were talking informally, and that one of the barriers to clean energy investment is when you're moving into a jurisdiction and there's subsidy reform for fossil fuel industry, because if you're looking to make products with clean energy and fossil fuels are subsidized, it's immediately an investment barrier. We also need some basic regulatory changes to enable clean energy investment in a lot of jurisdictions. Clean energy investment is seen as high risk because, and this isn't necessarily specific to Indonesia, but in several countries where the investment has been based on coal, and you can plan on coal for the last 50 years. You know how coal works, you know what the price is going to be. And so renewable energy is perceived to be a higher risk investment, even though the technologies are cheaper. And so it's about bringing the finance along, bringing those who are making the investment decisions along to say, well, look, in the past, we might have gone with what was certain, but quickly those renewable energies are becoming certain as well. So it's a mix of public sector investment, including not just loans, but also grants and other climate finance commitments. And it's also de-risking the private sector environment as well, so that things like fossil fuel subsidies aren't distorting the markets. And then the final thing I'll say there too is the other side of subsidy reform can be carbon pricing, because carbon pricing does make it essentially more advantageous for a clean energy investment. It's easier for wind power or solar power to move into a jurisdiction where there's a carbon price because they've got an immediate competitive advantage as well. So maybe I'll pause there.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And I will start to open this Q&A sessions to give you opportunity to ask your questions or make comments to the initial statements from the panelists. We have a couple of minutes, so if you want to ask question or make comments, please state your name, your affiliation, and to whom the comment or questions will directed to. Anyone, please? Anyone in the audience would like to ask any question or make comments, please? No? Are you sure? Okay, I'll let you think about it. But I will like to follow up more on this. Maybe because Philip already mentioned very interesting thing about carbon pricing, and also in Bu Vivi presentation, carbon pricings. Yeah, I heard yesterday that Singapore and other some countries already launched this transition, what they call transition. Transition credit. Like, I mean, like using the fossil fuel retirement, in this case, early coal retirements, to finance the transition as one of the transition finance. But beyond that, I mean, because you've been working on carbon pricing, right? So maybe can you give us kind of the example from the best policy in implementing carbon pricing that can be adopted for Indonesia, so we can mobilize finance also to support the green development from that?
Sure, I can start, and I'm sure others might have things to say as well. I think with carbon pricing, I think there's a lot of similarities with subsidy reform in the way that you want to address things. I like to say that, if you do carbon pricing without subsidy reform and subsidy reform without considering carbon pricing, it's like you're in a boat and the boat is leaking. And so by doing subsidy reform or carbon pricing, you're taking the water out of the boat. But unless you fix the leak, the water is going to keep coming in. So you need both tools to be able to really finance the transition. I think what we're hearing about that there's a lot of concern is there's sort of three aspects that we look at ISD. One is the domestic design. Are you tackling the right sectors? Are you achieving the balance between ensuring that the carbon price is strong, but not so high that your industry potentially moves to other jurisdictions? So is that technical domestic design element that's really large? And then there's also the international side of it as well, looking at things like border carbon adjustments. If Indonesia is an exporter of products and you're exporting to a place like the EU where it has a carbon price in place, there's a concern that you might pay penalties or pay fees to export into those markets. So you want your carbon price to be internationally robust so that it's compatible with other international systems, be it the EU or elsewhere. The third element of carbon price, and to me the most important, is public acceptance. If we've seen it over and over again in jurisdictions around the world, whether it's subsidy reform or carbon pricing, if the system isn't implemented correctly and the people who are affected aren't actively engaged, you have opposition and you see public demonstrations, and often those systems get repealed because there's pressure on the government becomes so high. And so what it's about meeting with stakeholders, meeting with workers, meeting with civil society, meeting with industry and business to develop a plan that everybody can find accepting. Because all of those groups want to tackle climate change, but they've all got very specific interests. And some of us are able to think about, 10 or 20 years down the road, where a civil society representative said to me yesterday, I think about the end of the month, and that I'm going to be able to afford fuel and I'm going to be able to afford food. And so working with these groups to make sure that they're going to be accepting of a carbon price is really half the battle, so that once it's in place for a long time.
Thank you. Justin, back to you. How do green finance and sustainable investment align with Indonesia's broader economic and environmental objective? And how can this alignment be leveraged to further promote green economy initiatives? So from your financial institutions perspective, how do you see this?
Sure. Yeah, I think we've touched on this topic in a number of ways already. And also some of my fellow panelists, I think, have touched on it, right? I think maybe what I'll talk about here is how do we, the way that we work with companies, right? The real economy companies in Indonesia, for instance, right? So obviously, I think, we talked about a number of drivers, but a number of these companies either want to adopt new technologies or they want to increase their ESG KPIs in some way, their environmental performance or their, sustainability performance, et cetera. There's a number of things they want to do, right? So the way we support them is we try to offer sustainable finance products to a certain extent to kind of help them along, right? And I think a lot of it, look, I mean, it's a big topic to talk about this at COP, but simply I think one is that there's a lot of investor sort of demand for obviously, sustainable finance products for companies to be able to say that, look, I'm making progress towards the decarbonization, I'm future-proofing my business, I'm adopting new technologies, I'm doing good by the environment and other areas as well, right? And there's a lot of demand for, I think, if that company is trying to raise capital and we sort of issue bonds or that sort of thing, there's a lot of demand for it, right? So we've done a number of transactions in Indonesia. We've seen a lot of oversubscription from international investors, meaning that there's quite a bit of demand from international investors to invest in sort of sustainable business models adopted by companies in Indonesia. So that's a very positive sign, I think, right? So that means that there is international financial support for a lot of the goals that are set. Now, of course, the devil is sometimes in the details of how you sort of line this up and make sure that we can do enough of it, and we make sure we have very good sort of objectives behind it. But ultimately, I think there is a good sort of momentum there.
Thank you. Matthew, UK government, well, now His Majesty government, right, has been engaged with Indonesia low carbon development for quite some time, right? And I think this kind of framework also results from your previous cooperation with Indonesia, in particular with BECCS, right? So can you share with us what do you foresee about this framework, and how UK government will support, in what way you're going to support Indonesia, in this case BECCS and other counterpart perhaps, in make sure that this framework, as Madril mentioned already in law, right, can be implemented effectively and lead to the objective 2045?
Yes, thank you for that question. I mean, I'll touch on just a couple of points. I mean, I think, you know, and we're very, very pleased, as I say, to be cooperating. Don't think that's me. There we go. Cooperating, you know, very deeply, and you know, we look forward to keeping that cooperation going and being very strong and working with you. I think at different levels, we are, you know, we're looking to keep that cooperation going. So at the technical level, you know, we've just recently announced another 27 million of technical support to the Low Carbon Development Initiative. That was when our Minister Trevelyan was over. Under the JETP, there's a $1 billion of loan guarantee within that $20 billion package, and you know, in between, as I said, I think you know, I touched upon those systemic changes we are making in the UK right now, which, as I said, finding faster ways to work and share that knowledge, share that skill, and you know, affect that paradigm shift in terms of how you regulate, how you operate, how you get that blend of policies right is the piece in the middle. And I just, again, picking up on the answer previously, I was reflecting on the number of different, this can't be an ideological debate about, you know, is it that mechanism, is it that mechanism? I was reflecting over the last 10 years on what we needed to make a change from, it was 40% coal on our energy mix in 2012, and it's going to be gone next year. So it's about a decade, but we needed carbon price floors, we needed capacity mechanisms for supply, we needed contract for difference. You know, all those measures were needed simultaneously to make that change. And I think that's the challenge to policymakers, is you've got to make you know, parallel interventions to see that change in order to get the transition happening fast enough. So, as I said, we're very pleased to continue technical support, very pleased to continue sort of big, you know, big financial support through the JETP. And I think in the interim, the faster that we can, you know, learn together about this transition, the more chance of success we have to do. You know, the UK's got to get to net zero power by 2035. We've committed to that as part of the G7 commitment. That really isn't very long away in terms of asset cycles for power stations. So these changes are coming at us very fast. I mentioned the grid connectivity. So the policy space is dynamic, even where there's a sort of mature energy system that's been put in place over 100 years. We're having to run really fast to make the change. So we have to do that extra work internationally in, you know, in deep cooperation, so that, you know, we're all able to get where we need to be at, you know, the pace that the Paris Agreement requires. So there we are.
Very interesting. I think I like you pointed out that it's that learning together and understand about the dynamic as we are moving toward net zero energy system, for instance, right? So I think it's a good one. Ibu Mirna, we know that in terms of investment, right? Nusantara requires a lot of investment. And I think since the beginning, President Jokowi already mentioned that we will encourage private sector to invest. So maybe you can tell us what kind of public-private partnerships that currently you envision or currently in place to support low carbon development objective of Nusantara Capital City.
Right now we are working together with several private organizations, particularly for achieving the target of the reforestation in Nusantara. Next month there will be launch of several joint projects between Nusantara and some private sectors, and also by using the crowdfunding. So I think we are very welcome to the participations of the private sector in developing together with us regarding the several objectives in terms of the several sectors that already mentioned in the low carbon development. For the waste management, for example, there are several discussions with the private investment to develop the industry of the waste to energy, etc. But we are still in the process of discussing. But the more concrete one, I think right now is on the FOLU sector with the reforestation.
So it's ongoing.
Ongoing.
Ongoing
And
process.
one thing that I also want to say that in terms of the funding, besides the general things that we already discussed, in Nusantara with our special authority, we also apply the tax deduction opportunity for the private sector, including the civil society, to get involved in the environmental development of Nusantara. So it's what we call as a contribution. So soon when the Ministerial of Finance regulation related to the tax deduction enacted, so we are ready to also encourage all participations of the private sectors, NGO, etc., to support our activities in environmental protection.
Thank you, Bu Mirna. And Pak Medril, you mentioned about this framework become a law. I mean, in our long-term national development plan become a law, right? But how does you plan to monitor and evaluate the progress of this green economy initiative, the green development, the transformations? How you measure that? How you evaluate the progress? And because Bu Vivi also mentioned about Green Economy Index. Perhaps you can share a little bit. What is that Green Economy Index, and how do what are the key components and indicators included in that index in terms of performance measurement of this framework? So we can, as a public, as a citizen, we can evaluate and measure together.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Febi, with the question. Well, I always been asked about this green economic development framework. How do we measure this? Because this green economic framework actually has been discussed from so many years, and we have been asked by the publics that we need to have a kind of measurement of this. So then we know where we are now, how green our development is, how brown our development is. So actually in 2021, in year 2021, we have already developed the measurements. So we call it Green Economic Index. And it has been launched in our G20 meeting in 2021. Yeah. And this Green Economic Index comprise about 15 indicators. And one of them, of course, emission reductions, emission intensity reductions. And we of course, not only just solve about the issue of emissions, but also when we are talking about green economic development framework, of course, it's not just about climate change. Bu Vivi has already mentioned about the triple planetary crisis. We also address the issue of pollution, the issue of waste, the issue of biodiversity, and even our social and also our economic context as well. So in this case, we have already set our green economic index targets in our long-term development goal that have been set as well as a law. So then a kind of like emission reductions, green economic index, both of these instruments will be set as a law as well. So this can ensure that our development pathway in the future is on the greener pathway. So if you can see, I think I have the slide here on the trend of our economic index. Based on the 15 indicators, as you can see that on the green lines, actually, well, we have a good progress, although, as you can see the line, on the bottom line, is that the economic, that's the indicators portfolio index, which is a bit, well, lower behind the economic and the social one as well. So, as you can see in these charts, we have a big homework to reach our ambitions, and these ambitions to 2045 also been transferred as well to our provincial government and local governments. We have already set the goals, we have already set the targets, not only just in the national level, but also at the local level as well. If you can see the slides number 5, if I'm not mistaken. Next. 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 Yeah. This is just to show you how this green economic transformations transfers into our regions. We have already set the targets for each provinces, for each province, up to 2045. We have set the scenario development, and also we have set the green economic index, and hopefully whoever the governors, majors, districts later, well, will be follow this pathway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, because this is something that I would like to ask, how you mainstreaming that to the local government, which play important role in that, and you already mentioned that. I think the process alignment has been done, right? So congratulations to that. Ladies and gentlemen, that end our session today. Thank you very much to all panelists for your excellent presentations and also your talk. Please give a big round of applause to all the panelists. And with that, I would like to end this session. Thank you very much also to Bu Vivi for making the keynote speech. And I will
Okay,
let the
thank you
moderators.
to all speakers from governments, NGO, financial institutions. Despite all the noise from the neighbors, you're still able to deliver an insightful presentation. And therefore, our Ibu Deputy Vivi would like to hand over a special merchandise on behalf of Bappenas to all the speakers for your valuable contribution. Including the moderator as well, Pa Febi, thank you for being a great host, leading the session. And of course, thank you all for the positive note on the green economy development. We realize there are many challenges in many aspects, but we are convinced that the low carbon target is achievable. Thank you so much, and we are going to have a mandatory photo session once again. Just a few seconds before you leave. Foto, foto, foto. Oh, okay. Mas Said sudah belajarnya? Serius amat Pak tadi.
Baru denger nih, bagus.
Bagus ya? Iya, bagus banget. Tapi udah jam segini Pak Said masih belajar aja. Okay, thank you very much once again. Please give it up to all speakers. Okay, and in the next 10 minutes, we're going to continue with the next session. So please be back at, what's the time? At 5:30. Lihat yoga nggak? ngasih ikut ngisi sesi youth? Kan udah 4 kali.
Tahun pertama ngisi, tahun kedua
Sesi youth di sini? Apa di youth UN?
di sini udah COP25 sama 26 ngisi. 27 enggak, 28 enggak. Soalnya mereka kan nggak buka kayak submission for proposals juga. Jadi ya kalau ada sesi yang emang pas gitu buat misalnya aku sebagai speaker ya paling ada yang
Biasanya kamu ngisi apa sesinya?
youth,
youth,
indigenous communities,
Indigenous.
forest conservation.
Indigenous community sih kayaknya masyarakat adat ya? Ada nggak ya tahun ini?
25 ngisi tentang masyarakat adat di Indo Pavilion.
Tapi dari yang kamu lihat dari tahun 2025 ada progres ya?
Apanya dari segi apa?
Ya dari segi all the promises they make.
Of course lah. Lihat aja nih sekarang COP28.
Terus topiknya sama nggak?
Topiknya mirip banget.
Cuman aturan ininya doang kan?
Even masih pavilion kita topiknya kayak diulang-ulang aja gitu tiap tahun.
Cuma di agak-agak reshuffle, shuffle sana dikit, ganti-ganti. Tapi
orang one of my friend dia juga youth activist Indonesia, dia baru datang dari G20 yang di Bali kemarin. Terus dia bilang ini speakernya sama semua. Pas dia ngeliat Indo Pavilion ini dia bilang ini literally kayak jiplak gitu.
Sama kayak yang mana yang di?
Sama di G20.
Masih ada
same people, same session.
Kamu base-nya di mana?
Bogor.
Ada Indonesia Sustainable yang Kemenkomarves kerjain baru tahun lalu pertama kali. Tahun ini pertama kali. Mereka mau bikin yang kedua tahun depan. Dan dia mau bikin kayak pre-COP, mau imitating COP gitu. Tapi jadinya pre-COP karena kan mereka di awal tahun kan 2020.
Ya bagus lah. Aku belum pernah dengar sih, tapi Indonesia Sustainable.
Dari Kemenkomarves kalau nggak salah.
Oh kalau yang maksudnya dari KLHK-nya nge-organize tapi di Jakarta gitu.
Bukan KLHK, Kemenkomarves.
Without KLHK? Maksudnya mereka bikin pre-COP kapan?
Bukan. Maksudnya gini, mereka bikin Indonesia Sustainable Forum. Terus mereka tuh anggapannya itu pre-COP event. Mereka mau bikinnya kayak COP gitu. Tapi karena acaranya sebelum COP kan selalu akhir tahun, dia kan di awal tahun. Jadi namanya pre-COP. Cuman kayak you have all the speakers ready? Do you want me to call the speakers or you will be? I'll
just to invite them, or you can give it to me and I can call them.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Welcome, dear guests. I hope you are still wide awake at this hour. Since we have a big panel, I guess I'll just quickly start with the introduction on the topic today. So mangrove are among the most productive ecosystems on Earth, including storing significant amount of carbon and protecting low-lying coastal zones. However, as a rapid coastal land development continue to intensify, mangrove forests are fast decreasing in many tropical regions. And on this session, we will learn what are the difficulties related to tropical mangrove conservation and restoration. And we will also further explore the blue carbon investments, women's empowerment in mangrove protection. So in a nutshell, we will focus not only on the environmental aspect, but also the social. So let's get started by inviting our moderator. She's ITO Executive Director, Ms. Syam Satguru.
Okay, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're gripping your seats to hear the exciting information from the list of wonderful speakers that we have lined up for this afternoon's events. Before I go any further, can I kindly invite all speakers to come up on the podium and join me now, please. All of you are welcome. Now, Ms. Inga Retnawati will join us online. So we have Dr. Ma Huan Ok from ITTO. Next, we have Dr. Nur Masirapatin, Senior Advisor for Minister for Environment, Forestry. Then we have Mr. Kerry Tikoalu, Dr. Gagang Setiadi, and Professor Dr. Daniel Muriarso from C4 Aircraft. Thank you very much for joining me today. And I would like to welcome all of you to this session on promoting robust, sustainable mangrove ecosystems governance, which is jointly organized by 4 organizations. These are the International Tropical Timber Organization, which I head, the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry Center, C4 Aircraft, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, and PT Nusantara / PT Candelia Alam. Welcome to the podium. Mangroves, ladies and gentlemen, as you're well aware, are highly productive ecosystems. They offer crucial environmental benefits, the most important being coastal protection versus natural disasters. Their sustainable management is pivotal for supporting coastal communities, mitigating climate change, and safeguarding against rising sea levels and storms. Despite their significance, we have seen over the years that mangrove forests face rapid decline due to ineffective management and also due to rising coastal development. Global efforts are needed to prevent further loss and restore damaged ecosystems through coordinated stakeholder actions, which is one of the key actions that ITTO is promoting. With the support of numerous partners and collaborators in the field, we have promoted sustainable mangrove ecosystems over the years. We organized the International Conference on Sustainable Mangrove Ecosystems in 2017 in collaboration with the Indonesian Ministry for Environment and Forests, and amongst the recommendations that flow out of this conference is prioritizing the conservation and sustainable management and use of mangrove ecosystems in national policies, laws and regulations at all levels of government, and strengthening law enforcement to reduce the continuing loss and degradation of mangrove ecosystems. The second most important recommendation is to promote sound land use planning, clarifying land tenure and user rights for communities with full consideration for cultural sensitivity and ensuring the effective involvement and empowerment of local communities, especially women. This session aims to discuss the challenges of mangrove conservation and management, spotlighting Indonesia's initiatives, and it will discuss strategies for enhancing the resilience, which will then, we hope, benefit coastal communities, focusing on blue carbon investments, women's empowerment, and proposed policies fostering cooperation for sustainable mangrove ecosystems. Without further ado, can I invite our keynote speaker for today, Ms. Inga Retnawati. She's the Director of Watershed Management and Forest Rehabilitation from the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to speak on governance and implementation of mangrove ecosystem management in Indonesia. Dr. Inge, the floor is yours. I hope you can hear us well enough.
Can you hear my voice?
Thank you. It's good to see you online. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Now evening in Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We apologize that our Director General, Ibu Diah Muktiningsih, cannot join this meeting due to planting activities tomorrow in East Nusa Tenggara with our presidents. So she assigned me to attend this meeting. It is an honor for me to join this meeting in this important occasion in the beautiful place in Dubai. Yang terhormat Ibu Nurmasi Patin, Prof. Daniel Murdiarso, Dr. Okma, all other speakers, and the moderator. Nice to see you here. Allow me to start the speech with the importance of mangroves. Mangroves provide essential ecological, economic, and social services, among other providing food, maintaining water cycle, acting for waste from land-based course, other ecological balance, and providing livelihood directly and indirectly to millions of people surrounding the coastline. Mangroves have been one of focal points of human activities in some regions. Last but not least, with the high capacity of carbon sequestration and stock, mangrove ecosystem is an important contributor for achieving the nationally determined contribution concerning our effort on climate change mitigation, particularly in the sector of forest and other land use or the FOLU sector. Besides the important function of mangroves, there are conditions that we need to pay attention to in several parts of the world. There has been a decline in mangrove area and degradation of mangrove ecosystems, such as exploitation of mangroves for wood, charcoal, aquaculture, and other productive uses that are carried out on the basis of narrow economic evaluations, which only focus on a single use of the mangroves without careful attention to environmental or ecological considerations. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, concerning this, the government of Indonesia has paid attention to managing mangroves properly through developing governance and seeking to improve conditions at the field level, such as by mangrove rehabilitation and conservation. In Indonesia, we have targeted to rehabilitate 600,000 hectares of mangroves. Indonesia efforts, among others, the increasing of public awareness, enhancement of community knowledge and skill on rehabilitation and sustainable use of mangroves, issuing presidential regulation regarding National Agency on Peatland and Mangrove, issuing national roadmap on mangrove rehabilitation, preparing government regulation on mangrove ecosystem protection and management, establishing national and provincial task forces, developing database and information system, including preparation of national mangrove map, integration of mangrove management plan into national and subnational development plan, including spatial planning, development of schemes for handling issues such as tenurial conflict and land use changes, development of collaboration with non-government parties, as well as development of schemes and guidelines on application of mangrove carbon valuation. In this endeavor, we realized that we need a lot of learning, and we feel that key stakeholders of this conference are representing many parties that have specific related knowledge and experiences to be shared. Herewith, we would like also to share that specific session on the governance of mangrove ecosystem management will also be held in this conference in this pavilion on December 9 afternoon. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we can strengthen our collaboration, implement the activities properly to provide benefits for the advancement of mangrove management and all other efforts for sustaining the environment and to achieve the community welfare. I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Singer, for that wonderful introduction and the keynote remarks for this session. Without further ado, I wish to invite our first presenter this afternoon, Dr. Juan Okma from the ITTO, who will speak on ITTO's cooperation on mangrove and development of an ASEAN strategy for sustainable mangrove ecosystems. Dr. Ma, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. It's great my pleasure to join this pavilion and to make the presentation on the mangrove. So today my topic is the ITTO cooperation on mangrove, particularly development of the regional strategy for sustainable mangrove ecosystem, particularly in the ASEAN region. As you're aware, the mangrove, somehow the certain countries are dominated, so some of the leading initiative is important, so that I will speak about this the regional approach. First, I'd like to introduce this publication. This publication showed the global distribution of the mangrove around the world. So this one is produced by an initiative ITTO, my organization, and also International Society Mangrove Ecosystem, FAO, UNEP, and UNESCO, Man and Biosphere, and UNU, and Nature Conservancy. I believe this is the collective effort of all the mangrove experts. I think this is still very valid of the reference. And beginning of start of the presentation, also I'd like to share why the mangrove is so important in terms of climate change, in terms of social, ecological resilience of the coastal community. I think so many issues we can highlight the importance of mangrove. So this is really, really very, very extraordinary the ecosystem, most productive ecosystem, I think, compared to any other system, compared to in the land and seascape. However, the mangrove are disappearing. I think this is clear the issue of all the scientists and many the community are aware. So in terms of the carbon neutral, also carbon net zero commitment, I think the blue carbon can play a very, very important role. I think this the event will provide a lot of information on the potential of the carbon in this area. According to this the global atlas of mangrove, top 7 member country, IB League, starting from Indonesia. Indonesia has like the most, around 20% of the global mangrove. I think Indonesia occupies, I think, the huge amount of mangrove, about 3.1 million hectares. And follow the Indonesia, Brazil, and Australia, and Mexico, and Nigeria. And then in Asia Pacific, Malaysia, and then Myanmar. These are really top 7 countries. So ASEAN region somehow the dominant with the mangrove resources. In South Asia regional distribution map, somehow annually, I think that this figure shows the annual like the loss of the mangrove. Although it is old data, but annually, I think the 1% that is disappearing. This is FAO data. And then in the case of the Indonesia mangrove conversion, I think the main course is previously about the conversion of mangrove into aquaculture, particularly the shrimp, which is a white business. So a lot of, this is 63%, about the majority of the conversion came from the aquaculture, particularly shrimp. And then agriculture, urban, I think this is the main reason. Maybe now the more the urban industry development also one of the cause of the development. So ITTO is really working with our member in partnership, producer and consumer. We are more or less working on the action-oriented organization. I think this COP28, I learned many the slogan, one of slogan, from pledge to action. I believe ITTO one of organization working together with many partners in the conservation and management of mangrove. So this is one of the examples. I don't need all there. In Latin America, Caribbean, from the Honduras and Venezuela, Panama and Mexico and Peru, Guatemala. And then Africa, we work with Egypt and Togo, and then also Ghana and Cameroon. I think we had a lot of hand experience. Also, we are working community, particularly the empowerment community. Also, we had a very success story from the Cameroon. We had empowerment women, particularly the restoration of mangrove. I think that's a success story. And in the region of the Asia Pacific, we work with many countries from India and China and also Myanmar and Indonesia. In the case of the Fiji, we finished the first phase. We are moving now to the second phase. Also, we are promoting in the near to the Suva, the Delta area. So we see a lot of the kind of the mangrove, like a dedicated group, women group, I think working very closely. So we have pleasure to see a lot of achievement of the mangrove restoration of the outstanding the women's group in Fiji. Also, we have seen the Indonesia, like Bintang. Also, we try to assess carbon assessment in the Bintang area. Our executive director mentioned about ITTO. We are promoting collaboration. Is one of the collaboration a couple of years ago. We are very pleased to work with many of the partners, including the Ministry of Forestry, Environment Forestry, as well as ISME and the other USAID, CIPO, many organizations. And it is one of the ITTO also commitment to promote interest cooperation. Also, recently we are very pleased the establishment of the World Mangrove Center. I think CIPO, I think the main also kind of leading agency. ITT also, we are very pleased to support this establishment. We are really looking forward continue our collaboration with CIPO and other partners to promote sustainably mangrove restoration resources in the world. So today I just also highlight somehow the regional some strategy development. So this is we are working on the JIPE, Japan, ASEAN, the Trust Fund. They finance some project ecosystem management of ASEAN region. So ITTO very much the committed to development of the regional strategy to how to enhance the mangrove ecosystem in the coming years. So this I had pleasure to join the inception workshop last August. We had also regional presentation, regional partner join, and we initiated our commitment, and we'll continue next year throughout 2 years to move forward the national strategy development. So ITTO now based on our field experience, our reference, we are working together with partner, and particularly also how to also effectively develop this mangrove strategy. And particularly also we are very much interested in some international commitment from our member region, particularly the Paris Agreement, Article 5 and Article 6.2, 6.4, how to mangrove can also connect to there. I believe the mangrove is one of the important carbon resources, how to show the role of the blue carbon in the mitigation and adaptation. Also, we learned that this Montreal Biodiversity Global Framework, that particularly the target 2, restoration of at least restore 30% of degraded mangrove by 2030, and target 3, also conservation of all the seascape or landscape by 30%. So we are very keen also to promote this commitment, as I believe also there are many opportunities to mangrove to contribute to this global biodiversity framework. Also, mangrove very important disaster reduction. So Sendai framework also great. Also, we learned that there are so many outstanding global like the governance framework, particularly nature-based solution, landscape restoration, ecosystem restoration, and bioeconomy, all like that way. So we collect some key elements and then to translate into the framework in there. So there are many areas, some how to some consolidate our some collective efforts. So this is some of the example of the draft idea, prioritize the strategy, starting from the enabling policy and the legal framework and enforcement, also more the robust or inclusive the governance, how to provide some the ownership of the mangrove to the local community or the other part. I think this is starting point. And also we are seeing the mangrove case. There are many conflicts. So land use planning is very important. How do we define the production mangrove or conservation mangrove, mangrove forest? So this is an important issue. We haven't yet very good success stories. So we need also promote land use planning and practice. And priority third one, we are thinking also important the conservation genetic resources. I think there are so many mangrove species, more than 100 mangrove species, but some of mangrove species are on the IUCN endangered species, so we need the conservation of the mangrove resources. Also, we need to improve, I believe, this productivity of the mangrove seedling is so important, and also restoration of mangrove also important. And then we consider this the important issue, productivity. The social management of the production mangrove forest is important. And next, we consider also how to increase the contribution from blue carbon to national determined contribution, more the compulsory market, but at the same time, also blue carbon is very important in the voluntary carbon market. And also this the strategy also include education and outreach and the network. I think this is some, if I go a little bit further. So governance issue is the important issue. I think that this is more the mangrove somehow, that this the ownership or mostly belong to the state government, but how to bring up the ownership to coastal community. I think this is some of the issue what I learned from some of the countries, so this is interesting. As I mentioned, the coastal land use planning and the practice also important. And the conservation of the restoration, I think the restoration, particularly we learned that mangrove restoration, we had many experts here, but can you guess how many the restoration are successful? Less than normally we had sometime. I mean the restoration of the other landscape normally higher, but the mangrove case very low, like 30%, 20%, depending on the country. So I think that there are a lot of the kind of the advice. This should be more the science-based restoration is successful. Maybe 70, 80, 90% can go. So mangrove restoration, more the sign for a lot of the enthusiasm, but we need a science-based mangrove restoration to get a more success rate. And the sustainable management production, we have seen in this region, in Matang, in Malaysia, they had more than 100 years mangrove management plan. This is one of the best examples how to maintain the mangrove long-term based management plan. So they had a 30 years cutting cycle. They have produced like the charcoal and vinegar and other things. So I think this is a great example. So some areas should be more the conservation and protection, but some area perhaps could be good for production of timber and non-timber forest product. And blue carbon, I think the next speaker also will continue. But I like to encourage somehow there are outstanding examples in this region. I have seen India and Myanmar, like the voluntary carbon market. They are selling some of the carbon. In the case of Myanmar, 2 weeks ago I was in Myanmar, and they are under 2 projects, and already they got the validation under the BERA. So they are selling the carbon to European Union, and the price is quite good. I learned that $40 per ton. I think this is great, which I learned. So this example, I think the carbon is really increasing example. And education, I think research here, we had the CIPO and many of the partners here. But education is important, I believe. I believe somehow the more education, like the Mangrove University would be very, very useful for young generation to learn, and then they can continue that dedicated job. And the outreach, I believe the network, I believe I have seen also blue carbon that would be one of the good sources, networking, and regional and globally. And ITTO, we are committed to development, not only development the policy, but we will continue our enhance, our capacity building program, our member country in Asia Pacific, Africa, and Latin America. We'll continue our effort for the capacity building through ITTO project cycle. In terms of the ASEAN mangrove strategy, we are working with the Ministry of Environment Forestry and the other partner. And ITTO was interested to organize some national workshop in Indonesia to solidate about the national strategy. And we intend to develop this strategy and before end of this year. And we are also expecting next year. I mean, we are expecting also 2025, like COP30 in Belém in Brazil. We are very much interested also to share this the outcome of the regional strategy to Latin America or other regions. Thank you very much. This is some ITTO material, like the ITTO, some of the barcode, online course, also policy series and technical series, other report. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ma. Thank you very much. He has highlighted the importance of collaborative actions that ITTO has taken over the years, and he also has highlighted the importance of mangrove systems as an addition to terrestrial forests. Coastal forests are equally important to all of us who live in the tropics. Now, may I call upon our second speaker this afternoon, Dr. Nur Masripatin, who is a senior advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, and she will speak on governing blue carbon initiatives to meet the emission reduction targets under the nationally determined contributions. May I remind all speakers to try and keep to their allocated time of about 6 minutes each. Thank you, Dr. Nur. Please proceed.
Thank you, Ibu Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, blue carbon and carbon pricing has been the main topics in conversation in Indonesia for the last few years, especially in the last 2 years. Today, I would like to share with you how far we have been progressing with blue carbon, including putting in the context of NDC commitment of Indonesia, and also in preparing a regulatory framework. So I would like to begin my presentation by showing about the NDC commitment of Indonesia. If colleagues look at that figure, Indonesia has a commitment to reduce emission of 31.89% by 2030 unconditionally, and 43.2% conditionally. With that commitment, forestry and land use sector contribute almost 60% of the total emission reduction target, and where mangrove is included. How we will achieve our commitment on a forestry sector? First, by reducing deforestation rate from 0.8 million hectare per year to 0.359 unconditionally, and 0.175 million hectare per year conditionally. The second is reducing forest degradation, especially in the natural forest, through controlling illegal logging and increasing production of timber plantation. The third is through peat water management, both in estate crops, oil palm plantation, and also in timber plantation. The fourth is peatland restoration. We are targeting to reach 2 million hectare by 2030, assuming that our successful rate will be 90%. This is very ambitious target. Where mangrove is in this commitment in the 4 area of mitigation action in forestry sector. In NDC document, we don't put explicit number of mangrove, but we have detailed elaboration in our roadmap. And how Indonesia will finance our commitment in NDC? We have to mobilize resources, as all of us, I think, we know that the government funding won't be sufficient. So Indonesia put the value of carbon here, and in 2021, we put into effect the presidential regulation that regulate about NDC, and then the implementation of the economic value of carbon, or generally we know as carbon pricing. For the interest of time, I will focus on this, on the three aspects. First, about the NDC itself. We put adaptation and mitigation in NDC target. In that regulation, we regulate the planning, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. On the carbon economic value, the regulation cover about the scope of that carbon pricing, starting from carbon trading, result-based payment that basically that's from REDD+. Although under this regulation, we also give opportunity for other sector, but up to now, result-based payment is only exists in REDD+. The third is carbon levy, and we also provide the room if there is a new mechanism in the future. We also put transparency of framework as the core of this regulation. That's cover about MRV system, also national registry system, also certification of emission reduction. And then where mangrove and blue carbon in this regulation. So peatland and mangrove management is included as a subsector in this regulation. And if we talk about ocean, blue carbon beyond mangrove, we put there as other sector. So considering that there's so many interests on blue carbon, especially carbon pricing in blue carbon, the government also put in this regulation the room for blue carbon in carbon pricing along with the development of science and technology. There are a lot of work need to be done up to now for us to progress to that direction. So if we talk about mangrove management, or mangrove in carbon pricing, mangrove in our NDC sector, we have another regulation that elaborate how mangrove is included in NDC as well as in carbon pricing. And then now, to elaborate the presidential regulation, we have ministerial regulation that basically elaborate further how carbon pricing will be implemented, and also how the revenue from carbon pricing will be managed. And as we have established environment, Indonesia Environment Fund, so there is the role of this agency. Another one is stakeholder participation. This is the last slide. So if we talk about the governing blue carbon in achieving NDC target, so the government realized that there is a huge potential in blue carbon, but we also realize the data is still lacking. A lot of research need to be done. So at the moment, Indonesia is in the process of preparing the roadmap of our enhanced NDC, where detailed mitigation action in mangrove will be there. We also strengthening the transparency framework, as this is the core for us in proving about our achievement later on. As I mentioned earlier, that yes, blue carbon is important for Indonesia, and we put also as priority. But as we still have a lot of research need to be done, so at the moment we have not included that blue carbon beyond mangrove in our NDC. With that, I close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. No, for your very comprehensive update on what Indonesia is doing on the national level, and I congratulate the government of Indonesia for taking the steps that they are doing. It is actually very true that focus for all the previous years has been more on mitigation. No one is yet seriously thinking about how much adaptation can actually contribute. And looking at the formulas that we have been discussing over the years, and it's hitting the headlines now, there needs to be more research and mechanisms to combine green carbon and blue carbon. Of course, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done, but eventually people might just have to drop the green and the blue. Because on the color spectrum, test it at home. When you mix green and blue, what does that become? Test it at home. That will be the new spectrum from COP29 onwards, fingers crossed. Now can I invite our third speaker, Mr. Kari Tikualu, he's the Managing Director of PT Nusantara and PT Candelia Alam, to speak on strategic sustainable mangrove management as an integrative ecosystem improvement in response to the impact of climate change. Go ahead, Kari, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. So I'm just going to speak louder to give you some kind of shock value. I know it's a bit late now. I want to keep everyone awake. But first of all, I'm very happy to be here. In terms of knowledge and expertise, I'm definitely junior among all. But most importantly, I'm very happy because not long ago, my partners, my team, most of us were over that side, trying to understand how do we are able to contribute from a private sector into this. And while my team and my partners are expert in this, I'm not. And I just want to say thank you for all the government and NGOs for leading the line with all the research to give us the confidence as a private sector to participate in this. So, and also, Dr. Juan, I know that mangroves in Indonesia are the largest in Indonesia, in the world. But I wasn't sure by how much. So now I know your data, I'm gonna quote you on it. So I hope you don't mind. So, but if anybody comes to me, hey, Kerry, you're wrong by 100 hectares, I'm gonna connect you to Dr. Juan. So, all right, so for me, where we are coming from, we're a private sector, and I think it's more on just maybe when we're discussing here is all macro level, I want to bring you down to micro, and I think the best way for me to explain this is just by case study. While I like to do all this research, I'm in the school of camp that it's also best to learn by doing. And in fact, from that, you make progress, you make mistakes, but happy to share with the audience here what we learn and what are the challenges, and maybe what are the ways that we can continue to improve our feedback loop to the researchers and the government so that, as always mentioned, the word collaborative is more in play than ever. So I'll start. So this is, every picture you see here is our project. Candelia Alam is located in West Kalimantan. It's a mangrove concession, around 18,000 hectares. And we believe that mangrove, being part of Indonesia's largest reserve, is going to play a big role. So the way we approach things are, why don't we do this one at a time, learn how to do it, and then maybe, hopefully, this becomes an example of real life studies on how everybody else in the audience could also participate and maybe mimic and also enhance this together. I won't bore into the details that much about the benefits of carbon of mangrove, because I think the panelists have done, but I'll just go through a little bit. So number one, mangroves are a crucial carbon sink. This is very clear. Just to illustrate, I spoke this earlier today, but the comparable is very easy. The way you remove carbon dioxide in the world is by forestation and planting more trees. The leaves capture carbon dioxide, and through photosynthesis, it produces oxygen, therefore create a clean oxygen. And the comparison is, what about mangroves against other trees? So mangroves are naturally a saltwater plant, and the roots are under the water, and other trees are on dry land. What happened during those dry land trees are that when the leaves actually fall to the ground and they decompose, they release some of the carbon capture on the leaf back to the air. But on the comparable, the mangroves cap the carbon capture underneath the water on the roots. So therefore, their ability to capture the carbon over time is much better and higher quality. So two, mangroves act as a coastal defense against impact of climate change. This is true. You could see that mangroves are natural barriers to waves, and most of them, in fact all of them, are mostly coastal lines. Three, unique germination process in its natural environment. If you look at mangroves, the way they work is that they go from ground up and the leaves go outwards, and the seedlings, or what we call the propagules are above the water, outward from the trunk, and they drop over time. And when they drop to the next to each other, they keep growing over time. So they sporadically increase their growth. So number four, habitat to diverse biodiversity. This is easy to explain because if you imagine if you go to a safari or river safari and you see an aquarium with fishes where they swim under the roots, these are part of that mangrove roots. And there's a lot of school of fish that actually nest there, mud crabs, small crabs, that enables bigger fish from other places to look for fish, to look for food. And therefore, it also enhances our fishermen around the area to be able to catch better, higher, bigger quality fish. And fifth, but not least, but main point is mangrove nurture prosperity in economies and society. So I think this is a very important point. Today we're talking about sustainable mangrove. Sustainable means community. I think it doesn't happen without the community. You need to have them as the forefront, the main driver to lead this so that it's sustainable. And now, after I highlight that, I want to go to the main challenges. People keep saying, do mangrove, it's good, let's grow it. But mangroves are challenging too, just to keep planting it over time. Biophysics change. Easiest explanation for this is because it's coastal, there's a lot of tidal wave up and down. So on a normal level, you would imagine a tree with a swampy earth that you can walk on. But from time to time, on a daily basis or sometimes weekly basis, the tidal will increase to a 4 meters level where you end up swimming. That means you can't really plant a propagule down to the earth without the wave trying to sweep it away. So that's challenge number one. Challenge number two, the pests and diseases. There's going to be, this is called a mangrove crab, and they love eating the propagules. So before the seedlings actually able to mature, the survival rate of nature replantation from mangrove itself is only 20%. So 3, deforestation and land conservation. I think from the government point of view, they understand this. This is one of the main challenges that we see. Like we mentioned, Candelia is 18,000 hectare, but how do you define that physically? When you go there and there's a borderline on paper, but when you go to the actual site, and then you go to the community, and then they think it's their land, and then they just continue illegal logging. So how do you define that borders? How do you define that land rights? It's an actual problem that we see on site. 4, overfishing and unsustainable harvesting. Due to lack of knowledge, lack of equipment, they catch fishes with every net they could find, and the smaller the width of the net is, the more harmful it is to the actual goods. But then they look at the conversion rate of the daily work. They figure that if they can catch more before they're coming home, that's what they want to do. So we try to educate as much as we can so that their livelihood and the value of life is increased. So that's problem number 4. Problem number 5 is the continued pollution, and in this case, it's waste pollution. If we don't educate the community, they scatter their waste over time, and it's getting harder for us to manage that. So we have educated everybody to accumulate. At least the first thing you can do is store where we can accumulate them, and then what we did is we convert the waste into a fertilizer, which we in return use it to our nursery for our mangroves. And number 6 is the main point why we think sustainable means community. Because of the lack of awareness, the indigenous people only know how that the livelihood actually relies on cutting trees. And they catch mud crabs, and the problem with that is that when they catch the mud crabs, sometimes they get the bigger size, sometimes they get the smaller size. And by raising awareness that we enable them to maybe, just for a small, simple case, we enroll where we give out what we call crab balls. It's a ball-shaped cage where the smaller crabs are kept there and let them grow to a certain size so that the value of the crabs on the market for the fishermen increases. In that scenario, the community actually per day, per person, they were earning maybe only $40 a month. And just thanks to that education and awareness, they actually earn about $250 USD a month now. So when you want to make a change, when you want to be sustainable, the first thing you want to do is to make the life of the person in the community direct positive impact. If you don't do that, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, we can do everything we want, but the people involved doesn't get the feeling that they are positively impact. There's nothing we can do to sustain that. So just to highlight what we did, and what we do is this: we conserve and restore the ecosystem through 3 types: IFM, improved forest management. REDD and IRR is part of the carbon play, where I think a lot of private investors will take a look on that in the next future. Enhanced reforestation and forest protection efforts. So in this sense, like I mentioned, mangrove itself, when they naturally grow by dropping their own seedlings naturally, the survival rate is 20% because they start pretty small, and then the the mangrove crabs start eating them before they grow. So what we do is we nurse the mangrove for 3 or 4 months until they become in a place where they're more strength, where even with tidal wave, at least the height is above the tidal wave that has come along. So that way they are not prone to being washed away by the waves. And 5th, effective land use right and sustainable land use planning. So once you sequestrate where they are, who we are, and what we can do together, we know what to plan according to the area. And the most important part is we implement an FBIC. It's a bottom-up approach where rather than we assume what the community needs, we communicate with them with a very fast feedback loop to understand how we can help them from what they need first before we assume we can help them just immediately. Last 3, community-based and sustainable harvesting management. This is important. We got to explain to them that there's more in life than just getting timber products. We promote non-timber forest products. meaning you can do more crafts, you can do, actually there's mangrove leaves for tea, you could get mangroves honey. So we want to promote many elsewhere that you can actually create value in your daily life. And implement waste management practice is the decomposition of the aggregate waste. And last is empower coastal communities. So in all, I think the main challenge that I have to wrap here is how to be consistent. As much as we want to be innovative, we want to be trend changing, the biggest challenge is, as a private sector, how do we keep consistently continuing the promise that we give to the community? And it doesn't work if the world doesn't help us too. It doesn't help that the government doesn't also liaise with us and ask us what can we also be helped with, and also not by the researchers. Because again, I'm always coming back to the community. You have to believe that the trust of the community here is very fragile. You come to them, you promise them better life, and then they trust you, and then they follow your methods, and then only halfway to be inconsistent, and then you walk away. You will not be able to, the next person that comes along will not be able to change their mindset anymore because they've been burned. So that's the message that I want to give, right? We together have to be consistent. We need to be careful with the trust. It's easy for us to sit here and say, look, we'll help. But it will only help if somebody else helps us. We're trying to drive this right now. We hope Kandalia Alam to be the first private sector project that could lead by example, but we also hope that the NGOs and the government could also help us continue to go over the line. And I think that will be my closing statement. And thank you again for the government and the NGOs to keep coming out with research to give us more base points for us to relate to. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kerry. That was a really interesting perspective that you are introducing in terms of private sector's involvement in helping local communities, and it's that sustainable livelihoods. It proves one very important point that even ITTO and I'm sure other international organizations like C4ECRAF are very aware of. The socio-economic element of sustainable management of either terrestrial or coastal forests is absolutely key, in addition to ecological benefits. You need all three. So we can't just talk about socio-ecological or socio-economic without the ecological, or ecological economic without the social. They are all so closely interlinked. And what you said, Carrie, actually focuses on the point even more, how important it is to have international collaboration. Multi-stakeholder. It's government, private sector, the communities, international organizations, multilateral banks. Hey, we are in the right place, Everyone is talking about the millions and the billions that are being pledged, even in the last 2 days. Let's get out there. We need to be out there telling them how important this element of work is. It's very easy to start talking about new gray areas when parties are still struggling in defining what NDCs should actually contain. Our previous speakers have already talked about what can be included into the NDCs. And I keep thinking that the lack of awareness is again a key weakness that needs to be addressed here. And not just lack of awareness on any particular stakeholder group that doesn't really understand what needs to be done. This is a general lack of awareness. And this is where, with ITTO's support for an ASEAN strategy on mangrove restoration and rehabilitation is so important, because it's transferable and replicable to all other parts in the world that also share the same issues and are having problems with their coastal areas involving mangrove forests. Now, let's invite our next speaker, Dr. Gagang Setiadi, who is the Vice President from PT Freeport of Indonesia, to tell us what he has to contribute to this exciting topic. And please, can I just remind speakers, it is already hitting 6:30. We still have one and a half more speakers to go before we open it up to the audience. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gagang.
Dr. Juan just mentioning that the issue for the mangrove restoration is the low survival rate, or low, the success very low. What I am going to present here probably can be considered a key success story about the mangrove planting because the survival rate is more than 80 or 90%. All right, just a big background. PT Freeport Indonesia is a mining company. We operate in Papua, the eastern part of Indonesia. Papua is the second largest island in Indonesia. We do mining copper and gold. We produce a concentrate containing copper and gold and silver. Our production rate is about 200,000 of ore per day, which can produce about 3 million concentrate per year. Next, please. Oh, sorry. A little bit of what we manage the tilings. Tilings are actually the finally ground mineral rock that remain after the economical valuable mineral have been removed from the ore. We have a deposition area in the lowland area. We call it a MOD ADA, Modified Aqua Deposition Area. We got approval from the government for depositing tiling over there. And some portion of the tiling flow to the estuary and creating a newly land. Then where we start to do the planting program over there. So we started the mangrove assisted colonization program in 2004. We call it mangrove assisted colonization because previously this is the estuary, but because of the rapid sedimentation, then it became a newly land, and we started to do mangrove planting. The objective is to accelerate the natural mangrove colonization in the area. We have planted around 800 hectares and currently develop ecosystem for more than 1,100 hectares. Starting this year, we have a significant target of planting 500 hectares per year. And the important thing that we involve the local community because the key success of the mangrove restoration is to have involvement of the local community. And we engage with local community, we set up the contract with the local community, we help them to establish the company, and then they participate in the planting program, providing seed, and also doing the monitoring of the mangrove reclamation program we have. Starting this year, we have commitment also to plant mangrove in total 10,000 hectares until end of the mine life. Every year, we're going to plant mangrove 500 hectares per year. In the beginning, we planted about 6 species of mangrove, but then we learned that by having the monoculture, planting with one species, it can develop habitat which can be suitable for other species to come. And it's become more success. So we focus on the one species, Rhizopora cronata, and after 10 years, then other species inhabited the area. This is example of what we have done. So you can see over there, the Y Island in 2006, like a bare island. That's 2 years of the planting we just started. And then 2008, you can see some mangrove started to grow. And then in 2021, it became more than 1,000 hectares of new mangrove area. This is the planting we conducted every year from 2005 until 2023. At the right side, you can see the mangrove, which already grow very well. That's inside of the Y Island area. Starting this year, after we did several study and cooperation with the university, we submitted proposal to the MOF, and then we got a technical approval for managing the estuary, which divided into 3 areas, upper, middle, and lower area. And in the lower area, we plan to develop new mangrove ecosystem. In total, we're going to develop about 6,000 to 8,000 hectare of mangrove. How we going to achieve that? We have a new initiative. We work together with universities from IPB and Diponegoro University to install the structure. We call it e-groen. It is constructed from bamboo. It is very successful in other areas, already tried in Vietnam and other Southeast Asia countries. And also, it's already successful also in Demak, in Central Java area. And starting this year, we started to do the mangrove construction project. The target per year is 2.7 meter, and we involve local community for doing the construction. So local community involving in the providing bamboo, they involved in the transportation of the materials, they involved in the installation of the e-groin structure. And then in the future, when the habitat established, then they will involve in the mangrove planting. And in the future, they will get the ecosystem service from the mangrove habitat we develop. Other innovative we use a geotube. It's a kind of it made from fabric quite similar with the pillow. Fill it with the tailings, and then the water will come out, and the solid will be stay there. It is very effective also to retain the sediment. After 3 months of installation, we can achieve the sedimentation rate about 30 centimeters. This is the plan of the structure until 2032. You can see we started from the upper area and then going to the coastal area. This is visualization of the mangrove forest in 2032. So we expect that we can create a new mangrove ecosystem about 6,000 to 8,000 hectares. This is what we have done related with rehabilitation. So we already done the subalpine reclamation in total 520 hectares. We also done the forest rehabilitation, more than 900 hectares. And also, we also doing the planting at the former tiling deposition area, in total more than 1,000 hectares. And then the mangrove assisted colonization program, we already achieved 800 hectares. And every year, starting from this year, we're going to plant 500 hectares per year. We also going to do the planting in Jayapura as part of the borrow to use permit. We're going to plant 4,232 hectares. So this is the conclusion. We support the sustainable development of mangrove ecosystem with commitment of 10,000 hectares per year. And a total more than 1,000 hectares already developed. The local community obtained the benefit from the business opportunities from the estuary structure program. And we continue to collaborate with MOEF and institution and also local community to implement the mangrove restoration program in Mimica. So it is expected that it can generate benefit to generation to come. That's all from my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gagang. Another very interesting effort that is being made by the private sector. And I presume that this is definitely in collaboration with the government and other private sector players in Indonesia to revive the mangrove areas in Papua. Very impressive from what you have said. And now we're running out of time, so I need to quickly call upon our fifth speaker. Can I invite you now, Professor Dr. Daniel Mariarsov, the C4 aircraft principal scientist, to give us his perspective on the challenges or the opportunities that you see. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Um, we've been hearing the perspective from the government, from international organizations, private sectors, and I'm going to add more on from the scientific point of view. But all of us need a partnership, need a place to talk and share our understanding. So we need a platform. That's what I'm going to talk today. After, next please. Going through all these years, we've been working in a lot of countries, 20 plus countries, in the past 10 years or so. And I would like to recognize my colleagues from USAID who is here, who has been supportive in, for us to work in all these countries, looking at mainly the carbon numbers across the globe. So as we are talking about Southeast Asia, most countries are covered, and we have a lot of information as far as carbon numbers are concerned. So, but I'm not going to go into detail about what we've been doing in the past decade or so, but certainly we've been producing a lot of information and also build the capacity of mainly young people, and they are very, very crucial part of the future work if we are talking about science. So the number of PhD, master, and those people who've been helping us to get these numbers is not just workers, but also investment in the knowledge. So we've been working a lot with these people across the globe, and also with the government. I think if you look at our statistic, it's more than 600 government officials have been trained, and more than 250 organizations involved in our work across the globe. And as a result, we've been very productive in producing these papers. It's almost one paper a month, if you calculate that 142 in 11 years. So every month we produce that, and it's been published in a respective journals. And looking at the size of citation, 14,000 citation, that indicates that knowledge is there and information is transferred. And not only that, the citation number is almost 500,000. So this is very encouraging in terms of generating knowledge and science for the future work. But I'm not going to tell about that in detail. What we would like to share this afternoon is how we should go. And we know a lot, not everything, but we already know a lot. And we need to move forward with regard to partnership. And C4 Handicraft is very keen with the support of the partners to establish a platform. And this platform is expectedly be the place for all the stakeholders to share their concern and also ideas how to restore as well as conserve mangrove across the globe. So it's not only in Indonesia, we've been working across the globe, and very happy to share also how this thing has been developed, especially if we are talking about mitigation and adaptation. So it's not only mitigation, but also adaptation with regard to sea level rise, etc. And more importantly is promoting the biodiversity. This is again very much left behind when we are talking about restoration, because people tend to plant monospecies and you destroy the biodiversity at the same time. So we are very keen to look at this in detail, especially in the NDC, where adaptation and also working with community is very, very crucial in the future. So NDC can be anywhere, and certainly in Indonesia, we've been working a lot with government and would like to work more on that, because that 20% plus mangrove in Indonesia, so it's something that we do not need to ignore. And it's very close to our place, so why not we work with the government. And the focus area really is quite broad, but the emphasis for the blue carbon deck as a platform for the conversation, for the exchange of ideas, really related to a number of things, but more importantly is the involvement of local community. So community-based blue carbon project is in the heart of this exercise. So if you want to pick more information about blue carbon deck, it's available outside the flyer. And we've been testing this and would like to have a pilot project to, again, further test out how the ongoing regulation, the governance system is going to work with the existing methodology, the existing number that we've been generating. So just take an example of Indonesia. So in the past 20 years, the deforestation is quite staggering. More than 190,000 hectares, less than 2,000 hectares has been deforested. But if you look at the distribution where they are well equally distributed across the so-called geomorphic setting, including the open ocean, estuarine, and also the deltaic type of mangrove. It's scattered quite equally in Indonesia. But if you look at the cause or the driver of deforestation, it's mainly deforestation, conversion of mangrove into something else. And we put another layers to look at where they are in terms of the status of the land. You can see here more than 45% is in the so-called APL, that is a land which is allocated for something else. So you can imagine the tenure system is not very secure, and that is the place where restoration and conservation is getting more and more difficult. So if you look at the hectareage, the lowest opportunity to restore and conserve is in this particular land. And that is about 60% of the area out of this 200,000 hectares. About 50-something thousand is in this particular place. And only 30% has a medium opportunity to be successful. And less than 10% is highly probably successful because the tenure system is very clear. And this is the area where conservation area are. So we need to take this into account. When you look at across Indonesia, if you go back to that color, most of the areas are in yellow, meaning that low opportunity. And only few percentage are in high opportunity. And if you look at from the provincial perspective, you can see here mostly low opportunity. And if you look at the provincial level, is in the north and east Kalimantan. So you can go into detail. We publish these numbers based on the most current information with regard to land cover. So with that, I would like to share this opportunity with my Chief Executive Officer to give comments about our initiative to establish a platform for all stakeholders to get involved in these activities in the years to come. And again, I think the area that we are working is very much related to the community, and we are expecting to beef up how to improve livelihood and equality. I would like to invite Eliane to come forward, if I may.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Daniel Marioso. I'm delighted to invite the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of C4 Aircraft, Dr. Eliane Ulanijoro, to tell us a little bit more on the launch of the Blue Carbon Deck.
Okay.
Please, Dr. Eliane, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I know you're all tired and looking forward to resting. I know how you've been running around all day, and it's going to start again tomorrow. So really, just thank you for joining us today at the Indonesian Pavilion. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. Indonesia is really a dear friend to C4 Aircraft. We've been in Indonesia for the last 30 years. And ever since both C4 and Aircraft began their operations in the country in 1993, perhaps you've had a chance to visit our beautiful campus in Bogor. And if you haven't, please, you're welcome to come and see. I really encourage you to come. It's really my sincere hope that we can play all a part in supporting Indonesia's conference motto of inspiring the world on climate action here at COP28. We heard from all these wonderful speakers the amazing work that can happen in terms of the power of mangroves, and we all can do something that can really have significant impact. Really, we know that meaningful change requires more than just increased commitments and pledges from countries and companies. It requires motivated and passionate people engaging at all levels of society in every country on our planet. We've had amazing examples of scaling from different parts of society here today. And this work is really critical to keep the Paris Agreement 1.5-degree goal alive. Some countries are well on their way on the race to remove carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases from the atmosphere and to store these gases where they will do less harm to the environment. These countries have what we call quiet achievers in their own backyard, hidden treasures that can do the work of others many times over. Indonesia is one of those countries. About 3 million hectares of mangrove forests grow along Indonesia's 95,000-kilometer coastline. That's almost a quarter of all mangrove ecosystems in the world. And as we know, mangroves are one of the top 3 carbon-capturing ecosystems on Earth. They sequester many times more carbon dioxide than the most comparable biomes, including seagrass meadows and dry jungle. I had the opportunity of coming to Indonesia in my first weeks as the CEO of C4 Aircraft in May, and it was a real pleasure for me to be in Bali and to look at the restoration efforts. Our speakers have talked about how hard it is, that we require science to do this well. And I had the pleasure of being in Bali with our researchers at C4 Aircraft and students with universities that we work with, looking at how we're actually doing this work. And it's such critical work and so important for humanity. So the work that Indonesia is doing is not only for Indonesia, but it's for all of us on the planet. And I really learned that mangroves, together with seagrasses, seaweed, and salt marshes, are major carbon reservoirs and protect shorelines from erosion. They hold exciting potential for wetlands-rich countries to meet their national climate goals on a path to a net zero future. But these systems are under-researched and under threat from climate change and degradation. This is why it's such a distinct pleasure to join you today for the launch of the Transformative Partnership Platform on Blue Carbon, which will be hosted by C4 Aircraft. Our goal is to bring multiple initiatives to become the go-to source on blue carbon for researchers, civil society, and practitioners working in coastline communities. This will ensure that programs and projects guided by the latest science while maintaining a focus on the challenges faced by people and foundation ecosystems. Blue carbon ecosystems need our help, and they need it now. As global citizens, we have the responsibility to ensure future generations do not suffer the consequences of our actions, but rather they reap their benefits. So as we gather for these sessions at COP28, let's harness our collective wisdom for the benefit of everyone. We can all do something to inspire the world and save blue carbon ecosystems. And future generations depend on us. Let's do what we can to rebuild a world in which these ecosystems thrive to the benefit of humanity and all other forms on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olenjaro, for that. ITTO will volunteer to be one of your partners on this transformative partnership platform. We are a platform ourselves. ITTO offers that forum, so let us know where to turn up and where to be. We'll come to you. With that, I would like to just quickly open the floor to members of the audience if you have any observations. But you know what? Interventions need to be about a minute or less, right? So you may choose not to speak. It's just that we have exceeded our time slot right now, and I know everybody's exhausted. Please, we have one gentleman there. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Noriaki Sakaguchi from Japan International Cooperation Agency. We have a long history to working for the mangrove conservation with Kyle Haka. And we are now also consulting with Kyle Haka to develop a new project for the detailed planning. And we contribute it project to achieve the 600,000 hectare of restoration and also the enhanced NDC. And also, we are working for developing the partnership platform between the local mangrove conservation, local level, and also private sectors, which are very interested in the maybe carbon benefit, like other benefits. And so we consider to work together with blue carbon deck. So we JICA support the blue carbon deck working together. And sorry, just one question. One question, sorry, to the Kairaka. So 600 hectare restoration and also the carbon pricing is very important for the restoration. It might be also achieve the enhanced NDC. But at the same time, the sustainable management, ensuring the non-carbon benefits, such as fishery resources and also sustainable aquaculture through fisheries and tourism, and so such benefits also important. Do you have any integrate such a non-carbon benefits to ensure? In the your legislation, such as carbon pricing regulation. That is also my question.
Arigatou gozaimasu, Sakaguchi-san. That actually is a question that ITTO could answer very easily. Very easily. And please do remember ITTO when you're talking about your partnerships. And can I open this question to members on the panel who may wish to answer his question, whether you would take any non-carbon benefits into the equation? I know that we would, because ITTO works cross-sector. So would anyone from the panel wish to contribute an answer to the question?
Yes, on my last slide.
Sorry, Dr. No also wanted to say something. Sorry.
Governor.
Dr. No, and then to you, Dr. Daniel. Dr. No, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we integrate non-carbon benefit in our mitigation effort in forestry and land use sector. We, in fact, now developing guidance for assessing different type of carbon benefits. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Daniel?
Yes, in all those numbers I mentioned about the percentage, maybe not all activities should be done in the conservation area where we can avoid emission. High chance, but low coverage. But in most area, we can do restoration by involving communities. And I think the non-carbon benefits will be huge there. Of course, it's not going to be accounted for the economic carbon values, but the economic of the society will be hugely supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Both of you have just reinforced what I think this whole panel actually stands for: socio-economic and ecological restoration and benefits for the societies. Dr. Ma, quick one, please.
I like somehow so much the value, but also I just like add some like the coastal community, the living like the cultural value. Also I believe that they had so much traditional way, so we had so much value. But I believe the idea how to promote like payment for ecosystem service, I think this is also very, very important subject for future of the mangrove society. I mean, increase the value for ecosystem service that I think create challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ma. Any other? I think we have 0 minutes left. I've just seen a flashcard at the back. Thank you, Yoga, for that quick reminder. With that, can I thank all our distinguished speakers for their lovely presentations, very exciting future, and also to Dr. Ulinijaru for gracing our event. Thank you for being a fantastic audience as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the inspiring stories. And for that, we have prepared special merchandise to all the speakers, including the moderator, which will be handed over by Pak Agustus, our Director General from the Sustainable Forest Management, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you so much. Thank you for ITTO, especially Sham, for accepting our invitation. I know it's extremely difficult to invite you to be here. Thank you so much. And especially, of course, Dr. Ma as well. Thank you for sharing some inspiring knowledge as well, and for your hard work in developing a sustainable mangrove ecosystem. Thank you all for your contribution today. We wish you, thank you so much. CEO of C4 Aircraft, would you please join the stage? We are going to have a family picture together. And just want to make sure we don't miss anybody here. All good? Okay. And if any of you in the audience wonder what is the blue and green, thank you so much. Have a good night. Just a quick question. If any of you wonder what's the blue and green economy that Sham was talking about, well, she's here. Make the most out of her. The teal economy, okay. So just Google it and find out yourself. It sounds to me like an aurora. Yeah? Okay. Okay, one more. Okay, another picture? All good? Okay, thank you very much once again to all the panelists and of course the audience. Thank you for gracing this joyous occasion. We still have one more session to go. If you want to stay, please do. Otherwise, we wish you have a good journey home. Drive safe and we'll see you again. Thank you. Okay, dear guests, as much as you love our pavilion, if you want to stay, please, by all means, have a seat. We're going to move on to the next session. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie, for being our frequent speaker. Thank you. I believe you already make a collection of the bag by now. Okay. All right, we're going to start our next session. So please have a seat. This is our last session of the day. And we're very lucky today, I would say, because it's nice and quiet. So we could all hear your presentation loud and clear, unlike earlier where our neighbors are having a party and busy with their own conference. It's really hard to hear what the presentations delivered by all the speakers. So it's a good time to have a good discussion at this time. So, with all due respect, our dear guests, I would kindly invite everyone to please take a seat and make yourself comfortable as we're going to start our next session. Welcome to all the guests that just joined. Okay. On the last session, we'll be talking about scaling up carbon neutral to carbon negative and bioenergy carbon capture storage, or BECCS. So I just briefly start with a short introduction around the topic. So Indonesia is committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by signing the updated or enhanced NDC, and that's to reach the net carbon sink by 2030. So the question is how the private sector can contribute to support Indonesia to achieve carbon neutral and to extend, of course, carbon negative, and what form of partnership and collaborations that can be explored in order to eliminate deforestation, and what kind of green technology innovation available to achieve net carbon sink. And for that, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Kei Watanabe, who's going to lead the session.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? So, Salam alaikum. Good evening, everyone. Yantel hormat, Wapak Agus Justianto. Director General, Sustainable Forest Management, SLAC Coordinator, Pavilion, Indonesia. Terima kasih. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to welcome all distinguished guests to the panel discussion of Marubeni Corporation entitled Scaling Up Carbon Neutral to Carbon Negative. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Kei Watanabe from Forest Products Division of Marubeni Corporation. I am so honored to moderate today's panel discussion here at the Indonesia Pavilion. At first, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia for their strong support for our participation to the COP28 in Dubai here. Thank you so much again. Then, please allow me to invite and introduce our honorable guests tonight. When I call your name, please join me at the stage. Host panelist, Mr. Hiroyuki Moriyasu, General Manager of POP Department, Forest Products Division of Marubeni Corporation. Our guest panelist, Dr. Eko Bhakti Hardianto, Professor of Forestry, Gajah Mada University. Please, sir. And Dr. Oki Muraza, Senior Vice President, PT Pertamina Persero. Thank you, sir. And also our guest, Dr. Mahadevan Ramachandran, co-founder and director of social enterprise called Futures Inc. out of Japan. Once again, thank you so much for your attendance to this panel discussion, gentlemen. We would like to express our sincere respect that Indonesia continued strong effort to achieve their updated NDC pledge and the target to reach a net carbon sink in forestry and land use sector by 2030 or sooner. Okay, so we'd like to think and discuss about 4 themes tonight in this session. First, about Marubeni and their commitments and activities in Indonesia. Second, about Marubeni's afforestation company named PT Mushifutan Prusada in Indonesia and her contribution to reducing GHG emission and how to go forward. And third, about now and the future of bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. Fourth, about relevance of global carbon markets for scaling up carbon neutral to carbon negative. Each theme in this session is allotted about 15 minutes. And after all presentation provided, we would like to invite questions and opinions from the audience as well. When to question or provide opinions, please kindly state after mentioning your name and the country of origin. Thank you. Okay, then before stepping into the panel discussion, I would like to show the brief short corporate introduction movie provided from Marubeni Corporation, who is the one of the largest Japanese trading and investment companies in Japan.
The world has seen rapid changes in the past 160 years. As a leading trading company, Marubeni has worked on the many challenges faced by societies and customers around the globe. The environment is changing rapidly with the times. Marubeni believes that we need change. Change for our beautiful planet and for a prosperous society. Now, we are taking a new step forward with the goal of increasing people's well-being. Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature. By unlocking the potential of forest resources and treasuring our human connections around the world, we aim to make it a more valuable and sustainable place. We want to shape the norms of tomorrow with new ideas and perspectives. This is why Marubeni is investing in the environment through sustainable projects. For instance, we are trying to enhance the value of forests in Sumatra, Indonesia, by developing species that grow bigger, faster, and are more resilient to diseases. We are not only creating forests that will reduce the CO2 in the atmosphere, but also creating a more sustainable business model for the forestry industry by manufacturing eco-friendly pulp. By introducing international cutting-edge technologies and the carbon credit system, we are aiming to make decarbonization and the circular economy work hand in hand. Also, the company continues contribution for local communities by providing educational opportunities in the schools operated by Marubeni Group and working to enrich the lives of workers, their families, and local people. Leveraging the knowledge and experience we accumulated in Indonesia, we are working to scale sustainable solutions to other regions like the Philippines, Africa, and so much more going forward. Nature is not something to be just utilized. It's something we must coexist and thrive with. We strive to prevail this new perspective in forest management around the world with abundant external partners. In Japan, we are utilizing new carbon credit schemes named J-Credit, building new systems to restore natural forests while also running a sustainable business. Our challenge is to find a way to make decarbonization and economic success work hand in hand. Our experimental green projects should soon make this a reality. Marubeni strives to create a society that coexists with nature, one that cares about the earth and the precious life on it, and that shares wealth equally with everyone. To achieve this, we are leveraging the rich knowledge and network we piled up through all of our businesses. By connecting and collaborating with people around the world, we want to become a front-runner in green business and lead society to a more sustainable future. Open the way to a sustainable future through the power of people and forests. The journey will be never-ending, but we are committed to the challenge because we believe that when corporations and people work together, nothing is impossible. Join us in becoming a front-runner in green business toward a new world with Marubeni.
So much. Yes. How was that? I hope you could see who is Marubeni, what is Marubeni briefly. At the same time, if you could touch their philosophy through the movie. Thank you so much. Okay, then now we are going to move on to the panel discussion part. The first presentation is entitled Marubeni Corporation Green Business Development in Indonesia. This will be mainly discussed with Mr. Hiroyuki Moriyasu, Pulp Department, Forest Product Division, Marubeni Corporation. Mr. Moriyasu joined Marubeni Corporation in 1990 and has been with Marubeni for over 30 years. He had been stationing in Canada for 8 years with dedicating for Canadian pulp mills, and in Indonesia for 10 years, dedicating for PT Tanjung Enim Lestari Pulp and Paper as the President Director from 2019 to 2022. Currently, he leads 80 members of Pulp Department as General Manager to enhance the value of existing afforestation and the pulp business and to create new values for more sustainable future. Mr. Moriyasu, let's start discussion. Okay, then I would like to ask what Marubeni Corporation is and what the mission of Marubeni is. Could you explain about it?
Okay, so thank you, Watanabe-san. And I'd like to say thank you very much for gathering this late time. So especially Pat Agus, Pat Zafur, yeah, thank you very much for gathering. Firstly, so as being asked, I'd like to explain about the Marubeni. Marubeni was founded in 1858 and one of the biggest trading houses in Japan, having 131 offices in 67 countries in the world. Marubeni is involved in a wide range of business, including forest products, chemical, metal, machinery, food, agriculture, and so on. Marubeni's creed is of fairness, innovation, and harmony. Marubeni Group is proudly committed to promote sustainable development and social responsibility and address global challenges such as climate change and poverty. Here is a key number of Marubeni's activity. So for example, Marubeni generates total power generation 12,000 megawatts all over the world. For example, in this UAE, we have a very symbolic project. So world's largest one single solar project, which called the Swaihan Photovoltaic IPP, which generates around 1.2 thousand megawatts. And also in Indonesia, Marubeni has a key numbers as shown in this. What I like to highlight is how much Marubeni is committing to Indonesia. As shown, Marubeni has 16 business divisions, where one of the divisions is Forest Products Division. Forest Products Division is doing any business from upstream to downstream, like a plantation, wood chip, biomass, pulp, paper and paperboard, and waste paper, and so on. As a video showed already, our division's purpose is open the way to a sustainable future through the power of people and forest. The philosophy of us is that if we do something good to society, it will automatically bring us and all stakeholders a profit. The Marubeni strength as global trading company is to make a synergy of all industries and to create new business along with the global trend and demand flexibly. We call it Global Cross-Value Platform. Now we are focusing on how to create new business, which contributes to both environment and local economy through various projects of us. Among those, one of the biggest and the most symbolic project is a decarbonization project at Musi Pulp project at South Sumatra, Indonesia, which we will make a presentation today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moriyasu. Okay, then I'd like to ask to the history of Musi Pulp project next, and what is the background of Musi Pulp project, and why Marubeni decided to join the project in Indonesia?
Okay, the Musi Pulp project was formed in early 1990s as a big national project of Indonesia on purpose to revive the damaged land in South Sumatra as the first productive massive-scale acacia plantation project in the country. The Musi Pulp project consists of Musi Ftan Pulsada, the plantation company, and PT Tanjung Animal Lestari, pulp and paper, the pulp manufacturing facility. Marubeni joined the DREAM project together with JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and Nippon Paper Industries to support plantation technology, commissioning and operating the pulp producing facility, and marketing the paper-grade pulp in the world. The pulp mill, PTTEL, started its production in the year 2000. PTTEL's production capacity is 500,000 tons per year. It is the only non-integrated pulp producer in Indonesia, hence allocating 100% of output as market pulp. This guarantees stable supply to our customers. Our long presence has gained reputation as stable and sustainable player. The Musi Pulp project now creates as many as 10,000 employment in the region and contributes to the local economy. We are also operating elementary school and junior high school in the site, as video shown, as many as 1,000 local students, and conducting various types of CSR activities to continue to the local society's prosperity.
Thank you so much. And I heard that Marubeni decided to change the tree species from Acacia mangum to Eucalyptus in the past. Could you let me know the background of that change?
Okay. So in 2011, we found that our acacia plantation was severely damaged by some reasons, root disease, animal attacks, and so on, that we suppose will happen as possible phenomena for third or fourth rotation of plantation when we just rely on monospecies. Then we made a big decision to transfer into Eucalyptus perita plantation from Acacia mangum plantation to avoid those risks by spending 6 years to revive the whole area. The Musi Pulp project was fully recovered in 2018 after the big surgery period, which was successful and effective.
Thank you so much. I recognize it was so serious decision to change from acacia to eucalyptus, and I can easily imagine that it was so required for tons of effort to succeed it. Thank you so much. And I would like to ask next question to you. And as you mentioned, I heard that Marubeni would aim to be the global cross-value platform, though. As global cross-value platform, how do you contribute to Indonesia and scale the value through in the Mushi project?
Yeah, as you just pointed out, Marubeni's role is to be a global cross-value platform. As such, we Marubeni, as an international trading house, would like to make the Mushi pulp project as the most advanced project of plantation and pulp in terms of environment and competitiveness in the decarbonization era to achieve CO2 emission zero or even negative through the project. We are also targeting to achieve zero waste through some projects such as biochar. PTTEL as a pulp mill revived its competitiveness in the global pulp market in line with the plantation recovery. We are now even strengthening the competitiveness by creating more growth of the forest by the clone technology, by our own R&D team led by Park Eco, and also collaborating with Nippon Paper Industries that has an advanced clonal technology by using DNA analysis at their laboratory in Japan. With that technology, we can save much time to select the best clone candidate and efficiently grow the amount of the forest. Not only to grow the forest further, we can also avoid the risks happened for the monospecies plantation by planting various types of the eucalyptus clone species in the area. Now, access to the biggest growing market of pulp, Asia, is also our big advantage in terms of life cycle assessment through the global decarbonization trend. We are also launching several decarbonization projects as a Mushi pulp project in line with FOLU Net Sync 2030 of Indonesia. Along with the global decarbonization trend, Marubeni has set a target to achieve net zero GHG emission by 2050. Mushi pulp project, together with a smaller plantation operation in Australia, have a target to increase the CO2 stock at these operations from 11 million tons in the year 2020 to 19 million tons in 2030. We are also developing plantation activities globally at the Philippines, Malaysia, Africa, and Japan as well. One of the most progressive projects is bioenergy carbon capture storage, BECCS project with Pertamina. This is a key project how our pulp mill in Sumatra can achieve carbon negative by bringing a technology from Europe or for extracting CO2 from the facility, then stored firmly to the nearby area with cooperation with Pertamina. We are now pursuing this as a first BECCS case in Asia. Oki will explain later about the details. As an international activity, we just joined ISFC, which is International Sustainable Forestry Coalition, which was just formed by several key forest companies to support the role of sustainable forest management in the world. The organization mission is to assist in the transition to a more sustainable society, focusing on sustainable land use, conservation and restoration of nature, renewable materials in a circular bioeconomy, and rural economy benefits. We would like to feedback any global environmental movement efficiently to proceed various decarbonization projects at the Mushi pulp project. By utilizing our global network through various business, we will continuously improve and make evolution to the Indonesian project, which I believe it contributes to the decarbonization policy of Indonesia and the local economy to enrich the people's life. We are glad to make this symbolic presentation this time from the Indonesian Pavilion. In the 65th anniversary year after starting diplomatic relationship between Indonesia and Japan. Today, we would like to introduce 3 symbolic decarbonization projects as a municipal project, which is clone technology and BECCS and the carbon farming through this session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your very informative presentation, Mr. Moriyasu. I have many questions, though. Time is limited. So one question from me. I believe striving with local peoples must be essential for afforestation projects like municipal project. Could you let me elaborate the activities to foster the relationship with the local people?
Yeah, so one big thing is education aspects. So we already introduced it. So we are managing the school, elementary school and middle high school. And also we are now purchasing so scholarship program that is already going on for a few years. Then also we are contributing that, how make a vital village movement. Like, we are bringing them kind of knowledge how to create a business, like, utilizing their assets, like, making a batik and the dry fruits and such and such by each village.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I really understood that you'd like to emphasize Marubeni Corporation aims to contribute to the achievement of NDC of Indonesia in line with the decarbonization policy and target through exploring the new businesses and introducing new technologies into Musi Pulp project in South Sumatra, Indonesia. Thank you so much. Mr. Moriyasu will be available to answer further questions after the session. Thank you, Mr. Moriyasu, again. And okay, let's move on to our next presentation entitled Contribution of PT Musi Purusada to Reducing GHG Emission. This theme would be presented by Dr. Eko Bhakti Hardianto from Gajah Mada University. And Dr. Eko Bhakti Hardianto is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Forestry, Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and research and development advisor at PT Musi Purusada, a plantation forestry company operated by Marubeni in South Sumatra. He received his forest engineer degree from Gajah Mada University and completed master and PhD degrees in forest science from Michigan State University, the States. Time is yours, Dr. Eko. Okay.
Thank you, Watanabe-san, for the good introduction. It is my pleasure to have a talk today. So it is very important talk session. My title of the presentation is Contribution of PT Musi Purusada to reducing the greenhouse gas emission. Next, please. The company locally is called MHP or the MSP. Is managing a plantation for producing wood for pulp built in the nearby of the plantation. It's located in South Sumatra, covering area of planted area of 115,000 hectares. In addition to that, also managing a conservation area. All the plantation is grow on the mineral soil. So it is quite different from other the company probably that Musi Hutan Persada is 100% the plantation grown on mineral soil. That is distinguished from other company. Next, please. So the plantation is established from the scratch, zero actually, because the tree is growing from unproductive, dominated by grassland in Perata, as resulted from the long practice of slash and burn agriculture. And this started in 1989 by growing acacia manjum as a good species for that kind of environment, and fast growing, and the pulp properties is good. I mean, wood property is good for making pulp. After 10 years, the companies start harvesting wood to supply the wood demand from the pulp mill built nearby in the plantation, with a capacity of 150,000 craft pulp per hectare, consuming about 2.2 million cubic meter of for wood. All the wood is 100% supply from the plantation. That is again distinguishing from the company, which is the normally not starting from the scratch. But this is quite different, you know, because after growing trees 9 to 10 years, then the companies start harvesting that supply all the wood for the pulp mill. Okay. So the company, MSP, is committed to managing the plantation with best management practices to continuously try to improve the productivity with environmental care. Also, try to incorporating carbon as relevant aspect in the in operation. The company also contributing to Indonesian government target the net carbon sink reduction in greenhouse gas emission about 31.9% unconditionally, and 43.2 conditionally by 2030. Next slide. In managing plantation, the company is applied best management practices. For example, in the harvesting, the philosophy is the don't damage to the soil. So this kind of a system has been practiced for a long time, especially conserving the harvest residue on site. By doing that, try to conserve the soil compaction and soil displacement and soil erosion. The reason is all harvest residue is used for as cushion, but as protecting mechanism when trees is hauled from the compartment to the seats to the roadside. Again, in the site preparation, the company also has a principle that the soil damage must be kept at a minimal. So about 20% of the harvest residue is conserved on site and redistributed in the compartment. And in addition to, when we spray with herbicide as for site preparation, certain regulation must be kept in practice that must protecting to the environment, also the worker, for killing the weed before the trees are growing on site, in the compartment. Please. Fertilizer is a part of the management practices and growing a plantation. But in this company, only small amount of phosphorus is applied at planting time. No nitrogen fertilizer so far is applied. Only phosphorus in a small amount during a rotation of 6 years. In addition, for maintenance, only 2 or 3 times of herbicide is applied for maintenance or weed control, using the certain herbicide which is comply with the regulation of the government that's minimize the effect to the environment, also to the worker. That's very important. Only certified or labeled herbicide that's used. That's very important for the protecting the environment. Fire management is very important to protect the plantation from the damage, protecting also soil organic matter in the site, and also reducing the carbon dioxide emission from the plantation. Okay. Next, please. This is very important figure. I want to show you that how the company try to manage the productivity in the long term. This data is from the research plots that over 3 decades, the trial has been put it in the same site, in the same compartment, and try replanting after rotation. They try to monitor how the productivity, whether persistent, decline, or increasing. They're showing you that the company able to manage the long-term productivity. That's from the experimental plot. That's very important. Not many companies having this kind of data. It's been published in a couple of journals, this one. Okay. Another data, the previous one from experiment plot, but this is from the operational scale. Collecting from the many plot, hundreds plot in 3 decades. And as you can see that productivity in terms of the MI, mean annual increments, well, fluctuating, but overall, the productivity is, can be maintained. Even though we're changing the species from acacia to eucalyptus, doesn't matter. As long as we produce the wood for supplying the wood for the mill. Okay. Soil is very important because the business of the plantation is, the big asset is of the company is soil. So we must protect. For example, we monitor the carbon, soil carbon, long term, over decades. Then you can see here the concentration of the carbon stable and tend to increase. So that's the soil carbon content in the soil. Even though we only calculated on the soil surface, 10 centimeters, but soil carbon also can store in deeper layer of the soil. Okay? The silent points I want to explain here is the company is managing about 120,000 hectares of plantation. Every year, the company harvests, also planting. For example, every year, the company is harvests about 22,000 hectares. But in the same time, within less than 2 months, the company also had to grow another new trees. So this graph can illustrate, you know, where is the trees is growing and also harvested. Then I can calculate here, can show you the graph that carbon accumulation within 6 years, about 93 tons per hectare, growing quite fast. But if we calculated in the entire plantation at the company managing, the carbon stock is about 3.6 million ton. Yeah, sorry. That is the, on average, you know, an average about 3.6 ton in 120,000 hectares that the company is managing. That's from the standing trees only, from standing trees above ground. But they calculate also the below ground. It's estimated about 20% of the standing trees is below the ground. So overall, the carbon stock in the plantation is quite high. So within 2 months after harvesting, the land must be planted, replanted. Nowadays, we replanted the new clones, expecting the productivity was higher because the old one, this is a seedling, come from seedling. But the new ones, about 3 months old, is about from clone. So expecting again that productivity not only be maintained, but we want to increase in the future. Please. Company also developing bioenergy in partnership with the local people. So we're planting different species of eucalyptus that's suitable for bioenergy. For example, eucalyptus brasiliana here. So we're working with the local communities in their own land. This land is belong to the local community, belong to the farmer, smallholder farmer mostly. So in total target is about 20,000 hectares overall, and we continuously improving the productivity for the bioenergy. So not only providing the job, providing the economic opportunity for the local people, but also contributing to the more reduction to the greenhouse gas emission. Okay. For adaptation to the climate change, the company try to maintain the genetic diversity, try to find a new clone to adapt to the existing condition. If this happen in the future, we are ready with the genetic material for adaptation. We, in collaboration with the Nippon paper, try to apply new technique. It's called genomic selection to speed up finding the good clone, high productive clone, but also more resilient to the local condition. For example, we try to select either pure species or hybridizing, controlling cross with the other species, not only within the Eucalyptus pelita, but also other species that may be suitable to our environment. The company, as I mentioned before, also conserving area for wildlife. So regularly we monitor for availability of the mammal, reptile, also bird. So we try to identify which mammal is a reptile or bird is under threat or in danger. So we must protect and conserve in our conservation area. Please. We also want to protect other environment. For example, water body. Regularly we monitor the quality of the water and also the air around within the plantation company. I already mentioned aspect of the sustainability in the narrow sense, biophysical, but it's not enough. If you want to maintain long-term sustainability, we must also pay attention to the social aspect, what I call it a broad sense of sustainability. So the promotion of economic growth, employment to the local community is very important, part of the sustainability in the long term. So the company is providing 1,000 jobs, mostly for local people. 80% is from local community. Also, as I mentioned before, that we're also developing for bioenergy plantation that's providing job for local communities. And certainly it's contribute to the livelihood and wealth of the people surrounding the plantation. Please. So to conclude my presentation, I want to thanks to the management of the PT Musi Hutan Persada, Marubeni Group, also R&D staff of PT Musi Hutan Persada, where I've been working for so many years, and to my colleague, Joko Supriyati, for helping me to try to calculate the carbon budget. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Syukron.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eko. There are many questions, though, that I have to limit the second discussion here. We really understood the historical background and efforts of PT Musi Hutan Persada and aiming to contribute to decarbonization in Indonesia with local communities as well. Thank you so much again. Okay, so let's move on to our third speaker from PT Pertamina Persero, Dr. Okimuraza. Dr. Okimuraza is the Senior Vice President, Research and Technology Innovation in Pertamina Holding. He is the Deputy Co-Chair in B20 India 2023 for Task Force of Energy, Climate Change and Resource Efficiency. Previously, he was the Policy Manager in B20 Indonesia 2022 in Task Force of Energy, Sustainability and Climate. He was co-lead in the Net Zero Strategy Task Force and the Chemical Business Task Force within Pertamina. And Dr. Oki was one of the world's top 2% influential energy scientists worldwide by Stanford University in 2020. He has more than 20 years in the energy industry. He received his PhD from Eindhoven University of Technology. His presentation is about the topic entitled Bioenergy with Carbon Capture and Storage. Let's welcome Dr. Okimura. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Watanabe-san. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Konbanwa, minasan. This evening, thank you for staying very late with us today. And I think we are very lucky that we are going to enjoy very good topics this evening because there are at least two ways to store carbon. The first one is by photosynthesis, yeah, biological storage. And the second one is geological storage, in which that we can inject the CO2 underground. Yeah? And this evening, we are going to discuss the combination of those two. So we can expect that they will be carbon negative. So before that, we would like to start with the strategy that we have in Pertamina Group. Next slide, please. Yeah, even before Pertamina, Indonesia is blessed with a lot of potentials. We know that we are one of the best country in terms of natural-based solutions. We have about more than 50 species of mangroves in Indonesia. And surprisingly, we are also one of the largest CO2 storage in the world. Yeah. So from some studies, they said at least we have 400 gigatons of CO2 storage capacity. This is what we are going to try to prove with the Pertamina Group. Of course, we have also a number of renewable energy in Indonesia, especially the geothermal. Next slide, please. Yeah, Pertamina is one of the largest state-owned enterprise. We are helping our government in order to reach the net zero in 2060 or sooner by a number of innovations, including the one that we have within this presentation. So from this slide, basically, we learn that the energy demand will be tripled or even more. And also we expect that the portion of renewables will be more than 1/3, yeah, in 2050. And of course, we want to mitigate our emission at least also 30%. Yeah? But now, as we learn that the national determined contribution, NDC, is moving from about 29 to 32%. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is basically the strategy that we have in Pertamina. We are trying to reduce the emission from our current operations, such as the utilization of CO2, capturing the methane, reducing the flare gas minimizations. And then the second one is by building low carbon business. Low carbon business, including biofuels, including adding capacity to our geothermal, etc., etc. And the third one is the most interesting one. So building new business, including carbon negative business that we are going to discuss today. And as you can see that on the right side, there are a number of strategies in which that we are going to combine in this topic here. So the bioenergy combined with CCS and CCUS. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. In the past few years, we have a number of CCS and CCUS projects, almost 20 projects with many companies, at least 2 international oil companies, and so many companies from Japan. So because Japan government and Indonesia, we have an agreement in so many things, including in ASEC, yeah, the Asia Zero Emission Community. And you can see that there are many projects, CCS and CCUS, starting from Sumatra until Sulawesi, etc., etc. So one of the projects that we are considering is basically the one in South Sumatra. This is very interesting. First, we have the bioenergy and the utilization, in which that Marubeni is having their site. And nearby that place, there is also depleted reservoir in which that we can use the CCUS and CCS. Next slide. Yeah, this is more visual descriptions. Basically, we can capture the CO2 by having natural-based solutions. Yeah, there are 2 types of species. I think it was presented by Moria-san and also by Pa Eko. Yeah, then the biomass will be utilized. Yeah, in this case, it's converted to products and utilized as energy. And then the CO2, which is released, being captured, and it can be injected via CCS. So this is a beautiful concept. We are capturing the CO2 by photosynthesis, by carbon stock on the soil, and also by using CCS. Next slide, please. Yeah, a bit wider perspective, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, we can have carbon credits, yeah, carbon credits projects by having different options, yeah. For instance, energy efficiency, if we utilize the waste heat stream, and then we can claim it as a potential carbon credit. And renewable energy, yeah, I will show you that we have a geothermal, a beautiful renewable energy base load from Indonesia. This is also potentially as a carbon credit projects. And in addition to that, we have also natural-based solutions, yeah. Forestry, for instance, yeah, we are lucky that we are among our colleagues from KLHK, from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Blue carbon and sustainable agriculture. Yeah. This is another topic that I want to learn, basically. Sustainable agriculture is very important topic for Indonesia, because the most important part of this sustainability is the human itself. So we need to create jobs, we need to educate our people on sustainable agriculture. Yeah, so we can see where is the position of the bioenergy combined with CCS on this slide. So you have the solutions to get the carbon credits by having natural-based solutions. Yeah. Then you have the options to remove the carbon, and then you have the options to generate renewable energy like geothermal. Then you have the options of capturing CO2, storing CO2, and then BECCS, bioenergy combined with CCS. And the last one, of course, we have DAC, yeah, direct air capture, which is still at the early stage with the very high price, basically, above $160 per ton. So these are the options, and basically the topic that we are discussing today is basically the combination of this. Yeah, there is a part of national-based solution, and there is part of also technology-based solutions. Yeah. Now a bit highlight about the carbon market in Indonesia. As you know that recently the stock exchange, yeah, inaugurated by our presidents recently. Yeah, it's already started. Yeah, and we managed to have at the beginning about 460,000 ton of CO2 has been traded. Yeah, this is quite interesting, and this is just from the geothermal that we have. So this is basically motivating us that there is potentials of having the market of carbon in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Yeah, a bit about the CCUS and CCS. Indeed, in terms of capex, this is a project in which that we require quite a certain number of capex. But of course, we are trying to improve it, yeah, by different ways. First of all, the technology should be improved, yeah, the way we capture it. I think now many companies are working on CO2 capture. About 75% of the cost is related to the capture itself. So once we are advancing in capturing either by absorptions or by membrane, and then we are going to reduce the cost itself. And of course, we hope that there will be a regulatory framework which will support the implementation of CCUS and CCS in Indonesia. Yeah, so those are some of the highlights of our activities. We hope that this discussion will open further opportunities for us, especially when we discuss the combination between the two options, yeah, combination of bioenergy with CCS. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okimura-za. Your great, insightful presentation. I really understood that the Pertamina has been focusing on and tackling against the decarbonization in many sectors with series of projects. And I have a quick question. What is the Pertamina strategy to implement CCS business since, as you mentioned, this technology is still in very high capex and OPEX intensity?
Yeah, thank you so much, Watanabe-san. So this is very interesting questions. We know that the cost is high for CCS. Now, what are the options for us to reduce the cost, or how can we start something with this? Yeah. So first of all, the collaboration is very important. So as you know from our map, we have a lot of collaborations from Sumatra until Sulawesi, basically. So with this collaboration, we are trying to reduce the costs and also to reduce the risk, in which that we also expect that we start to have the ecosystems and we learn each other. And the most important is basically national capacity building. So we are educating our petroleum engineers, we are educating our geologists, etc., etc. We learned so many things basically in the past few years about the calculations, how to calculate the storage, etc., etc. So collaboration is very important. And the second one, the technology is very important. So we really appreciate that now we have so many partners, not only in Indonesia, but all over the globe, about the capturing, transporting, about injecting. So technology will be one of the enablers for this technology, for the implementation. And then after technology, what is also important is the infrastructure. So I think with the time we need to build, starting the infrastructure like in US, yeah. If you see in US, there are already a pipeline for CO2, etc., etc. So infrastructure will be important. And then the final one, of course, the capital. The capital is not only important to have pilot demonstration plan, but it's also important pouring the money and investment to develop the technology itself. And of course, after that, once we are reaching the higher points of the S-curve, the cost will go lower, and also with the economic of scale. And at that time, we are ready for large implementation.
Thank you so much. I understand your point. Appreciate it. And then it might be time to close third discussion. Once again, Dr. Okimura, thank you so much. And time flies so fast, Mac. Let's move on to our final theme from Futures Inc., Dr. Mahadevan Ramachandran. Dr. Ramachandran has over 25 years of experience building community programs in developing countries for emergency relief and long-term sustainability. He currently runs Futures Inc., a social enterprise out of Japan. His last post at the United Nations World Food Program was in the 4.5 billion per year Global Supply Chain Division at headquarters. He lived and worked in Cambodia, DPR Korea, Sudan, Zimbabwe, etc. for over 20 years. He holds a PhD in economics from Clark University. His presentation are about the topic entitled Relevance of Global Carbon Markets for Scaling Up Carbon Neutral to Carbon Negative. Time is yours, Dr. Mack.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry it's so late in the evening. I hope I can make it somewhat interesting. I hope I can stay awake. It's about 1 a.m. in my head right now. So, thank you very much for the opportunity to the Indonesia Pavilion. Really a great topic. I learned a lot from the BECCS and the MHP presentations. I'll talk a little bit about the relevance of global carbon markets for the topics that went ahead of me, forestry and BECCS. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea, I think some of you know the global carbon market essentially consists of two parts. One is a compliance market and one is a voluntary market. The compliance market, as the name indicates, is something that's mandatory, that is imposed by governments on companies to reduce their emissions. For example, Indonesia will have a compliance market very soon. The European Union emission trading system is the biggest compliance market in the world. So essentially, compliance markets work. They take all the companies that emit a lot of emissions, and then they have a cap on it, and then every year the cap goes down. So the companies have to find a way to meet the cap, right? And usually renewable energy, electric cars, and if they can't meet the cap, they have to buy allowances from somebody else that has overshot the cap. So that's the compliance market. The voluntary market, as the name indicates, is voluntary. Almost all the Fortune 500 companies have indicated very ambitious carbon reduction goals. So again, they invest in renewable energy, et cetera, but they have a residual emissions and they use carbon credits for the residual emissions. Next slide, please. So this is to give you an idea of the global compliance markets. Overall, they cover about 11.6 billion tons of emissions, 25% approximately of the world's emission today. The interesting thing is that in the Paris Agreement, about 2/3 of global emissions countries have committed to using carbon markets. So compliance markets in the next 4, 5, 10 years are going to be very, very big. Today, the trading is around $1 trillion. It could be $20, $30 trillion of money flowing through compliance markets. It's very difficult to see, but roughly the dark shaded countries are the ones with existing compliance markets. The light blue, like Indonesia, are countries that will have an emission trading system soon. The light pink ones are countries that have a carbon tax, and the very light ones are countries that will have a carbon tax. So that's the general overview of compliance carbon markets. Next one, please. Just quickly on the compliance carbon markets, I want to say the compliance carbon markets usually allow about 5 to 10% of the obligations to be met through carbon credits. So that's where they have a relevance to the topics that we were discussing before. The overall carbon offset market size today, carbon credits, is about 300 million tons right now. but people expect it to go up to 1.1 to 2 billion tons by 2030. Significantly increased demand, 4 to 6, 4 to 7 times where it is today. And the price will also go up. So the market today is about $2 billion. It's likely to go between 25 to $50 billion in the next 7 years. So there's a significant amount of resources that can accelerate investment in forestry and bioenergy, capture, storage, and those kinds of projects going forward. Approximately around 60% of the demand for, let's say, 1.5 billion tons by 2030 is likely to come from the voluntary market, about 40% from compliance markets. Okay, this is to give you an idea of the kind of carbon projects in Indonesia. Indonesia issued about 30 million tons of credits in the last 3 years. Almost all of it is what we call avoidance credits. So like either there was forest being cut and the rate of forest being cut has been slowed down, or there was coal being used and that's replaced with renewable energy. So almost all of the credits are what are called avoidance credits. Avoidance is important, but we also need to do removals on a very, very grand scale. And the world is now moving towards looking more and more at what we call carbon removal credits. Next slide, please. The IPCC, 1,000 of the smartest scientists in the world working on climate change, did a report last year, right? And they said pretty much any way we look to reduce carbon emissions in the world, carbon removals is a big part of the answer. And the two things that have the highest potential based on science today are afforestation, reforestation, the projects presented by Moriyasu-san and Dr. Oki-san. And the other one is bioenergy capture and storage, right? And the nice thing about bioenergy capture and storage compared to all the other CCS, it's the only one that can also generate energy, right? So it has a dual benefit in terms of not only the climate change, but also energy generation. So in terms of scenarios, the IPCC says we need to get to about 2.75 billion tons a year by 2050 on afforestation, reforestation type operations, and about 3 billion tons from bioenergy capture and storage. And this is at 2 degrees Celsius. If you want to do 1.5 degrees Celsius, this number goes more than double, right? And to give you a sense, today we're running at a few million tons, right? So we literally need to scale up 50x, 100x, 200x carbon removal. And The Economist just ran an article, my favorite magazine that I've been reading for 30 years, cover to cover, ran an article saying it could be $1 trillion industry very, very soon, right? Carbon removals. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea, for carbon removals from demand side, what do buyers want? What do big companies want, right? BCG ran a survey of 113 big buyers of carbon credits. And they said like currently around 40 to 50% of the demand is for avoidance and the rest is for removal. And they divide the removal into what they call slightly less durable removals, which is tree planting, and then very durable removals like bioenergy capture and storage. They think by 2030, that's going to shift to 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. 1/3 is going to be avoidance, and 66% is going to be carbon removal demand from buyers of carbon credits, right? And that number will increase to almost 80% by 2050, right? So the buyers want more of this, right? So for example, there's a consortium by Google, Facebook, Stripe, et cetera, to create a market specifically for durable removal. So for example, for bioenergy carbon credits, they are willing to pay $100 to $150 a ton, while the carbon market today is working anywhere between $5 to $20 a ton. So there are also specialized platforms that are being developed to help move more of the carbon removal ideas like bioenergy capture, carbon capture and storage. The graph on the right, or my left, whichever, shows that the supply by 2030, based on all of the projects that Pertamina and everybody else is doing, is going to be somewhere between 15 to 30 million tons. But the demand could be anywhere from 40 to 200 million tons. So I think we all need to really, get a bit more serious about carbon removals, right? Next slide, please. So the next slide essentially talks about market size again, right? Just for carbon removals, like the BECCS project that Pertamina spoke about, the market size could be anywhere between 10 to $40 billion by 2030. So again, the carbon markets could serve as a significant accelerator of durable carbon removals from the atmosphere. Next slide, please. Having said this, right, if I take CCS, right, there's an example of a Norwegian carbon capture and storage project. It's been running for 20 years. Quite successful, it'll probably be very similar if we take something like BECCS in Indonesia, right? The cost in this case is about 100 to 250 euros per ton, with half and half. Half for actually capturing the carbon and half for transport and storage. About 30–40% of that is met by carbon markets, right? So for example, if Stripe or Alphabet or Facebook want to pay about $100, $125 a ton for bioenergy capture and storage, it'll probably cover about 30–40% of the cost, at the cost as of today. In the case of Norway, the way they manage to run it is that another significant part is covered by the EU subsidy, and then on top is the Norwegian government subsidy, and then on top is the private sector cost, right? So the 250 euros or so gets spread across 5 parties, right? Carbon markets, EU subsidy, Norwegian subsidy, and the private sector itself. The interesting thing about this is that in the next 10 years, you will be able to go down in cost to 35 to 50 euros. That's what they think, right? And it'll be the same, like Pertamina was saying, that the technology, as it improves, the cost per ton will go down, right? So governments around the world, UK, Denmark, Norway, are significantly investing in BECCS for sort of 2 reasons. One, carbon removal is important, but it also creates high-tech jobs in the country. It generates energy. So it's a worthwhile subsidy incentive for like 5–10 years until the technology catches up and becomes competitive in the market. So this CCS needs a multi-pronged approach to succeed. Next slide, please. Afforestation is a bit less complex, but still, as Dr. Eko-san touched upon, the local community involvement is critical. Many forestry projects in Indonesia or Philippines or Zimbabwe have fallen by the wayside because communities were not an active part of it. So you can plant a tree, but if you don't have the community as an active part of it, they'll cut it down for agriculture, livestock, etc. Similarly, they talked about the complexity of what tree to plant, where, etc., right? And then, of course, now, even if we get the right tree, the right location, the right community engagement, climate change changes a lot of things. So how do you accommodate planting a tree today that needs to stand for 30, 40, 50, 100 years, right? The big thing for people like us, because we're in the carbon credit business for a long time, the big thing for us is afforestation projects have a very long cash flow period. So we put money today, it takes 6–7 years to turn a profit. So for example, MHP took a long time before the project started making money in Indonesia. So it requires significant risk-taking ability. Oh my God. I'm getting like giant signs saying shut up, but okay. And then the last one, of course, is remove the tree could be lost to droughts, floods, etc. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to give you a sense of the economics, no? The forestry part we talked about, costs range anywhere from $1 to $100 a ton, right? So pretty much a lot of it could be done by the current carbon market, right? While carbon capture and storage, the costs run between $15 to $400 per ton for what Pertamina-san were talking about. So in a way, you need to figure out a multi-pronged approach to solve the cost problem in the bioenergy capture and storage space. Next. Okay, I'll sort of end with a very critical, in my opinion at least, the role of host governments, right? In the case of Indonesia or Norway or US. I think the ability to sort of tax as you go forward a forestry project or carbon credit projects, and to be able to use that revenue to help vulnerable communities to adapt to climate change is one big benefit of host governments and carbon credits. The other, of course, is ensuring that communities equally benefit from the carbon credit projects. The third one, as I said earlier, is promoting advanced technologies, high-tech jobs, right? The fourth one is the ability to balance the obligations, right? In terms of how much do you want as foreign investment into your carbon credit project, how much do you want to control domestically, right? Then the last one, of course, is the Kailhaka type ministries have a huge amount of technical expertise. So how can you benefit from that, right? The sort of bigger point, I'm an economist by training, the bigger point is that in general, developed country costs to reduce carbon are much higher, $50, $100, $200, $300 a ton. In emerging markets, the same things can be done for half, one-third, one-fourth of the price. So you need some version of an arbitrage, right? So to what extent can emerging markets benefit from this spatial arbitrage to promote significant investment in their countries and also do high-tech jobs, generate renewable energy, contribute to carbon removal, right? And then overall, governments being involved will give confidence to foreign direct investment, right? The Indonesian government being an active part of this could see tens of billions of dollars coming into Indonesia for carbon credits because of the ability to give a high degree of transparency and quality control to the offsets. So for me, the government role is critical to the success of forestry programs or bioenergy capture and storage. Thank you again. I'm very sorry it's so late. And I really apologize to the lady who was holding the 1-minute card about 5 minutes ago. So thank you again to everybody for this chance.
Thank you, Dr. Mack, for your very insightful presentation. And I wish I could invite the questions from the audience, though. Unfortunately, due to the time limitation, I would like to, going to close. But I personally and strongly believe that we should be able to shape carbon negative through forestry and the BECCS, not only by private sector, but when public sectors, private sectors, and academic sectors, and philanthropies would align together and cooperate toward the shared purpose. It would be grateful if this opportunity would be that chance for each audience to consider about what we should do and how we should do for a more sustainable future. And I would personally like to appreciate the honorable speakers, panelists. Thank you so much. And the amazing staff of Indonesian Pavilion and the distinguished audience. Thank you so much for providing. This session is now going to be closed. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for the remarkable presentations. I believe we all learned a lot today. And with that, our Chief Committee of Pavilion Indonesia, aka the owner of where we are now, is going to hand over a special merchandise to all the speakers. Please kindly invite, and we wish you all the best in pursuit your work towards carbon neutral and perhaps to extend it further to carbon negative. Okay, once again, arigato gozaimashita. By the way, you all look good in your batik. Very, very impressive. And to all the participants, unfortunately, due to time constraint, we are not able to facilitate any Q&A session, but we do appreciate your attendance once again. Let's have a mandatory family picture together. Okay, you all have a wonderful night and have a safe journey home or hotel or apartment, wherever you stay. Okay. Shinji Kasai-san, please join all the speakers. So we have to make sure, right, that no one is left behind. This is Okay, thank you all. Thank you very much. Konbanwa. Sayonara. Good night.